Memory transcription subject. Governatava of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, October 3rd, 2136. In half a day, our ship had reached the edge of Republic space and would be able to transmit communications back to our UN contact. The Terrans had been slated to open an embassy on Venlo Prime a few days after our original departure. That meant they would have a full diplomatic staff on world and would be available to help humans abroad. Many Terran nations requested their own embassies so they could conduct their affairs as separate entities. While I liked the Predators, I wasn't giving out an absurd 198 embassies versus every other species singular site. Humans were welcome to bicker amongst themselves about who could send their own diplomatic corps and how to divide the turf if they must. I had no interest in making their discordance my business. My focus was on smoothing over both our relations with the Federation. It was also a priority to stabilize my friends' mental health, especially after weeks of isolation and boredom. Learning how the human mind coped with stress would be useful down the road. After careful consideration of the astronauts' mannerisms, I decided there was no major cause for alarm. All of our research showed that humans were highly social creatures. Ambassador Noah perked up just from having new conversation partners at hand. A few days to unwind in the company of his own people, and he'd be begging to get back into the field. He only needed to recharge his batteries, as the Terrans said. Noah's excelled in quite an uncomfortable position, volunteering with the belief that he would be a martyr, standing in as a representative for his whole species. That kind of pressure has to pile up.
In conclusion, the International Space Station proved that humanity can cooperate in the stars.
The Predator was finishing a story I'd heard before. He had a rapt audience in our Mazik passenger.
That scientists see our beautiful Earth differently from above. The ISS was our first foothold off-world. It paved the path for lunar colonies and set a precedent of joint exploration.
So then, why has your planet still not united under a single banner, Noah? You do not care for distant members of your species without, shall I say, stellar view?
Came the scoffing response. When President Kupo's question reached my ears, I was concerned that other diplomats would voice similar concerns. The Mazik still seemed leery of the human, despite being thrice the weight of the Predator. No offense to Noah, but I'm pretty sure the beige pre-animal could knock him out with a stamp of his flat paw easily. Humanity's internal divisions were a disquieting issue to the galaxy as a whole. The newcomers seemed to be trying to work up the courage to ask about it for days. With the external threat of predation in our formative years, prey species had to maintain unity. Cooperation was our bread and fruits bed, so to speak. Indulging in petty squabbles would have gotten us killed. I'd seen several exit interviews with various leaders before we left signal range of Arthur. Many dissenters cited Earth's disputes as proof that the Predators were incapable of cooperation. It was their main evidence that the primates were still warlike and disagreeable.
Humans evolved in a lot of small tribes which later became nation-states. These each have their own distinct culture, beliefs, music, stories, cuisine and languages.
The Terran ambassador replied, leaning back in his seat.
It would be losing a part of our heritage to renounce that. And because of our differing viewpoints, we don't always agree on how things should be done.
Kupo flared his trunk.
But why can you not maintain your practices under a common entity? You claim freedom of beliefs are a core value.
It would be like you unifying with the Navox. You may like each other plenty, perhaps you're even allies, but you would not abide by the same jurisdiction. We have common forums, alliances and trade agreements. So Nicodas was quite mistaken in thinking we do not speak the language of diplomacy. We work together when it matters.
It didn't escape my notice that Tosser, the Nivok representative, was watching with interest. The Sivkit, Zerulian and yacht occupants were also observing the exchange. None of them were being subtle with how their ears swiveled toward the Predator. The other Federation diplomats had flown with Russell in a separate ship, too daunted to embark on a human-infested vessel. Kupo was just the only one bold enough to voice what they are all thinking. Now the floodgates are open, I thought. I better be ready to intervene if Noah gets overwhelmed.
Predator Noah, please forgive my impertinence.
Laulo, the Yotl diplomat, spoke in a measured tone. The uplift had given the human a wide berth, but at least was able to meet his startling gaze.
Do you humans still fight wars when you, disagree?
Sometimes. One always hopes those quarrels can be resolved with words. Rest assured, a common threat like the Arxa should place any of our lingering disputes on the back burner.
The Federation representatives looked baffled by that answer. As I learned early on, the national affairs of Earth are a complex matter. It was imprudent to deal with any nation individually, since that could be construed as favoritism. Most of the humans' rhetoric was posturing, but they were always locked in jealous competition. It was strange how human tribes perceived their interests as separate. They had much more in common than divided them, and they even seemed to recognize their folly when asked. It was one of the several areas I pointed out to renowned neuroscientist Ilja for closer study.
I suspect a human's temper can run much hotter and much quicker than ours.
Jawson offered in a matter-of-fact tone.
None of my research suggests their end goal is loss of life, and it's just the result of aggression. Their predatory inclination is to deal with a perceived threat through violence rather than fleeing.
Not fully accurate, Doc. Humans have a fight or flight response.
Noah growled.
We can panic or freeze just like you. It varies from person to person and what temperament they have. Some of us are wholly incapable of aggression.
A contemplative silence fell over our entourage, and Jawson scribbled something in his sketchbook. But that last tidbit was news to me too. I assumed aggression was part of every predator's natural makeup, since that ferocity facilitated their ancestors' survival. Were there really some humans as timid and anxious as us, that cowered at threats like Van Mill? If so, it was obvious Noah was not one of those humans. While the ambassador was skilled at masking his emotions, hostility seeped through whenever he saw the Van Mill threatened. Its source was almost paternal. The look in his eyes at first contact when he watched the Grace tormenting our pups was apoplectic. Lots of compassionate humans were angry when they saw those videos. I wish we were home so the Federation could meet the volunteer doctors and aid workers. It's been too... A rattling noise hummed through the ship walls, jolting me out of my thoughts. This time, it was more insistent than its previous occurrences throughout the journey. There was no reason a ship which deployed a year ago should experience issues, but it roused some worries nonetheless.
Hey, Taba, not to stir up panic, but is that grating sound normal?
The Terran ambassador asked. Something felt off with the shuttle since it took flight. The Predator's unease validated my suspicions. I was inclined to propose further investigation, even though we were one territory away from home. The last thing we needed was to be stranded in space with a bunch of skittish diplomats and an inoperable ship. I tilted my head. No, it's not. I'm going to run a ship diagnostic just to be safe. Lalo raised a peach-coloured paw.
It's coming from the curling shaft. We should take a look there.
As if you know,
Tosser scoffed.
I'd hardly trust your ilk to fix a sailboat. The printing press is a novelty to you primitives.
Were your ancestors born with spaceships?
Noah glowered at her, and the Nivok rose under his ocular intensity.
I didn't know we were graced by the peasants of a species who were endowed with divine knowledge.
Tosser quivered, her icy fur raising along her hackles.
We found our way on our own. We didn't have everything handed to us.
The Yotol would have learnt on their own with time. You interfered in their natural development so that they could join your war.
Are you daft, Predator? The actor don't give a green stalk about natural development.
And further to you with your insensitive and tone-deaf comments. How the fuck did you become a diplomat?
Paolo looked aghast at the Predator's vehement defense of his species. I think he assumed that the ambassador didn't know the Atol's origins, but it was obvious the human had done his homework. The marsupial was likely surprised that the Terran would side with him, especially when he was accustomed to verbal beatdowns from fellow diplomats. It was apparent that Noah had lost all patience with the vitriolic rhetoric toward the uplift. Tosser's condescension, singling out the Yotol at every turn, rubbed my friend the wrong way. However noble his outburst, the last thing we needed was for him to alienate an influential ally. The Nevokt could be a crucial supplier of resources and ship parts to Earth. Axeli, the Civkid representative, was sobbing from the primate's raised voice. She had yet to speak a word to Noah, only introducing herself to the rest of us while he was asleep. A shouting match wasn't the way to calm her nerves either. Stop it, both of you, I hissed. Every second we spend bickering, the Ark's a win. Let's be respectful to each other, all right? The human drew a shuddering breath.
My apologies, Governor. I'm not the type to stand idle while someone else is mocked and bullied.
It's not mockery, Predator. I'm merely stating facts.
Tosser said.
My name is not Predator. It's Noah. Ambassador Williams. If that's too fucking difficult, I'll settle for human.
Sorry about that.
Laulo muttered. The human snorted.
You're fine. At least you used my name.
The Nivok curled her lip.
Predator is just a word, which does describe you. You're too defensive, Noah.
So you can pronounce it. Fascinating.
Despite my best efforts, the two of them were still at each other's throats. Whoever managed terror relations with the Nivok Imperium, it couldn't involve Noah in any way. The human was so incensed by his counterpart's attitude that he hadn't noticed actually boiling up into a fetal position. I believed he would have backed down if he realized the fright his ire had caused. Not another word. I swished my tail in frustration. Noah, you're coming with me alone, and that's not up for discussion. I'm going to run a diagnostic, and we'll see if Lalo's intuition is correct. The Terran ambassador opened his mouth to argue, but then followed my pupils toward the snivelling Civkid. His expression softened, replaced by a worried furrow of his brow. That agitation might have undone any progress with the Mazik, too. President Kupo had inched away from the human and was trying to comfort Axley with soothing words. The timid female was unresponsive, rocking back and forth. At least our Zerrillian friends seemed to enjoy that, I mused. Chauson was trying to be the ship's stenographer during that whole exchange. Noah lowered his gears and strode over to me with dejection. The predator risked a glance over his shoulder, making eye contact with Laulo. The marsupial mouthed his gratitude and the Terran's posture relaxed. He gave the Ortul a slight nod of acknowledgement before shuffling into the cockpit. I hovered by the ship computer, pulling up the troubleshooting module. It would take several seconds to complete a cursory scan, which would give Noah's temper time to blow over. I hoped that nothing was amiss with the vessel. The implications of a defect would be unpleasant.
I didn't scare you, did I, Tava?
Noah murmured. I snorted. No. I'm just trying to stop Earth's foreign relations from imploding on week 1. For the sake of argument, let's say you piss off the Livox. The Federation will parade them around, using them as proof that you can't be allies with humanity.
And then we lose the undecided vote.
Exactly. There is too much at stake. For all of us. A soft beep indicated that the diagnostic was complete, and we returned our attention to the computer. A holographic avatar of the shuttle zoomed into the ship's underbelly. It highlighted a long pipe in blinking red. An auto-generated note indicated that cooling fluid was leaking. The shaft was nestled right next to the warp drive, so it didn't take an engineer to figure its purpose. That part of the ship was only accessible from the exterior. Fixing it would require a spacewalk. My immediate suspicion was that someone had tampered with the vessel, mainly because the pipe leaked just enough that it wouldn't cause immediate alarm, or breakdown in range of the Kolshian surveillance team. But they would have sabotaged us. What was their motive?
So it was the cooling system.
The human said calmly.
Stop the ship. I'll get a vac suit and try to patch her up.
I flicked my ears. No. You need to stay here and keep an eye on everyone.
Why?
I suspect foul play, deliberate damage. If it's one of the species on board, they could be trying to lure you off the ship. That way, they can check us all out without having to fight a predator. Noah squinted in confusion. It was refreshing that the ambassador didn't panic at the first hint of danger. His reaction was cool and calculating. The human lacked a full understanding of the situation, and I suspected he disliked the uncertainty more than the peril.
That makes zero sense. Who would do such a thing?
I don't know. That's what I want to find out. If our vessel went missing in no man's land with all of humanity's allies on board, you know who would foot the blame. He frowned.
Always me, isn't it?
I flicked my ears in acknowledgement. Noah shook his head in disgust. Unfortunately, humanity had no shortage of enemies within the Federation. The two of us needed to talk it over and work out anyone who could offer a possible angle. Ruling out the 5 species on board was our top priority, since they would be an immediate threat. Of course, it could be someone on Russell's ship. I wonder if they run into any trouble, or if this was only targeted at the human, I thought. I don't know where to start. I slammed a paw on the console, stressed at the prospect of ship-wide interrogation. There could be any number of parties involved. Someone inside or outside our group. An ally or an enemy. How do we even begin to narrow the field?
Let's start with who we think it couldn't be.
Noah growled.
Can we clear anyone on this ship? Someone we can account for, or are almost certain they're fine.
I trust Chauson.
Really? I don't know about him.
He's never been unkind to you, which is saying a lot.
That's exactly why he's suspicious, Tava. He's too nice. What if he's up to something?
The Zerrillians were the only ones to reach out before the vote. Also, as you know, we do an awful job of controlling our instincts. Chauson couldn't fake not being afraid of a predator. He pranced up to you while his head was dripping blood. The ambassador tapped his foot a few times and a touch of relief flickered in his brown eyes. It saddened me that mistreatment was so commonplace for him that normal interaction triggered alarm bells in his head. The Zerillian scientist was the only person I'd seen attempt to squash his instincts in his first meeting with a human. If we trusted Chauson, bringing him into the loop might not be the worst idea. 3 minds were better than 2, and he was intelligent enough not to jump to conclusions. Besides, someone needed to mend the cooling shaft damage. I would volunteer, except that with my technical know-how, I was more likely to make the warp core spontaneously combust. The fewer people know the true reason for our predicament, the better. Let's hope Chauson can keep his mouth shut when asked. Sharing my suspicions with the entire ship would only incite panic and lead to infighting and accusations. Knowing how paranoid some species were about predators, they would find the way to blame Noah, because obviously the nefarious human would cripple his ride home after weeks of imprisonment for some illusory goal. It made perfect sense. If you didn't think about it. I sighed. Do not tell anyone anything, other than that we're fixing a minor problem. I'm going to fetch Chauson. The human nodded. If anyone could sneak out deceit, he would be an observant predator like Noah. One way or another, we were going to get to the bottom of this debacle. I suppose it was too much to ask for these introductions to be smooth sailing and for Earth to attain some genuine allies without any hiccups. When I ascertained the responsible party, they were going to receive some harsh retribution, courtesy of the Human Venlil Alliance. Memory transcription subject: Dovanatava of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 4th, 2136. The shuttle halted a few parsecs short of Venlil space until the necessary repairs were complete. This delayed tacked hours to our travel time, but none of the other options were reasonable. If the drive overheated, the ensuing explosion would bring about our swift demise. I wondered how the passengers reacted to our sudden stop, and my refusal to explain any details. Jawson hadn't taken any convincing to come to our aid, even after he processed the murky truth. He was pacing back and forth now, pink tongue warming out of his mouth. With his quadrupedal stature, the Zerurian barely surpassed the human's knee. Noah was biting his lip, and I assumed the Pirata was holding back a reaction to the adorable scientist. Now was not the time to divulge our wrinkle to our new friend, especially when that furry guy was the potential ally we were most optimistic about. I sorted through the shape-conforming vac suits, picking our one designed for small quadrupeds. Strong magnets fixed a standardized toolbox to one sleeve, serving out a few science specials prepared Chaucer for basic repairs. Thanks again for helping us. Do you think this is something you can handle? I asked.
I'll do my best, Tava.
The Zerurian wiggled into the suit, baring his teeth in discomfort. The fabric must feel restricting in all the wrong places.
We only need it to hold together long enough to get a few parsecs. Let's just try to minimize the stress on the warp drive.
Slow and steady, I confirmed. And remember, this is our secret. We don't want anyone else getting wind of this.
You really think it's someone here? Why would they damage a ship they're on with a,
Noah rolled his arboreal eyes.
Predator, it's okay, you can say it.
Jawson winced.
Yeah. I don't see the logic of that plan.
If everyone were logical, this all would have been much easier, I responded. It's just a possibility for now. Honestly, it's more likely that it's someone outside this group, but some people would sacrifice themselves in a heartbeat to fight flesh-eating monstrosities.
I can feel the love.
The human growled.
You'd be better off to seek respect rather than love.
Jawson struggled with his headgear, fumbling with the clip.
Love can be quite the fleeting emotion, you know.
The quadruped flicked his ears with annoyance, and Noah helped him click the helmet into place. Those opposable thumbs were more useful than most species' toes and claws. I was impressed by how fast the Terran picked up on alien non-verbal cues, given how little he had actually been told. The Zerurian gave the tether on his chest a final tug, ensuring it was fastened. He shimmered into the crawl space, and there was a click as the emergency airlock unsealed. Left alone with me, Noah's composition dissolved. A smile tugged at his lips, and he allowed a fawning look into his gears.
Oh, seeing Jawson dressed up in a spacesuit with those little teddy bear ears. Tava, my heart feels real fuzzy.
The ambassador declared. Amusement flavoured in my sternum. No clue what a teddy bear is. I guess Venlil aren't key to you anymore if we've been replaced so easily.
Don't go getting all jealous on me now. Am I not allowed to think the entire galaxy is cute?
You think the Arcs are cute?
Damn you. You know that wasn't what I meant.
You said the entire...
I know what I said. And honestly, maybe baby Arcs are cute. We think pretty much any youngling is cute. Even the mean or obby ones.
You've got to be shitting me. You're really doubling down on that?
I am. What are you going to do about it?
A chuckle twirled from my chest, picturing the predator cooing at baby reptilians. That would be stretching their nurturing instincts a little too far for my liking. Humans' fierce protectiveness of their offspring was something I noticed in their earliest transmissions. It would be interesting to meet a little primate. Despite their eyes, their innocence and enthusiasm looked endearing. It's wonderful that Noah and I's friendship is so easygoing and that we can mess around now. He would have apologized for the implication before this trip instead of recognizing that I was kidding. I gave the human a playful headbutt. I'm going to make us focus on potential culprits. We need to go over the list of species on board pronto. With any luck, we can clear most of them. Maybe all of them.
Fine.
Noah's grin dissolved and the teasing edge leapt from his intonation.
Let's start with the Mazik. Even as a reluctant ally, I doubt he'll ever like me.
It was tough to reconcile President Trupo's ridicule during Noah's speech with the potential of friendship. The human had attempted to push any past incidents off, fielding his critical questions in our voyage with aplomb. At least the Mazik was touching on genuine topics and listening to the given responses. Still, mistrust flowed from Trupo at every turn. He stated himself that his vote stemmed from the Federation's desperation against the Arxer alone. There was little more dangerous than a man with nothing left to lose. Not to mention that Noah's first thought was that the president was only partaking in this foray to stir up trouble. The Mazics would be my prime suspect if it weren't for the fact that their figurehead was present in the flesh. Surely a planetary leader would send a stand-in to carry out devious plans. Why would he cause disruption to his planet's governance other than as a show of good faith? Kupo came himself, I replied. It would be like me going on a suicide mission. I wouldn't be the first candidate the Venlo proposed.
Leadership is important, I suppose, but that isn't the full exoneration. Alright. What about the Nivox?
I'm just picking the ones you don't like first.
So what if I am?
The Nivok representative put on quite the performance for the Predator, perhaps with the belief that playing up to a derision would impress him. Tossa's haughtiness had the opposite effect, though. Her ability to quarrel with Noah suggested either she was brave, or the heated dislike was mutual. Predetermined hate was a fine motive to ensure human diplomacy failed. However, the Nivok government had more to gain from trade than most other species, but the Terrans would be creating more ships than anyone in their rush to fortify their fleet. A lucrative defense contract could keep them sated for years. War was profitable for manufacturing powers. I think Tossa dislikes Lolo more than you, I snorted. The Novok Imperium are using you for economic benefit if you hadn't already figured that out. They don't accomplish anything from getting us all stranded in space. Noah scratched his chin.
But what if they did get something? What if someone like the Kirkoshal paid them off?
While the Nivoks could be bribed, their price would be steep enough that you could buy a whole colony instead. But if I were an outside actor, I'd do it myself, or find a cheaper entity to do my bidding.
It doesn't have to be their government, Tava. You could be a rogue actor, a single person who was swayed and broke with official policy. We don't have to assign blame to an entire species.
Sure, but I think you just wanted to be the Nivoks, so that you can gag their diplomat.
That is a baseless accusation.
Right. I'm just going to move on. That just leaves the Sivkit and the Yoto. It would be simpler to make a determination about Axley if we had gotten more than a sentence out of her this whole trip. She displayed more skittishness than the rest of us combined. What if that extreme terror stemmed from concerns of the Predator catching her treachery? That, or her pre-existing fear had driven her to act against humanity. However, her open cowardice didn't mesh with the profile of a martyr or fanatic. I'd expect a little more hatred and reproach from such an enemy after witnessing the sadistic behavior of Sovlin. Though it was a long shot, it would satisfy me if the humans captured that officer during their war. I wouldn't blame the UN for executing the Gajid on the spot. If Sovlin somehow survived, I'd want him tried in our court for throwing a wounded Venlil in a filthy cage with a predator. Not that Marcel was ever going to eat Slanek, but that was the captain's intent. That's attempted murder. Noah tilted his head.
Right now, the only thing the Sivkits are guilty of is a poor choice of personnel.
But that's a bit harsh. Everyone cooks with Thea differently. I pinned my ears against my head, recalling how disastrous first contact was. My diplomatic advisor passed out at your initial smile, but now he loves humans. Actually might warm up to you too.
Actually.
That's her name.
Gotcha. Now, onto the Yoto.
I sensed the marsupial was Noah's favourite. That said, of the species on board, Uplifts had the most to gain from a ploy. Outfoxing a predator was the ultimate display of intellect. It would be the swiftest way to silence any primitive jabs. This sabotage could be a calculated risk to garner respect from some Federation peers. Come to think of it, Lalo was the one who blurted out that the curling shaft was the culprit. The fact that it was just as he said was an oddity of itself. That he hadn't wavered while being discredited and badgered by his colleagues was even stranger. Either the Autolot familiarized himself with mechanical noise to impress the human, or he had known about the pipe's defectiveness prior. That alone is pretty incriminating. I'm surprised I didn't catch onto that sooner. The puzzling bit was why Lalo would offer that information if he was responsible. Someone who was setting up a drive explosion shouldn't want that problem rectified before he paid dividends. The Uplift might have known that a diagnostic would reveal the issue and decided to cut his losses. He could always move on to plan B. My tail drooped between my legs. How did the Otul know what the issue was immediately?
Well, just because he's an Uplift doesn't mean he's an idiot.
I didn't say that, Noah. Every other passenger, including myself and you, had no idea. We've been on ships our whole adult lives.
It could be a lucky guess. Maybe Lalo's studying to be a mechanic. We haven't talked about our personal aspirations.
Even then, there wasn't a trace of doubt. He stated it as fact, not preceded by an "I think" clause. It was like he knew he was right. The Predator was quiet, and I sensed him replaying the exact words in his head. Noah's disappointment was obvious. Protecting the Auto was the most passion I'd seen from the ambassador since his desperate plea on the Federation floor. Humanity would love to take a fledgling species under their wing and explore the galaxy together. My friend cursed and slammed his fist into a wall. The human bent over at once, clutching that hand to his stomach. His binocular eyes were narrowed to slits while his teeth were on full display. His uncontrolled breathing was animalistic, punctuated by furious grunts. Was the Terran still in control during this fit of predatory rage? My instincts shadowed my consciousness for the first time in a while. I'd never seen sweet Noah like this. It took all of my willpower to step forward and place a shaking paw on his arm. "You're hurting yourself more than the war," I squeaked. "He doesn't feel pain."
I know that.
His lips twitched as he nursed his injured hand.
But fuck. I don't want it to be Laulor. The Otto were a newer species who don't have historic prejudices against us.
"We don't know it's him. Let's not overreact."
But you were right. It doesn't make sense how he knew with such confidence from that one sound. Why is the whole galaxy so unfair? Everyone is so fucking hateful.
Silence was my answer, as much as I wanted to offer soothing words. I didn't know how to handle an angry human, or at what point they presented a threat to those around them. It was possible that my intended response would exacerbate the problem. Trusting Noah to calm down on his own might be best. I took a deep breath and turned my back to the furious human. It felt wrong to leave myself unguarded, at least while he was in attack mode. Forcing my eyes open, I searched through a mini-fridge. There was no ice, but hopefully a cold water pouch would suffice. The burning in my chest eased once I stood upright, and the predator was back in my vision. My claws wrapped around Noah's wrist, gluing me into his racing pulse. The ambassador allowed me to move the aching hand, and it slackened in my grip. I gently pressed the water container to his knuckles. At least that would ease any physical pain.
Thanks, Taba. Sorry for blowing up in your face.
The human's dilated eyes met mine for a moment before he looked away.
And I have your support, don't I?
"Always," I whispered.
Good. Now let's get back to the others before Kupo barges in here asking a million questions. Jawson's going to be a while.
"We're not going to detain Launlo, or at least interrogate him."
If I tie up the Auto now, how are the others going to react? My explanation won't matter. This needs to be handled quietly. It's better to act somewhere that we're in complete control.
Fair point. I can pull him off to the side when we land on Venlo Prime. The Predator offers his uninjured hand, and I accepted it with an eye roll. Mischief played in his brown irises as his fingers intertwined with my claws. One nail tickled the fur right under my paw pad, which caused me to yank my limb back. A hint of a smirk tugged at his face as the affectionate moment of solidarity was ruined. I pointed toward the control room exit. "Start walking, or I'm going to start calling you Predator Noah too." His eyebrows shot up.
You wouldn't.
"Oh, I would. Right in front of your dear friend, Tosser. Test me."
Fine. I'm going now.
Noah's strides were poised and confident, a far cry from the raving beast I saw minutes ago. I followed him into the cabin, and our return caused the guests to break off their discussions. Actually, had been speaking with Kupo, but she skittered away at the human's return. She couldn't keep doing this for the entirety of her visit. There were going to be hundreds of UN personnel on site when we docked.
Welcome back, Ambassador Noah.
Naldo yipped.
Thanks. You were right about the coolant shaft.
The Predator's tone was light with false cordiality, and he settled across from the marsupial.
Quite clever deduction. We'll be back up and running within the next few hours, I hope.
The uplift flicked his ears in acknowledgement. Under the human's watchful eye, I trusted that the Otto couldn't pull off any shenanigans. We just needed to maintain a facade of normalcy for a little longer, before we could press our suspect on his involvement. Part of me hoped that our theory was wild speculation, that it could be disproved for Noah's sake. After our lengthy ordeal, both of us were beset by paranoia. I hoped this investigation wouldn't dampen the Terran reception to their new friends. If nothing else panned out, the Xyrillians looked like they might be better neighbors than us. This could still be a positive endeavor overall, that would lend humanity a diplomatic foothold within the galaxy. We didn't have to let one rotten food spoil the barrel.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized human time, October 6th, 2136. There were no signs of life or civilization nearby. The cinders of a blaze rested off to my side. An orange glow clinging to the black dust. A charred Gajee corpse was draped over the ashes, with the spaces between its skeleton hauled out. It was as though some predator had cleaned the flesh off its carcass. How had I gotten here? My hind legs were tied to a pole behind me, while my forepaws were fastened to one ahead of me. Warmth brushed against my stomach, and my attention was drawn to its source below. A quick glance revealed a pit of hungry flames on sandy earth, stoked by a wooden heap. Fuck, I'm next. Someone is trying to eat me alive and giving warm blood a whole new meaning. What if this is the Arxer? Every instinct encouraged me to scream, but my voice had stopped working. It felt like swimming through cement. Motions lagged seconds behind my brain signals. My claws tried to move, either to cut through the ropes or thrash about, but as my vision lighted upon the curved appendages, they began to peel off my paws. Growling echoed behind me, and a bipedal shape moved within a mass of shadows. It was more rounded and graceful than any Arxer. At first, all I could see of it was the reflection of flame in its pupils. Given that its hideous gaze mirrored light directly toward me, I knew those were predator eyes. Panic constricted my throat, and the thin veneer of logic dissipated. The creature stepped out of the shadows, baring its yellowed teeth. That sinewy form, sporting only small clumps of hair, jarred my memory. Everything I knew about humanity, including my decision to remand myself to their custody, came rushing back. That rumbling noise was laughter. They were amused by our helplessness and naivety. Hundreds more humans emerged from the darkness encircling me. I was right about these hairless freaks from the beginning. Now that their ruse had taken hold, they were going to wipe out the last Khajiit refugees for laughs. The first predator twisted the crank on the spit, and my support began to descend toward the fire. Recognition flashed through my mind, picking out the green markings on his arm. It was that UN guard, Carlos. I tried to elevate my torso, but I was sinking lower by the second. Stop! Please! Words finally tumbled from my throat, a stream of panicked whimpers. Carlos! Why are you doing this? Humans! You don't want to do this. Carlos!
Sovlin, I'm not doing anything.
The fellow predator's voice replied, though I never saw his lips move.
Wake up.
An invisible touch jostled my shoulders, and I jolted upright in a cramped bunk. My heart was racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Panic made it impossible to think straight. I swiped my claws in a wide arc, aiming for the blurry shape in my periphery. A gravity curse reverberated through the air, and the human sprang back with lightning-quick reflexes. Carlos raised his hands in front of him, inching toward the door. The primate's eyes fitted to his holster, which sat on his hip. I blinked in confusion, realizing I was back on a Terran military ship. My claws were still in one piece, and nobody had taken a bite out of me while I was sleeping. It was a nightmare. Probably the result of my brain trying to process my attitude shift toward humans. My subconscious was clinging to the notion that these predators were twisted and rapacious. The fire thing might have come from Terran soldiers toasting s'mores in the cafeteria last night. I closed my eyes and attempted to steady my breathing. Sorry, bad dream, I sighed. The human narrowed his eyes.
I can tell. You said my name. What was I doing?
You were roasting me over a fire and laughing while I burned alive.
That's absurd. Sam and I are here to babysit you, not to host a bonfire.
I struggled to my feet, using the bed frame for support. The predators had brought me on board as a tactical advisor for their mission to liberate the Khajiit cradle. The UN crew on the bridge gave the distinct impression that they resented my presence. Several officers shot me nasty looks when I was introduced. Captain Monaghan, who was the ship's commander, warned her men not to take justice into their own hands.
I know many of you have strong feelings on Sovlin, but he's a valuable asset against the enemy.
She had barked.
He knows their weak points, their tactics, and the terrain we're heading into. If anyone lays a finger on him, and it gets back to me, I will have you shit-canned so fast your head will spin.
That made it quite evident to me that my crimes had been broadcasted across Earth. Carlos had done his best to keep me isolated from the human personnel, while Samantha told me to shrug off any taunts by soldiers in passing. I had made a few attempts to engage in personal conversation with my guards. They seemed to make a point of pulling out their phones and ignoring my questions while I tried. I was just curious about what a Terran's life was like, but it was obvious they wanted to shut down any semblance of friendship. It wouldn't surprise me if chatting with a criminal would put them at odds with their associates. The last thing I wanted was to disrupt the group cohesion prior to battle. My commentary needed to be strictly professional and stick to the grays. I apologize that my dream was about you, and for my subsequent reaction, I muttered. I will try not to sleep for a while. Carlos blinked.
You don't have to not sleep, Sovlin.
Well, I'm sorry for waking you up.
You didn't. I was about to rouse you to go to the bridge anyways. Captain wants everyone at their stations. We're about to walk within detection range of your system.
I scampered toward the exit at those words, not wanting to miss a chance at drawing arcs of blood. Carlos's lips curved up slightly with a snarl on his face. He looked ravenous. He escorted me out the door, whisking me down a dimly lit corridor. Dozens of unfamiliar predators were padding toward their assignments without a lick of fear before the looming battle. Many of their faces looked hardened and intimidating. Thunderous chatter carried through the hallway as we approached a bend in the path. We jogged down a small staircase to our right, which deposited us into the bridge. Captain Monaghan was seated in a central chair, swiveling it toward the viewport. I recognized Samantha among a group of soldiers comparing sensor data with projections. There was no stone left unturned, and no post left unmanned. Humans were built for this. They adjusted to the medium of space warfare with unnatural speed. They were the only people I had ever seen mirror my excitement to draw arcs of blood. Fear pulsed through my veins, but this time it was mixed with reverent awe.
All plasma weapons charged, Mom. Targeting systems on standby.
A voice growled at the weapons station. Monaghan nodded.
Excellent. Sensors, report.
230 confirmed hostiles on tracking.
Came a reply from the respective cluster.
No signs of active combat or any remaining UN or Gajid friendlies. The Grey still appear to be engaged in a bombing campaign.
Any Arxa vessels keeping watch? If we see them, they see us.
About 40 ships scattered about the inner perimeter. I've sent a trajectory course to navigations that'll direct us through their weakest link.
Good. The entire UN fleet made the jump safely. They'll divert a few ships to covering our 6 while we blitz Hellfire on those bastards.
The bridge communication was so calm and professional, like it was down to a science. There was no question in orders or emotions mixed into their exchange. Judging by the simulations I saw at my initial briefing, the Terran player was to concentrate fire on the older Arxa models. Then, they were going to use their swifter ships as decoys, drawing the staunchest defenders out of position. Carlos ushered me to a chair at the weapons station within the captain's earshot. Our vessel dropped out of warp before we could be stunned by any anti-FTL weapons. Dozens of allies shimmied into position around us, cruising at various angles and headings. A golden gas giant rested to one side, and its gravitational field might cause disruption to the enemy's readings. A sensor on us piped up again.
Mom, several Arxa patrols are trying to pinch us on the rear flank. Closing fast.
All according to the plan. Continue ahead.
My peoples focused on the space behind us, where several Terran ships branched off on intercept courses. The reptilians attempted to nail them with long-range missiles, but the clever monkeys deployed interceptors as countershot. A stream of plasma spouted from the humans' railguns, bright and dazzling. Impressive as it looked, the efficiency was doubtful when an enemy wasn't in visual range. Even predators can't line anything up from that distance. Are they just trying to make the Arxa flinch? That skirmish faded into the backdrop, becoming no more than dots on my sensor overlay. Our trajectory was a straight shot to my homeworld, and that meant facing the vessels bombarding it. I believed that the humans would greet the Arxa with a ferocity they'd never seen before. The bristling of my spine intensified as I recalled the videos of the Greys snatching Gajids off the streets. The Terran and Gajid ships that engaged the enemy were vanquished by now, succumbing to an overwhelming force. Returning with reinforcements was our final hope. But what could we save of our society? All of our landmarks and cities have been pummeled into oblivion. My thoughts strayed to the UN soldiers on the surface, who fought tooth and nail for our civilians. The ones who missed their extraction were fucked, for lack of a better word. I wondered if a handful of humans had gotten to a bunker and were trying to wait out the storm. Would Gajids even allow a predator to hunker down in their shelter?
They definitely see us.
The census technician hissed.
52 ships and counting, breaking off from the bombing formation. All our men intercept heading toward the fleet.
A navigations officer looked to the captain.
Shall we alter our course?
Captain Monaghan scowled.
Negative. All stations prepare to engage.
The viewport magnified a small blip, and an angular behemoth appeared on screen. Its design catered to packing as many explosives on board as possible. I wished I could be more useful than a spectator parked at the weapons station. The humans around me weren't taking my advice as I had hoped, but I worried that piping up might be taken as criticism. The officers around me were lining up a plasma beam with the hostiles' nose using AI assistance. While structural damage would be a plus, it wasn't the crippling knockout they were seeking. The precious time we spent reloading could give the Arxa time to pelt us with missiles. One human held a closed finger over the firing trigger and waited for the go-ahead. "You're targeting the wrong spot." The words slipped out of my mouth and a few irritated gazes landed on me. I didn't know how anyone could get used to their paralyzing stares. You could do more damage elsewhere."
"Sit down and shut up."
A primate to my right sneered, wrinkling his nose. I believe I overheard a cohort calling Oliver.
"You're fucking lucky we don't use you as bait."
Captain Monaghan raised a hand.
That's enough. Speak up, Sovlin. You're here to offer insight.
"You're trying to knock out propulsion or ventilation, like your briefing said. Which, your intelligence is right. That's the play for most ships. But this is a heavy bomber."
And?
She pressed. "It's bursting to the seams with explosives. You heat it anywhere in its belly, and it'll go up in flames. Much cleaner."
"How do we know he's not trying to trip us up? Get us killed?"
The disdainful Oliver shouted. My nostrils flared with indignation. I would never help the Arxa. It can't be that hard to believe that I want those fuckwits to fry. The captain drummed her fingers on an armrest, reminding me of my behaviour with claws. Monaghan was debating whether to trust me with the lives of their crew, even if my counsel was a good idea on paper. With the Greys coming in hot, there were only seconds to reach a decision. I was a variable to her, someone who until days ago would cheer if this entire ship was terminated. Now I see humans as people, or at least I'm trying to. But I wouldn't believe that from me in their position.
Lower our heading and fire a shot as quick as possible. Target the center of its underside.
She growled.
Sovlin, if you're wrong about this, I'm going to throw you in a deep dark hole for a long fucking time.
A falling sensation permeated the artificial gravity as the warship rapidly altered its course. The weapons station heeded the orders despite any crewmates' extraneous options. They selected the approximate coordinates and dispatched a plasma beam in quick succession. The Archer ship's approach carried it within weapons range, and it launched a slew of missiles toward us. The humans' power was committed to weapons, not shields. We didn't have enough time to raise them and stabilize our defenses. The Terrans veered sharply to one side, and I prayed the projectiles would avoid clipping us. The energy from our railgun closed the distance with formidable speed, sizzling across the sky. Our plasma volley arrived before the Ark's munitions, punching into the missile bay. Explosions rocked its insides and set off a chain reaction that culminated with the drive. Premature cheers came from the humans as our opponent was reduced to a sea of shrapnel. While I was satisfied with my own knowledge, the Grey's destruction didn't stop the inbound explosives. Our hull creaked from the strain of our evasive maneuver. The missile indicators practically overlapped with our ship. My heart pounded in my ribcage. One by one, the flashing dots slipped past us, avoiding contact with the extensive vessel. It was only then that I allowed myself to celebrate our first triumph. Standing on a bridge with these predators felt good for some strange reason.
Nice call, Sovlin.
Captain Monaghan bared her teeth, which made me shudder.
We'll make a note of that ship class. Thanks for the heads up.
Don't mention it. Like I said, I want those monstrosities dead.
All of them dead is the plan.
Those words were music to my ears. Was it too much to hope for my planet and my galaxy to be cleansed of merciless filth? The Arksa deserved to have their own tactics lobbed against them. There wasn't enough suffering in the world for our nemesis, but I would settle for a long list of casualties. The human vessel ploughed ahead, continuing to make headway toward the Gajid cradle. Scoring a victory today would be the kind of morale booster Earth needed, and for the first time in a while, I thought the Federation might have a chance in the war. We had our own predators now.
Memory transcription subject. Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 6, 2136. The way the humans maneuvered through space was like a bird of prey, swooping down on its intended target. It was a graceful and emotionless flight as I watched the blues and tans of my planet come into focus. Those in the UN fleet who shrugged off their assailants fell into position and began to coordinate their next targets. Meanwhile, the dogged Arksa were forming ranks across the globe. They had no intent of relinquishing their position to a few primitives. Every sort of ammunition imaginable was ready to be lobbed at the first UN ship to stray too close. The Terrans weren't foolish enough to approach the reptilians directly, instead, charting their course off to one side. Our nimble ships then hooked sharply back toward the fray with surprising maneuverability. I'm surprised the Terrans specced into speed. It's clear they tweaked whatever Venlo building blocks they got their hands on. The furless predators at our weapon station were growling over which enemy to take on. An indicator blinked red on my data feed as the humans singled out the weakest link. I squinted at the viewport, studying their selection. The enemy ship's exterior had lost its shine, and its armor didn't look as thorough as its companions.
Deploy missiles on target and follow it up with everything our railguns got.
Captain Monaghan's voice pierced the air, booming and authoritative.
Divert all power to shields as soon as they get a shot off.
Carlos tapped me on the shoulder.
Hold on, we could be in for a rough ride. Let's hope our new developments in ablative armor pay off.
We ran towards our intended target, which seemed to be tracking us as well. A spray of kinetics battered our exterior, though they did little more than superficial damage. Terran ship design diverged slightly from the Federation, which meant the Greys haven't lowered down the weaknesses. The primates held much more intelligence about the Arksa than the other way around. Around us, UN ships were careening into the fray with guns blazing. Pockets of fire littered the space in our periphery. I couldn't tell who was suffering more losses in this initial confrontation. The clash of two species of equal ferocity could only mean carnage. The bombing of the cradle ground to a halt at least, as every ship was drawn away to address the vicious humans. The fact that a large-scale conflict with apex predators is even close is a damn miracle. It's easy to forget the Earthlings developed FTL a few months ago, I mused. Imagine how indomitable they could be, given a few hundred years of practice. A scary thought. Amidst my musings, our spacecraft pelted its opponent with a flurry of missiles. Prompt pod defenses took out most of our firepower, but a handful detonated against the Arx's armor. The rival ship struggled to regain its bearings and was unable to return fire with its own munitions. While dazed and possibly with navigational troubles, its defenses had shrugged off our initial assault. The dilapidated Arx vessel peeled back toward one of its compatriots seeking backup. I could feel the roar of our engine as we gave chase at full speed. The technicians at the weapon station were racing to get the shot off. Obliterating the Greys with plasma would be a stylish finish. The enemy sensed that they were about to be nailed by the railgun and yanked their nose skyward. The humans failed to compensate for the change of course, and our plasma stream missed the mark by a wide margin. The reptilians were emboldened after skirting our heavy blow. They knew we would have to reload. Worse, they succeeded in drawing a partner's attention, and this late joiner was a newer Arxa model.
Raise shields.
The Terran captain barked.
Switch over to kinetics. Full speed toward the UNS Lovecraft.
Our flight took on an erratic path as the engines were pushed to their limit. The state-of-the-art fresh Arxa partner had no trouble keeping pace with us, even at our maximum speed. This was back to what they were used to, chasing an enemy that knew they were beaten. The human predators were on their heels, like everyone else. The Terrans sent off bursts of kinetic bullets despite knowing full well that the Grey's shields would absorb their punch. Right now, we needed to buy time to find our own backup. It couldn't hurt to throw everything in our arsenal at them. My sensors told me that both Arxa ships had us target locked, and that couldn't be a good omen. On screen, the Allied UNS Lovecraft moseyed toward us. The flashy blue crest on its hull demonstrated it wasn't designed for camouflage. The rectangular ship, which seemed to boast retractable doors, suggested it could be transporting smaller craft. This human ship was an unseemly clump of mass and guns. A layer of paint didn't hide that it was a predatory prowler. Some of their ships are definitely modified Van Lille models, but this one, this screams humanity, I thought. A census technician glanced at the captain.
The computer suggests the second Arctic hostiles' railguns are charged. Evasive maneuvers are infeasible.
Understood.
Manan replied, her voice icy calm.
Brace for impact.
My claws sank into the armrest and nerves bubbled in my chest. Why were the humans not showing more alarm? An imminent threat on their lives should at least rattle anyone with a trace of sanity. I knew that these predators could feel fear from Marcel's responses to me. Plasma snaked toward us, hungry to devour our metallic shell. The white-hot blur plowed into an aft hangar. At least that's where the sensors registered the impact. My arm was nearly jerked out of its socket as the force reached the bridge. The overhead light snapped off from an electrical short circuit, and baseboard lighting provided an eerie glow. The predators that were standing found themselves on the ground. A few of the unfortunate crewmates face-planted and hobbled off to mend their injuries. Alarms warned that structural integrity was compromised. Atmosphere was venting from the rear sector, which would require repairs if we survived this battle.
UNS Rocinante, you alright?
A throaty voice crackled from the speakers. Captain Monahan surveyed the bridge.
Still in one piece, Lovecraft. We could use a hand.
You heard the lady,
came the reply.
Let her rip, boys.
Our ship staggered down to avoid getting in their line of sight. The Lovecraft powered up twin railguns on its broad hull, undeterred by the energy demands. I doubted they could command the same power as a sole armament. The humans must believe wounding an enemy in two places offset that drawback. The newfangled Arxa wisened up to the peril a bit late. By the time it slowed its pace, Terran plasma was already in transit. Two simultaneous beams blazed scars on both flanks, connecting with several key systems. The drive plume flickered out altogether, which meant our foe was out of commission. UN pilots steered the Lovecraft toward the original Arxa and deployed missiles on target. With that monstrous warship on our side, confidence was restored within the bridge. Several humans' eyes glowed with anticipation of the kill. These predators smelled blood. While the aged vessel was preoccupied with the inbound parcel, the weapons station coaxed our ship's railgun back online. A plasma beam barreled toward its target with perfect aim, magnetically accelerated by my devious partners. My instincts told me that the enemy was toast before it arrived. Some intuition sensed that the momentum had shifted in our favor, and the Terrans didn't need a second chance to capitalize. Fire seared atop the enemy's armor, and its integrity collapsed. The scorched metal split open from side to side, leaving the ship powerless and immobilized. With its weapon systems knocked offline, the Arxa couldn't deploy interceptors against the Lovecraft's missile barrage. The vessel exploded in an orange burst, churned into metallic residue and fragments.
That'll leave a mark,
came the gloating comment from our allies.
We're off to respond to another distress signal. Smooth sailing.
Captain Monahan offered her thanks over the comms before reviewing the damage to our vessel. It wasn't quite as extensive as I would expect. There were some nasty wounds across the ship's body. but all major systems were functional. As long as there were no issues funneling power to weapons and propulsion, we were still in the fight. The human officers straightened.
Nerves, bring us closer to the planet. Our structural integrity is weakened, so we're going to play a supporting role.
I lowered my head for a moment, trying to cleanse some of the fear chemicals from my system. The exhilaration of killing the Axa was lost beneath raw sensation. The burning in my chest was making it difficult to breathe, as if I was walking the line with cardiac arrest. While the predators breathing down my neck were dangerous and untamed, I was thankful they were at the helm. A human split-second decision-making under duress was clearly better than mine. Our brush with death struck more fear into my heart than any of the surrounding crewmates. And you're considered exceptionally brave at home, I mused. I suppose keeping it together enough to function is what we consider stoicism. Our vessel curved a winding path through the battlefield, avoiding a solo confrontation with any lurking Axa. It was sobering to see that several dozen UN indicators had flickered out on our sensors. I hoped those measurements were erroneous, or that each Fallen had at least taken 2 enemies with them. The good news was that we had numbers. That advantage was minimized in clashes involving the Federation, and fleets often fell into disarray at the first sign of incoming fire. A bold charge like the Terrans were attempting was nigh unthinkable. We lost the psychological war before we ever thought of the physical one.
The sensors. Pick out an enemy that's showing signs of critical damage.
Captain Monaghan nodded at the viewport, a thoughtful look on her face.
We don't want anyone to limp off and nurse their wounds.
On it!
The technician answered. My eyes turned toward the cradle, and homesickness burgeoned in my chest. Beneath the tranquil blue exterior, I knew the ground was ashen and lifeless. The Axa ships gliding above the atmosphere menaced the skies. They were locked in combat with the humans now, but if our mission failed, they would return to their bombing in a heartbeat. A dark rectangular object which burned away from the planet's glow caught my attention. There was only one Axa ship that would flee from the heart of battle. My heart sank into my stomach, and I realized which target the Terrans had to choose. It was a small mercy for the souls on board. I leapt to my paws, ignoring the bile rising in my throat. Terminate the hostile labeled A9241 on your sensors, please. It's on an ascent course departing from the cradle.
Hold on. Why that particular ship?
Monaghan asked. I met her steely gaze. It's a cattle ship. It cannot be allowed to leave the system.
Put those Grajids out of their misery. I beg you.
There are innocent hostages on that ship. We don't kill civilians whenever it's possible to avoid it.
But there are fates much worse than death. Humans, please tell me you're logical enough to understand. There are children on there, and I know you care for them. You're saving hundreds of people from an existence you cannot imagine. The captain studied her own readout and waved the first officer over for a brief conference. I didn't know what she was discussing with him. It was an easy decision to me. Their hushed words gave the Greys time to get away. Maybe these predators did have stunted morality if they couldn't discern the lesser evil here. Forget the letter of the law. Monaghan's head snapped up.
Sovlin, how many Archer do you expect are on board?
I don't know. It's not like anyone's ever been on one of their ships, I growled. But, their landing parties are usually around 2 to 3 dozen per group.
That seems manageable. I'll put together a breach team and we'll send a shuttle to board them. All we need is to knock out propulsion so they're dead in the waters.
The proposition was so simple, yet it almost moved me to tears. I couldn't believe these savage beasts would attempt a rescue mission mid-battle at grave peril to their own personnel. From how the UN captain reacted, it was her first instinct. The thought hadn't crossed my mind to think of those Grajids as anything but gone. As the officers began assembling a flight crew, I realized there was a foundation of genuine trust forming. The idea that humanity would want the sapient livestock for themselves had barely crossed my mind. I'd begun to believe that this conquering species would help us, just as they had with our refugees. Captain Monaghan barked orders to the bridge personnel and began scrounging what energy they could for the plasma railgun. There was no time to await backup, and most UN ships were preoccupied regardless. The comm station notified all nearby friendlies of the cattle vessel, so that it wouldn't be shot down while we were trying to seize it. If reinforcements arrived down the line, that would be a bonus.
Sovlin, I'm going to offer my name for the boarding party.
Hatred radiated from Carlos as his gaze scorched toward the viewport.
I am a foot soldier after all. I'd like a crack at those grey freaks.
The humans' pent-up rage seeped out as they contemplated the terrorizing foe. Hunger trickled into their stances and snarls. I could almost feel its burning on through their veins. Wild, untapped anger spurred the primates to action and demanded retribution for the cruelty they perceived. They're channeling their predatory energy, but they're still in control of themselves somehow, even in hunting mode. I can't imagine the intrusive thoughts it puts in their heads. Our ship raced toward the Axis transport, gaining on the clunky object. Cattle vessels did have external weapons, but they were more limited than their warship counterparts. However, their internal armory wouldn't be deficient by any metric. They were equipped with the tools to eviscerate a city. This wasn't going to be an easy task for my human allies. "You're all so noble and fearsome," I growled. "Captain Monaghan, let me accompany your team. Please." The captain raised her eyebrows.
Why would I do that? So the only Federation asset we have can be KIA.
KIA?
Killed in action.
Oh, I won't get in your way. If you manage to figure those Khajiits, you'll need me to stop a stampede. They're not going to be in their right minds. You'll see why. Monaghan's rosy lips twitched and I could sense the unspoken question on her tongue. After witnessing our lack of composure during their initial landing, she wasn't sure I'd be in my right mind. It was a valid question, honestly. Charging through an enclosed space surrounded by accident gunfighting would break most Khajiits. The mere sight of binocular eyes pumped red through my veins and made my spines bristle. It was a constant effort to push that aside, that I could power through it in most cases. My fury toward the Greys had to be enough to override it. I tried to show my determination through teeth baring, raising my claws in a threatening manner. She sighed, rubbing her forehead.
Very well. Don't fuck this up. And, for the love of God, don't die.
Understood, Mom, I answered. Just, if the mission fails, please take out that ship. No matter who's on board.
They won't make it out of this system. Not on my watch.
A wave of livid excitement almost swept me off my feet as I eyed the cattle vessel in the viewport. Few people met an Arxer face to face and lived to tell the tale. Insertion into an enemy ship could end in complete catastrophe. Such a feat would be unheard of. My predatory companions either didn't realize or didn't care how risky their stunt was. The eager weapons station pinpointed their target and plasma arced across the void. My nostrils twitched with anticipation. I was raring to go, same as the predators. This role was a pitiful attempt to atone for my crimes, but at least I felt certain I was on the right side. Any way I could assist the humans, I was going to chip in. Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 6th, 2136. The bulletproof vest afforded to me by the predators was snug around my spines, but nearly fell off my shoulders. Its shape was not designed for the returned Khajiit species. The slender curvature of the human spine was a polar opposite, evolved for grace and flexibility. I knew the armor might save my life, but I wish I waited longer to don it. My bristles were being compressed at irritating angles, and the nearest soldiers seemed annoyed by my inability to sit still. The humans were sandwiched together in the shuttle, brushing shoulders with each other. I was glad to be at the end so I could lean toward the wall. Samantha traded places with Carlos halfway through the ride. She bore an obvious disdain for me, but the male guard had enough of my fidgeting. Many of the general's soldiers curled their lips in contempt as well. I wasn't winning any popularity contests with these predators. I was grateful we were only a minute out from the cattle vessel. Did we succeed at paralyzing the Arxer transport? I asked the female chaperone. Her eyelashes fluttered in annoyance.
Yes. Were you not listening to the damn announcements?
Relax, Sam. It was an innocent question.
Carlos sighed.
I'm sure he just zoned out.
You feel sorry for the racist war criminal?
A soldier called out. I saw a few humans nod their heads in agreement, which caused me to lower my gaze. There wouldn't be many tears shed by anyone other than the UN brass if the Arxer gunned me down today. Not that I blamed them. An honorable death wasn't the worst thing I could think of. Dying scared me more than death. I wish I had a weapon so I could actually help. I don't want to stay back and let them do all the fighting. Well, that's great news, I said, ignoring the jab. Can I have a gun? No! A chorus of voices answered in unison. I waved my claws dismissively. Worth a shot. The shuttle lurched beneath my paws and my vest pressed harder against my spines. There was going to be some light bruising tomorrow if I lived past this battle. Our craft latched onto an Arxer wing, attaching itself to the immobilized transport. We inched forward so that our airlock stood across from theirs. A vac-suited predator slipped into our emergency airlock and I strained to see his movements through the window. The Terranon filled the walkway on our side and floated across to the Arxer vessel with a gentle push. All that tied him to us was a thin rope on his waist. He tested the red lever with a feeble hand and confirmed that it wasn't locked. The human nodded to himself and used some sort of suction technology to adhere the tunnel to the enemy ship. His feet clicked onto the ground as the artificial gravity initiated. Once the corridor was sealed from the vacuum, he raised his thumb to the rest of us. I didn't understand the signal, but the others took it as a go-ahead. The UN soldiers trundled out of the ship, wielding massive rifles. While the predators possessed few natural gifts, they were saddled with a truckload of gear. Their warriors were clad head to toe in black armor, including a hard shell atop their heads. Once they shoved reflective goggles over their eyes, humans looked like homogeneous impassive machines.
Stick behind us, Sovlin.
Samantha rose to her feet, falling into the rigor of the pack.
We can't leave you here to get captured. Take cover and stay out of the way till you're needed.
Silence fell over our entourage as the primate crossed the cattle ship's threshold. I couldn't help but notice the human's slinking posture, as though they were stalking prey in a shaded forest. They were couched to a fraction of their normal height, with steps that were furtive and calculated. Their guns swiveled in every direction, searching for a target to pounce on. With a hint of reluctance, my paws followed them down the tunnel. There were some short bursts of gunfire as they pumped a few unprepared axes full of lead. I suppressed a chuckle, knowing it would make me seem deranged. The enemy would raise the alarm now, but I relished that we got the drop on them. My attention switched to the reptilian interior, taking mental notes of its facilities. The Federation would kill for intelligence like this. The atmosphere was musty, but the lighting was rich and plentiful. The hygiene of the enemy's ship surprised me as well. It didn't reek of rotten flesh or blood. I guess those savages understood basic disease transmission after all. We followed the entryway a few hundred paces before we reached a bend in the path. The team leader poked his head around the corner and immediately recoiled. A barrage of bullets decimated the wall where his shell cap poked out moments earlier. He ducked back behind cover, hugging his weapon to his chest.
8 or 9 hostiles arming themselves and taking positions,
he hissed.
They're waiting for us.
We have more numbers than that, but the Axer have a clear line of sight. They're going to nail us as soon as we advance. The human rolled a metal canister across the floor, which released a milky plume of smoke. Irritants dispersed through the hallway, and I squinted to see anything. There was no way the Axer could determine our position if I could barely see my clothes in front of me. Shrouded in the hairs of silver mist, the Terrans stepped out from behind their refuge. The Axer spread bullets in our direction, hoping to connect with something. These sounds helped the humans key in on their positions, and they spewed their own rounds back in return. Terrans seemed to fare better in low visibility with their remarkable adaptiveness. The silhouetted movement I glimpsed in the mist suggested a few Greers were hit. As the smoke dissipated, the primates sprang toward any makeshift shelter they could find. Carlos pulled me behind a supply cart and popped his gun over the top. Samantha sprawled on the floor beside him. Her hands were steady as she gazed down the scope and fired at an Axer attempting to fall back. I didn't know the Greers could retreat.
I imagine down that main staircase we'll find living quarters, the cattle pens and the bridge.
Samantha growled.
They don't want us to get to anything vital.
The female human stood to get a better look and inched forward to join another UN cluster. My eyes drifted to the Axer she shot, who was bleeding profusely. The enemy bastard was still twitching until another Terran soldier unloaded a clip into its head. That was overkill. But hey, I wasn't judging. Samantha caressed her rifle with a gloved hand and waved for Carlos and I to follow. Hesitant as I was to move, the handful of hostile survivors were regrouping with their brethren. The Terrans blinding every combatant caught the Axer off guard. It forced them to make concessions and await backup. The Greys haven't fought a true enemy in a long time, have they? I mused. They haven't been on the back foot for a second in this war. Our weakness has made them complacent. There was no sound from the presumed Axer position, and I guessed they were lying in wait. The UN contingent advanced with caution, creeping toward the stairway. Their boots glided across the metal as light as the patter of rain. Whether they were coached by instinct, training, or generational experience, I did not know. A grating voice rumbled over the PA.
Greetings, fellow hunters. I take it you don't appreciate that we, stole your catch.
Several human predators startled and their attention shifted overhead. My jaw almost dropped to the floor. The Axer never conversed so eloquently with us. We translated their dialects at first contact, but I couldn't remember them enunciating anything but vulgar threats in my lifetime. It was incredible that they had words for greetings or appreciate.
We would have offered to split the hole if we'd realized our intrusion sooner.
The Axer continued.
You made things much easier for us, and we're not entirely ungrateful. You already learned that Khajiits make excellent slaves, judging by your companion.
I bared my teeth, incensed that this monstrosity thought I was a human plaything. While I was a Terran prisoner, that was a far cry from servitude and degradation. There was nothing I had been forced to do. My presence on this mission was voluntary, and my treatment was fairer than I deserved. Carlos nudged me, pointing to a blinking red light on the ceiling. There was a camera tracking our movements and granting the enemy a full view of our advance. He raised only his middle finger, and several of his counterparts copied the gesture. I didn't understand what that meant either, but I guessed it was something hateful.
Go fuck yourselves,
the male guard shouted. Probably that. Note to self.
To be a young race again. Let's get that aggression out of our systems. Then, after, we should pull our resources to bring the lesser species to view.
The reptile sounded almost disappointed, as though it would enjoy a test of strength.
Anything else would be wasteful when our interests are aligned. As loathsome as sharing is, there's enough food to go around.
Did those demons just offer to ally with humanity against the Federation? My blood boiled at the thought. It had to be a trap, since everyone knew the Arxa were incapable of interspecies cooperation. They couldn't get along with themselves. The Greys were locked in a global bloodbath which jeopardized their world's survival when we found them. The prospect of the Terrans switching sides was unnerving all the same. The clawless omnivores haven't been welcomed into the galaxy with open arms. The lack of clarity from our factions meant threats could still reside within the Federation. Would humans view siding with monsters as the only way to save their Earth? Carlos thumbed down the camera lens with prejudice and answered the question for me. His knuckles were strained against the cloth coverings from being clenched around his rifle. The soldier at the advance's forefront raised a fist, and our posse shuffled to a halt astride of the staircase. Odds were, the enemy was gathering in the deck underneath us.
"Fire in the hole!"
a human voice declared. A human soldier lobbed a grenade into the open area, and we watched it clatter down the incline. The resulting explosion detonated atop any archer in the vicinity. I heard a gurgling scream, as if shrapnel hit one of the reptiles in the throat. My predatory allies moved down the first steps and followed it up with another explosive toss. That should be enough to get the enemy to move back. The primates bounded down the last of the staircase and jammed down their firing triggers. I followed Samantha's movement and tried to keep my head low. We took refuge behind a trash can in what appeared to be a mess hall. There were blood-speckled trays and reading materials left abandoned on the tables. What do you know? Eating sentient is a communal activity, I guess. Arcs of gunfire tapped the walls around us and took down several humans. Other Terrans stepped in as soon as they saw a counterpart felled, dragging them to safety. Attempts to stymie the bleeding looked hopeless in many cases, but their efforts were charged with emotion. It was mind-boggling how a Predator's warrior class could forge such deep bonds. How they could even think of their fellow man during the insanity of battle was beyond me. The amount of Arxa tickled every flighty urge in my DNA, and overstimulation made my head swim. This wasn't at all like my revenge fantasies. I was helpless without any weapon if one of them lumsed me. I could sense several reptilian eyes on me. From their vantage point, dinner just walked in front of a firing squad. Malicious snarls sent in my direction told me what they saw in my form. The humans, for all their unwanted teeth-baring, had never seemed so distracted by me. Stay calm, Sovlin. You head predators. You want them to burn, rot, and die in agony, I murmured. Samantha snorted.
Gee, thanks.
Not you. You're different.
Whatever you...
A stray bullet grazed the female's headgear. She sensed it clip her cap and fell back as a knee-jerk reaction. The soldier dragged herself back up against the waste bin with erratic breathing. After taking a moment to collect her wits, she worked to get her rifle situated. Guilt flashed through my mind, realizing my distraction almost killed her. Calling my guards friends would be a stretch, since that required a mutual respect. But they had become familiar faces, and I didn't wish for anything to happen to them. There had to be some way for me to help, rather than impede their progress. Carlos was coaxed a few paces deeper, using an upturned table as a shelter. Several UN soldiers were positioned there, coordinating fire. My eyes widened in alarm as I saw an Arxa duo attempting to encircle them. I shouted to warn the humans, but the deafening pops of gunfire drowned out my words. Panic fluttered in my chest as a reptile straightened its rifle. Sitting here and doing nothing wasn't an option. Samantha was too rattled from her encounter to react in time. The mangled Arxa corpse down by a grenade at the base of the staircase caught my eye. A crazy thought leapt into my head as I glimpsed the bloodied gun in its grip.
Sovlin, what the fuck are you?
The female human began. I dashed out behind cover and retraced my short steps into the room. The tile was slick with blood, which made traction a struggle. Prying the firearm from the beast's lifeless grasp, I tried to line up the shot. My heart was hammering at 1,000,000 parsecs an hour, and my pulse quivered too much to steady it. The lead Arxa fired off the first shot, nailing one of Carlos's companions in the back of the neck. The other humans whirled around, but they couldn't react in the half-second it would take to execute them all. Gritting my teeth, I tried to lock my wrists. I released several rounds, praying I wouldn't accidentally hit the Terrans. 2 of my 5 bullets nailed the first Arxa, and it crumpled to the floor. Its partner stumbled over the body, which gave the primate enough time to swivel around. An unfamiliar Terran blew its head off with panicked motion. Carlos turned his masked skull, looking for the source of the shots that served him. His gaze faced me as I scooted back to Samantha. The female snatched the firearm from my grip, tucking it under her arm. "You're really going to take the gun away?" I groaned. "I saved..." She offered a grudging sigh.
You saved Carlos's life.
I'm good at killing. For a Gajid. Let me help. Please.
Not a chance. Don't even think about pulling a stunt like that again.
I chewed in my claws and leaned back against the wall. Several human corpses were strewn about the entry point, suggesting many hadn't been as lucky as Carlos. These Terran soldiers were resilient, but it was evident Arx's marksmen had wicked accuracy. About half of our active allies appeared to be nursing injuries, which spoke to an unrivaled ability to persist through pain. Then again, I couldn't tell when crimson bloodstains were theirs or a comrade's. Regardless, our ranks weren't unscared. From what I could make out of the scenery, the Greys had suffered their fair share of casualties too. Their numbers were whittled down to 10 or so, by my estimation. The Yeoman warriors were starting to gain ground and flush the enemy out. I don't think the reptilians were prepared to fend off a larger contingent of predators. The hostile gunfire ceased without warning, and I tilted my head in bewilderment. A firearm skidded across the floor, followed by a series of others. A handful of Arxes rose to their full height, watching the primate's next move. The humans paused their barrage, suspicion glowing in their eyes. What in the name of the Protector was this?
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 6th, 2136. Resounding shouts coursed through the air as the humans rounded on the unarmed enemy. Most with some variants of a demand to lie on the ground. There was no question that this was an act of surrender. They were complying with the barked orders and cuffing themselves without any clear trickery. There was no snarling or sudden movements either. Perhaps this inexplicable behavior was because humans earned respect by whatever their twisted standards were. The primates' bellowing voices shook me to the core and clearly left no room for debate. Scaring the boarders away with bloodied fangs and piercing eyes hadn't been a viable tactic for a change. All the same, I didn't think the reptilians were capable of submission. The Federation never managed to capture a predator or reason with them. Appealing to mercy was an exercise in futility. Amusement seemed to be the only motive they needed to destroy our worlds. Accepting the Terrans as thinking people was one thing, but the Arxes were clear-cut in their villainy. I wonder what Captain Monaghan will do with the prisoners, I muttered. Samantha offered a non-committal shrug.
Not my call.
Not mine either, and that's probably a good thing.
Carlos bounded up to us, raising his goggles.
We're going to have some guys make sure they sit nice and pretty for now. Probably sedate them, take them as prisoners.
But if it was your call, what would you do? I asked.
I'd put them in the kettle pens, right where they belong,
he growled, a malicious gleam in his eyes.
I wondered if the Greys would taste like gator, or maybe they'd make a good pair of boots.
The bold-faced talk of eating another sentient left me taken aback. It wasn't something I thought humankind would contemplate, even for those monsters. I understood what Carlos was saying, though. That schadenfreude was something we had in common. The guard's statement was pushing a little far, but I was happy he was being more open with me. Maybe Carlos is grateful I saved his life. He seemed more friendly toward me. My eyes studied the Arx of prisoners, but they would still look hideous as boots. Also, I wouldn't want my paws touching their skin. How defiling.
Well then, what would you do with them, Sovlin?
As much as I would love to see the Greys get a full dose of their own medicine, the stakes were too high. The intelligence a strong-willed military could extract was invaluable. If we could stop the Cradle's fate from befalling another world, that was worth keeping these Arxes alive for a bit. Besides, they deserved more suffering than a quick execution. Scientific studies of their pain tolerance and responses could offer interesting results. My lip curled up in disgust. I would inflict as much agony as I could, and once I had no use for it, I would blow its brain out.
You already knew the answer to that, Carlos.
Samantha hissed.
Remember why he's here. You two have fun with your chat.
I lowered my gaze, watching the female guard stalk off. It hadn't occurred to me that I described verbatim what I had done to the first Terran soldier I found. After recognizing the parallel, Carlos would surely lose interest in speaking with me. It confused me why he didn't lope after her, but a part of me still hoped we could make progress. I am sorry. The irony is somehow, I think he might be the only species who could understand why I did that. I sighed. The human crossed his arms, a conflicted glint in his eyes.
I understand why if we were the Arxes, but you didn't even consider or research Marcel Fraser's story. Nor did you listen to the vanille that backed him up.
I did research. The Federation's database pegged you as a species of genocidal conquerors who do nothing but war. My spines bristled as I recalled the atrocities in the original briefing. Then, I watched videos of humans gassing children and nuking your own cities. And you lecture us about stampedes. I still don't get you.
That history makes a lot of us angry too. We're, capable of much of what they are, but
The Venlil Slanik was unconscious for days. What we knew was the Republic cut off all communications, chased off aid ships at gunpoint, and took every Federation visitor hostage after they met you. It was an obvious conclusion at the time that humans coerced them into those actions.
But that's just not true. You know that.
Now, in my port, would you have thought humanity was friendly and empathetic? When you seemed so much like the Arxa, the only other known predators. The guard didn't say anything, but his ocular relaxation showed that my point landed. He pursed his lips and scratched the back of his neck. It was obvious he was hesitant to vocalize understanding for the torture of his own kind. Perhaps his concern was that nearby soldiers might overhear. Let's just say by the time Slanik woke up, it was too late. I had to be right about you, or else I was a monster. My voice cracked, and my eyes blinked shut to seal away tears. I'm not defending Carlos. I can't live with what I've done. Not since he did home. I don't expect anyone's forgiveness. The Predator patted my shoulder once with a surprising amount of gentleness. No words tumbled from his lips, but that was more consolation than I deserved. The guilt enshrouding my heart eased for a brief moment. I realized how badly I had needed one of the humans to understand. Carlos cleared his throat and his gaze dialed in on the Arxa prisoners. A human had a boot planted against one's tail with the gun barrel pressed against its skull. The reptilian's eyes were wild with what I would think was fear in any other species. It looked young and scrawny, which might be why it was singled out for intimidation.
What did you do with the kids?
The UN soldier's voice was low, charged with a venomous undercurrent.
Where are they?
Kids?
The Arxa stammered.
The Gajeeds. The cattle, you son of a bitch.
Why didn't you just say that? They're in the cargo bay.
And where the fuck is that? Show us. Now!
The grey led us into the kitchen, which was placed adjacent to the cafeteria. The station seemed more suitable to butchering than food preparation. Carlos gestured for me to follow, since my inclusion was only permitted to pacify the captives. My uneasy brain resented the march into a predator's lair, and was relieved the humans hovered close behind. A decaying scent wafted into my nostrils, which triggered my gag reflex. A few Gajeed corpses dangled from the ceiling and had been gutted from head to toe. The amount of dried blood suggested their organs were carved out while they were alive. One carcass was noticeably smaller than the others. It looked about the size of my daughter. Last time I saw her alive. That child was dissected and served to the group as an entree, just like my sweet Hania. Those vile predators. They see us as a feast. Disgust torched a path up my esophagus, and I spewed vomit onto the tile. The way Carlos's cheeks were ashen and puffed out, I think he was barely keeping his own lunch down. It was a relief to see the clawless predator looking squeamish, especially after hearing him ponder how the Arxa tasted. Heaving sounds behind me suggested that disgust was the overarching reaction within the Terran ranks. The UN soldiers bringing up our flank got more of an eyeful than they anticipated. It was baffling the predators would have such a strong aversion to gore. All evolutionary knowledge suggested blood should serve as the enticing marker of an easy catch, and sharpen their senses. The male guard wiped sweat off his brow.
Fuck, man. I can't unsee that. They're so brutal. Senseless.
Just deep breaths. Don't focus on it.
But the smell.
I know. By the way, why did your warriors split up? I asked Carlos, trying to distract us. Doesn't everyone want to secure the civilians? Samantha cleared her throat to my right, startling me.
Enemy officers are holed up in the bridge and we need to sweep the ship anyways. Don't need a napping grey crawling out of a crevasse.
I thought you didn't want to be anywhere near me.
I don't. But it's my job.
The scrawny Arxa staggered to the kitchen's rear wall and wagged a bony claw at the partition. The reflective metal formed two double doors wide enough to fit a few spacecraft side by side. I considered that the prisoner was deceiving us, since that was their modus operandi. But it made too much sense for the prey to be right next to the mess hall. The Terran handler jabbed his gun barrel into the Arxa's temple.
Open the fucking door, or we'll find out what colour your brains splatter.
It swallowed and waved a paw in front of a motion sensor. I half expected an automated turret to descend from the ceiling and start cutting down our ranks. The humans tensed as well, clearly not trusting the beast. Despite their lack of experience with the Arxa, they seemed well versed in the ways of sapient deception. The doors creaked open and the UN soldiers inched forward. There was no reinforcing army amassed inside, for all our misgivings. The cavern before us was devoid of Arxa on the ground level, which was where my eyes stopped looking. Of course, the reptiles wouldn't leave their prized possession unattended. Some instinct compelled the humans' binocular eyes to turn skyward. Perhaps it was the same madness that made them leap out of planes. One Arxa camped on a raised platform which allowed it to overlook the assembled prey. It wheeled around, slowed by the same narrow vision as the Terrans. The Grey couldn't reach for its weapon before it was obliterated by dozens of bullets. Lots of trigger-happy humans out here. They seemed really on edge. I watched as the monster slumped to the floor. Its skin was perforated everywhere that constituted a vital organ. The light flickered out of its reptilian eyes as liters of blood dripped through the latticed walkway. It doused any Ghajiits below in coagulated goo, but I couldn't bring myself to face the livestock yet. My gaze instead fell on our predatory captive. I wanted to see how it reacted to the death of a counterpart. A brief gasp slipped from its maw, and those diabolical pupils lingered on its fallen comrade for a full second. A full second longer than they should have.
No heads up about the guard.
The UN soldier slammed his rifle butt into the Arx prisoner's temple. He snickered as its hind legs buckled and it collapsed on the floor.
Ah, shit. My hand slipped. That's what everyone saw, isn't it?
The other humans nodded as they studied the cattle enclosure in horrified silence. My reluctant eyes fell on the scene, and renewed fury surged through my spines. Ghajiits were packed in a pen like animals to the brink of suffocation. I could see faces squished up against the barbed wire mesh, and paws scrabbling for a way out. The guards must have fed the cattle by throwing seeds and leaves down from the walkway. Water was available through a few small basins on the rim. Many people seemed to have given up and were lying unresponsive on the floor. The squealing of the children was what really stabbed at my heart. They sounded so high-pitched and frantic.
Help us! Please!
A desperate voice wailed from the corral's epicenter. That individual was shushed by its counterpart, who divulged that the entrance were humans. There was no line of sight from within the throng of Ghajiits. All they knew was the borders weren't Arxa, and that the Greys had succumbed to them. The last they saw of humanity was Terran soldiers dropping into cradle settlements. If they hadn't witnessed the heroic sacrifices on the surface, it would be logical to assume humans orchestrated the Arxa raid. These people must think they were going from one predator's clutches to another. One Ghajiit strained his face against the mesh.
Captain Soflin! They captured you! You should know better than to let them take you alive!
My mouth was dry. I was too horrified by the atrocities of this vessel to find words. This felt like a waking nightmare. It was all I could do not to sink against the nearest human's boots and break down. The Ghajiit took my shocked state as affirmation of his fears, howling with despair. Carlos shuffled forward, kneeling by the cage's edge. He tugged at the material which did not budge, and bared his teeth in obvious frustration. The muscles in his shoulders were quivering with a primal rage that he was struggling to restrain. The predator couldn't bear the sobbing kids any more than I could. A growl emanated from his chest, and his brown eyes narrowed to slits. The compulsion to break the sapient livestock out of the cage all but possessed him. There was a franticness in his motions as Samantha passed him a cable cutter. Carlos clipped the first strand, and other humans ambled in to help peel back the material. The Terran's haste was enough to snap me out of my trance. If I didn't get through to the Ghajiits, they would stampede right over their saviors, and mauling wasn't the way to reward the gentle beast for their compassion. The humans are here, as allies of the Ghajiiti Union. Let them help you, I croaked.
The warlike predators who invaded our home and caused the Arxa to capture us are allies. Tell those demons to make their lies believable, puppet,
came a sneering reply. So this was how it felt, trying to convince a skeptical audience to see past that abominable appearance. Carlos's efforts paused for a moment, and he shared a glance with his counterparts. The gash they carved in the barbed wire was almost wide enough to rip out an opening. How could anyone read malice into their actions? Nobody ever just started off seeing humans as people. Nobody accepted their story at face value or treated them as equals. In that moment, I felt sorry, angry for the alien predators. I stormed toward the pen. The ground invasion occurred because we were planning to bomb Earth. I would know. Preventing their own extinction is self-defense. The fact that they risked their lives to save you in spite of that shows their empathy runs deeper than ours.
Predators don't fail empathy. The Great Protector teaches they are cursed creatures doomed to live in eternal hunger and bloodlust.
The Great Protector?
Carlos mouthed. Arguing with a fairy tale wasn't my ideal scenario, but antagonizing the religious was only going to make them shut down. There might be a shred of truth to her axiom anyways. I had seen the Terrans tap into their aggression multiple times. Humans used their higher emotions to redirect bloodlust to proper outlets, but sometimes their agency waned. My eyes swept over the group. These predators are intelligent enough to override that, to control it. The Venlil did experiments that proved they can bond with prey animals, and that they feel pain for those of us in suffering. It is irrefutable evidence by every scientific metric.
What? That's not possible. You're saying...
Humans use their hunger to protect the weak from threats. Much like your goddess, they formed laws and morality that are civilized, honorable even. If they are cursed and trying to break free, wouldn't the Protector command us to help? The UN soldiers tugged back the spiky wall and surveyed the traumatized Khajiits. My people didn't rush on their saviors in a panic, though many shoved their way toward the escape. The alternative was to remain in Arxa custody, and the Arxa were a known commodity. Even if the Terrans were just as evil, it was difficult for them to be worse. Several humans extended gloved hands, hoisting the victims onto solid ground.
Swear on my life.
Herbivore food and clean water awaited the rescued. The special care they gave to the young didn't escape my notice. Samantha's eyes glowed as she began to spoon-feed an emaciated infant. I had never seen such a toothy snarl on her face, or heard her speak so softly. This skirmish hadn't been to contest the cattle claim at all. I wondered what the Arxa would think when they realized the predators they viewed as equals despised them as much as the rest of the galaxy. Whether humanity's interrogations turned up anything useful or not, it would be priceless to be a fly on the wall.
Memory transcription subject, Governor Tarver of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, October 6th, 2136. In the month we had been away, the predators seemed to have established their presence on Venlil Prime. Teeming masses of humans with cameras awaited the shuttle. The increase in personnel was noticeable. Venlil journalists were squeezed right next to the formidable beasts and didn't pay their counterparts much attention. They must have done extensive work with the Terrans to be so casual. Several individuals in the UN's Baby Blue welcomed the new species and offered polite introductions. Their eyes were concealed in floral-coloured visors, which was a clear attempt to look as non-threatening as possible. They paused as they saw the Civ-Kit diplomat bolt away from the crowd. Axel's snowy pelt vanished into the thick bushes around the Governor Mansion. Ambassador Noah took a step in that direction as though he wanted to follow her. I placed a paw on his arm and shook my head. Chasing after her will only make it worse. At any rate, we need to speak with your people immediately, I muttered. Concern flickered in his brown eyes.
Is something wrong? You've been subdued. You learned something when they answered.
As soon as we entered FTL communication range, I had relayed word of the Federation delegation through government channels. Chosen patched up the ship enough to travel, but affirmed that the cooling shaft showed signs of external tampering. I didn't convey those details over the network, since I didn't want the UN's embassy greeting to involve guns and interrogation. The Venlil government brought Terran officials into the loop and related some startling developments in the Khajiit War. However, the immediate concern was that both parties seemed surprised by our contact. That meant Rissel's ship never reached its destination. With our lengthy delay, they should have arrived well before we crossed Venlil space. At my request, the Terrans deployed a search and rescue team to follow their flight path. I kept the knowledge to myself to avoid a panic, but the worry was nagging at me. What would happen to our relations with those 6 species if something had gone wrong? My ears pressed against my head. I learned several things which are all troubling. Let me brush off the media, and then we will join Cam in the briefing room. The camera-wielding primates drew closer with a clamour, and Venlil yipped questions as well. My instincts protested, allowing noisy predators to crowd me in every direction. The humans were more aggressive than I was used to, with our own reporters. I breathed a silent sigh of relief as they granted enough space for us to pass. I think some of the human journalists' bad habits, their ambush tactics have rubbed off on these Venlil. Stars. I politely request that you lower the volume of your speech, especially when you are this close. My ears are more sensitive than yours, and it carries more intimidation than I believe you intend. I barked into the microphones. The crescendo of Terran questions died down, which lessened the encounter's intensity. At least if they were all badgering us, someone had the good sense to tell them to avoid the new diplomats. We might have other visitors running into the foliage if this ensnarement was attempted on anyone else.
What happened at the Federation Summit?
An insistent voice called out. I am behind on everything that's happened in the past month, so I'm not taking general questions right now, I said, forcing a level cadence. For now, you can report to Earth that 11 species offered to open diplomatic relations with you.
Only 11?
Noah Williams, how was your treatment at their ends?
Is the rest of the Federation at war with humanity?
How do you think this will affect human-Venlil relations?
Let me finish, I spat. Over 100 species voted to ally with you against the Arxa. An even larger sector are either undecided or opted for an isolationist policy. While these may not be the results you hoped for, I see them as a positive step forward from wishing your species extinct. However,
the Krakatl fleet are amassing warships with support from several neighbors in every border station that faces our space. How can we trust that these public stances aren't intended as deception?
You might find your questions resolved if my answers could reach their conclusion, I growled with frustration. I was about to explain that 38 member states would not budge on their extermination position and may seek a war of extinction. The Krakatl were one of these. A rather vocal one. Agitated whispers cycled through the crowd. I knew there was the half second it'd take the humans to process that information before they'd launch into a new inquisition. The questions would fall into predictable categories. How Earth should defend itself from these threats if diplomatic resolutions were off the table, and what assistance the Venlil would provide. I am going to discuss with your generals and my generals how to handle this now. Perhaps our new allies will help us. I swished my tail toward the Zerulean diplomat who had settled down atop a human shoe. The Predator looked taken aback, but didn't move his foot. No matter what, we will figure this out together. The Venlil will stand with humanity to the end. Now, excuse me. Noah grinned as he saw my irritated headshakes. The Terran ambassador clasped his hands behind his back and followed me to the governor's mansion. There was something in his eyes beyond amusement as his gaze bored into my skull. It almost came off as a predatory hunger, though for some reason it wasn't unnerving. The human held open the door, his stare never faltering as we walked into the briefing center. That unblinking fixation was distracting. I wasn't sure if I wanted to tell him to break eye contact. It took a colossal effort to recall the planet-threatening reasons we were here. General Cam leapt from his chair.
Governor! Ambassador! We're all delighted you're back.
I took a seat next to him and the Predator settled beside me. I would say it's good to be back, but in the month I've been gone, the Gajid cradle was glassed.
What?
Noah hissed.
Please don't tell me we did that.
From his dejected tone, it seemed like he considered that well within the realm of possibility. My certainty that there was another explanation wavered after his response. The UN's position against civilian casualties seemed set in stone at that initial briefing. Perhaps Maya was just saying what we wanted to hear, so we could obtain our aid.
The Arksur took advantage of the defenses being down. There was nothing we could do.
General Jones of the American clan growled.
We lost a considerable amount of our own troops, trying to evacuate civilians.
I lowered my gaze. And the civilians you did evacuate are where?
Earth, mostly refugee camps in New York.
My eyes just about bulged out of my skull. The humans thought it was a good idea to take a bunch of terrified refugees to a Predator's homeworld, far away from their own territory. Those Gajids must be overwhelmed, and the optics of this were atrocious. It would have been a better solution to host them on Venlil Prime or transport them to a Gajid colony. General Zhao narrowed his eyes.
Governor, you look displeased. Do you not trust humans to be proper caregivers?
You misunderstand. Candidly, this is an absolute disaster, I grumbled. 52 species specified they were waiting for news from the cradle to determine their diplomatic position. When they hear it's been destroyed...
Don't blame humanity. She's right. I wouldn't be surprised if they accused us of coordinating with the Arksur.
Noah finished. A sigh slipped from my lips. Ah, the refugees are the cherry on top, as you say. When they hear you're keeping them in camps on Earth, they'll assume you're keeping them as cattle.
We have troves of footage showcasing our humanitarian efforts.
The Chinese general objected. And? It's easy enough to dismiss that as staged propaganda. I bet anything that Krakotl will use this to gain public support for their attack. To smear you as slaving predators. Hell, what was stopping the species on world from rescinding their diplomatic offer? The Mazik president was going to flip when he learned of the cradle's destruction. This was a grave setback to our progress with the friendly governments, and it would push most undecided factions toward animosity. At least I'd had a few hours to deliberate how to react to various scenarios. This was all news to Noah. The Terran ambassador shifted beside me, and I could sense his surprise at the war's developments. After witnessing the hatred on the Federation floor, he knew better than anyone I was right about their perspective.
The Secretary General understood the cradle's importance as a propaganda tool,
Jones said.
That's why we sent our first fleet on a liberation mission. We have a chance to defeat the Arksur and retake the cradle. Those mission logs and the footage which Captain Sovlin provided to us from Gojid media sources might help mitigate any reputational damage.
2 items leapt out at me from that statement. The first being the humans sent a large contingent of the Venlil ships that were donated to them to a slaughter. Attacking the Arksur was a foolhardy play, which I can't believe General Cam didn't object to. Predators or not, the UN had succumbed at every turn to the Grey's superior army. Are they trying to leave both of our planets exposed, to lose everything we gave them? Since the fleet was already dead, there was no point even addressing that matter. I began to wonder if allying with humanity was a mistake. I hadn't thought they were suicidal. The second topic was the name Sovlin, which I couldn't be hearing right. Even under excruciating interrogation, it was tough to picture that Gajid giving humanity anything helpful. Had they captured him during the war? What terrible retribution had they inflicted to make him violate his principles? Sovlin is in your custody. I blinked with concern as the human representatives nodded. Is he alive? Jones rolled her eyes.
Yes, why does everyone ask that?
Because we wouldn't blame you for killing him, General. I might venture he deserves the ultimate penalty. But how did he come into your possession?
He turned himself in, after witnessing our soldiers fight back against the Arxer.
I see. Would it be an unreasonable request to ask for Sovlin to stand trial in a Venlil court? I would like him to answer for reckless endangerment and mistreatment of a Venlil citizen.
The UN is willing to discuss extradition, but he is a valuable strategic asset now. I don't see him being handed over for a few years.
A female voice I didn't recognize piped up. This predator was seated away from the generals and bore the keen visage of intelligence.
Erin Quamper, UN Secretary of Alien Affairs, formerly with SETI.
That agency name rang a bell in my head. Humans desired friends among the stars long before their species was interstellar. Stories about aliens were abnormally prevalent in their culture. Some Terran scientists devoted their careers to scanning the skies for signals and cataloguing exoplanets that might be habitable. Noah and Sarah's flight on the Odyssey was charted by SETI researchers. Vendel Prime happened to be the 5th Earth-like world on their candidate list. It would make sense that those prescient astronomers would try to become the first alien experts and attaches. I flicked my ears with politeness. Nice to meet you, Madam Secretary. I understand humans have the greatest claim to Sovlin, of course, but I don't want his treatment of Slanik to be overlooked. It's a bad precedent.
Agreed. I think it's a good idea for us to write out travel and extradition treaties. We've relied too heavily on goodwill between our species. This would nip any misunderstandings in the bud.
There were a lot of other details that needed to be ironed out. Trade, borders, intelligence sharing, joint military bases, and which foods were allowed within our domain. It was a daunting task since I had no idea how predators approach such matters. The fact that Earth technically fell in Venlil territory was a grievous issue I'd been tiptoeing around. The official status, galaxy-wide, is that humanity does not own their homeworld. We do, even if we renounce that stake between our two species. Of course, the Venlil Republic would never lay claim to the Sol system. The unfortunate reality was that we didn't have the authority to hand out parsecs of space. The Federation would be hesitant to sign off on any territorial claims, and that was the best-case scenario. Recognizing the United Nations as a legitimate spacefaring entity would be acknowledging humans as equals, encouraging them to spread throughout the galaxy. I feared that our predator friends wouldn't take kindly to that fact, especially as they eyed colonial expansion initiatives. Decorous as humanity were, I didn't think they'd be happy sharing with their neighbors forever. They would want some breathing room and space to call their own.
Speaking of misunderstandings,
Ambassador Noah rumbled.
Myself and any human-allied species might have a target on our back. It appears our shuttle was sabotaged, and that almost resulted in a catastrophic drive failure.
General Jones chuckled.
I'm amazed the Xenos have the stones to think of subterfuge. They sure haven't shown it before now.
The Fenlil have risked their entire existence to protect ours. Is that not courageous? Let's not insult our friends.
Secretary Quemper shot the American a warning look, then gave me an apologetic smile.
I'm sure that was not her intention, Governor.
No offense taken. But as Noah is about to mention, there was a second ship of representatives coming here. You sent out a search party already. The astronaut's eyebrows shot up. He must be stunned that I had discerned his thoughts with a half-glance. It was uncanny at times how I felt like I could sense what was on that predator's mind.
Fenlil and humans are scouring the edges of Zerulean space now. We expect them back in comms range within the next few hours.
Zhao answered. Quemper tilted her head.
Is there something more you wanted from us?
We would like the O'Toole diplomat pulled aside for questioning at the earliest convenience. He had an uncanny amount of knowledge about the defect, but please, do so with tact, without drawing outside attention. The human officials shared a glance before consulting the encyclopedia of known species on their holopads. It must be difficult to recall the nuances and details of 300 races they'd never met before. Perhaps a full briefing on the friendly visitor races should be led by our diplomatic corps. General Cam cleared his throat.
I'll tell Venlil Place to collect him, since you wanted to slip under the radar.
Thank you. And listen, media silence for now, I said. We don't need this playing out in the court of public opinion. Quemper nodded.
I second that. Talk of conspiracies will sour any good news.
Silence fell over the room as my military advisor forwarded the request to the appropriate agencies. The Terrans were browsing the O'Toole's file and seemed to home in on the details of their uplifting. It was easy to forget how new humans were to the galactic scene. As predators, they rarely seemed unprepared for anything. My eyes fell on my holopad awaiting the call that would bring news. It was unknown what happened to Roussel and his passengers, but there was a sinking feeling in my stomach when I thought about it. Our interspecies relations were in a delicate position to begin with. A tragedy was the last thing humanity needed. It was in our best interest to hope the Kolshian pilot got lost. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tarver of the Venlil Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 6th, 2136. There was a heaviness in my heart as the 4 diplomats were ushered into the briefing room. The Mazik had been creating quite the scene outside, accusing his human hosts of kidnapping Laulo. Apparently no amount of tact could prevent that. The Uplift's disappearance was noted within minutes. President Kupo's dramatic theories that the predators intended to poke and prod every diplomat were generating panic among the others. That meant we had to brief everyone about the sabotage and the missing craft. The information needed to be turned over to the media as soon as possible too, since Kupo's outburst occurred in front of live cameras. How could we persuade such a paranoid individual? His mind longed to believe that humanity was up to something. I wasn't sure how much of this briefing the Sivkit would remember, given that she was drugged with a light sedative. The Mazik, who had been quite gentle with Axley, had to carry her into the room. The humans couldn't breathe without spooking the fluffy representative. Noah had accused the Sivkit Grand Herd of having a poor choice of personnel, and I'd begun to agree. I should order her to return home and request that the herd send someone else. With behavior like this, it's impossible to establish any relations with her species. Tossa was oddly quiet, and her gaze darted across the waiting predators. Despite her disdain for uplifts, her snooty attitude slipped when Lalo disappeared from their ranks. The Navok had been trying to hawk a planet's refined metals and microchips to any Terran that would listen, but now that interest had subsided. Even Chausen looked curious at why the Yotul had vanished from their ranks, though he had more of an inkling what was going on. We had told him, in no uncertain terms, that someone on the ship could be involved. A scientist of the Zerulean's intellect might put the pieces together.
I knew from the beginning that we couldn't trust you, Predators.
Kupo spat as he took a seat on the floor.
You were just waiting to get us here to turn on us.
Chausen's whiskers twitched.
You should wait to hear what they're going to tell you before you start with that nonsense. It's not what you think.
Wait, you know. So, Tava and Noah have been selecting who to spin their yarns with, who to hide things from.
Tossa growled. The Mazik president flared his trunk.
Half the shit that comes out of a human's mouth is a lie. Who knows why they want to manipulate us, but I bet it's about control. All their species has shown they care about is power.
The UN diplomats fidgeted with their visors, clearly uncomfortable with the accusatory rhetoric. This couldn't have been their expectation when they greeted the landing party. I winced as I saw the anger on the Terran generals' faces. They lacked the poise and the patience of their diplomatic counterparts. It was tough for them to shrug off insults.
You know what? Fuck the Federation. You can fuck right back off to your shit.
General Zhao stood from his chair and leaned across the table toward the Mazik president.
All you care about is what a person's eyes are on their head.
General Jones reclined in her seat.
And these are the friendly species, Zhao. Who needs enemies with friends like these?
Huxley's chest was racked with sobs as the primate's tone escalated. The military humans shifted their annoyance to the sniveling animal. Their binocular eyes smoldered with indignation. The general's tolerance for predatory bigotry had been tested for the last time.
And you, with the white coat. You can't even look at us. Why are you here?
The Chinese general spat. Jones bared her teeth, intentionally pointing them at the Sivkit.
Get a grip. You're embarrassing your race.
To be honest, if the brunt of a human's anger was directed at me, it would make me clam up too. When their jaw muscles were clenched, it showcased their flesh-tearing bite force. The lack of fur made the protruding bones and bulging veins more obvious. Translucent skin confined the rage bubbling beneath the surface. I can tell they're in control, but I don't think any other alien can. That is enough! All of you are acting like children, I screeched. Let's agree that we've all messed up in one way or another. We shared our information with Chausen because he's the only one not looking for an excuse to spout predator nonsense. You lot just proved my point. Noah squeezed my paw under the table. Also, you guys tend to freak out at the slightest sign of danger. It was hard enough to keep everyone calm on the ship. The Nivok diplomat sighed.
You get one chance to explain yourselves. The truth.
Anti-human plotters in the Federation tried to kill us all with a cooling shaft malfunction. Rissal's ship is missing, probably for the same reason, I replied.
We're trying to figure out who's responsible and hold them accountable.
Noah added. Tossa snorted.
Ha! And you think it's little primitive Lalo?
The Terran ambassador tensed beside me. Clearly recent events hadn't stopped his defensive reaction to any primitive jabs. I gave Noah a look that warned him not to interfere. He swallowed hard and inhaled a series of deep breaths. This was not the time for him to give the Nivok an earful, especially when she was the most level-headed person here, not named Chausen. I offered a non-committal tail swish. We're suspicious enough to ask questions. It was plain to see from the representatives' faces that they were worried about how those questions were being asked. I swiped a few buttons on my holopad and cast the security feed of the cell to the projector. The marsupial was seated alone on a bench with his head in his paws. It was the predator's suggestion to let him wait for a while, to give him time to marinate, was their phrase. I didn't like that wording. But as long as the humans didn't suggest physical harm, I was happy to let them try out their techniques. The feisty uplift raised his head and stared at the camera.
I know you're listening, Ambassador Noah. I can see that red light blinking. I want to talk.
Too bad I don't.
The astronaut muttered to himself. The Mazik president settled down once he saw the Yortul in pristine condition. I was surprised that he hadn't suggested that humanity could have staged the sabotage. Kupo was a strange case, and it was tough to pinpoint what he hoped to gain from diplomacy. Telling the Terran military to their faces that he thought all humans were avaricious liars. That could only stem from remarkable disdain. The fact that the leader came himself could be chalked up to an attempt at honorability. Kupo didn't want anyone else to die for what he believed was a foolish gamble. Was it simply a desperation play, like he told Noah? I didn't know if he'd ever see humanity as anything more than predators. General Jones tapped her earpiece.
Governor, a United Nations scout ship recovered a data buoy within the search perimeter. Almost missed it on sensors.
My ears perked up. Standard Federation vessels were equipped with 2 data buoys, which could be ejected if the ship was in distress. They contained information about the ship's function and could be encoded with a message from the captain. The buoy emitted a distress signal for a week, or as long as any nearby starlight replenished its power. Common scenarios for their usage included emergency landings, mechanical failures, and after sustaining damage in battle. It could offer insight to a vessel's fate, or point rescuers in the right direction. I was uncertain whether to view a buoy's deployment as a positive or a negative sign. It meant that the ship had incurred trouble, but it also meant Rissell had been aware of the problem before a drive meltdown. Maybe they were in the process of mending considerable damage. All that mattered was whether they were alive. All right. Was your team able to extract the data? I asked.
Yes, there appears to be a short video log included.
Jones scrolled through the file archives and tapped the mentioned item.
Shall I clear these interlopers out so we can review what it says in private?
My ears flattened against my head. They're not interlopers. At some point we have to start acting like friends. I'm counting on humanity to take the first step. I muted the feed from Lalo's cell and moved that window into background processing. The American general frowned as I gestured to the projector. Her gaze drifted to the skeptical Mazik. That first impression didn't make her eager to share intelligence. There was no telling what was on the video file, and it might not take much for such individuals to jump to conclusions. A smoke-filled cabin was depicted on the projector with the delirious Kulshin at the helm. Rissell dabbed a damp rag against his forehead. The internal temperature must be sweltering. The smoke was so thick that grey tendrils seemed to curl around the Federation officer's form. His orange eyes were listing and unfocused. I glimpsed a few Federation diplomats behind him. All were wearing vac suits to avoid the toxins. That would only be good while the half-day's oxygen supply lasted. Upon closer inspection, Rissell had set a helmet down out of the camera's focus. He must have taken it off so that he could be seen and heard on the recording.
This is Rissell of the Kulshian Commonwealth. A few hours ago, we noticed signs of a fire in the warp drive compartment. With the core ablaze, repairs are impossible.
The officer burst into a coughing fit and paused to catch his breath.
Emergency shutdown has been unsuccessful. Once it reaches a certain temperature, it's going to go off like a bomb.
As panicked as Rissell had been around humans, his tranquility in the face of impending death was remarkable. I don't know how he kept the diplomats calm or why they hardly reacted to those words. It helped that their ship didn't have a predator around to add fuel to instinctual fear. Still, perhaps we just couldn't hear their cries from beneath the suits. The Kulshian pilot grimaced.
I know we have mere hours at most, but I'm at peace with my death. I spent my final days seeking the first real chance the Federation's had at ending the war in my lifetime. Isn't that a beautiful thought?
Water swelled in my eyes as the finality of their predicament sank in. Rissell's contribution to galactic peace were monumental and rarely received full acknowledgement. When push came to shove, he found the courage to support humanity. It was his belief in diplomacy, encouraging us to attend the summit, that led Noah to speak to the Federation. If it weren't for that heroic veteran, it would still be the two of us against the galaxy. Sovlin's actions could have been the catalyst for war. Humanity would have never seized the opportunity to voice their side of the story, or opened themselves up to new partners. Rissell might be the person who saved Earth, who deserves as much credit as my dear Noah, I mused.
There are some people who want to silence my version of events regarding the torture of a human prisoner. I want it known that all my regret is that I didn't act sooner.
He sputtered.
That I never had the courage to check in on Marcel. and apologize for my part in it. I hope he's doing well.
The Kulshian could hardly speak between coughing outbursts. His eyelids fluttered with exhaustion. He huddled over the console and rested the grasper over the send button. The lack of clean oxygen had pushed him to the brink of unconsciousness. Rissel gritted his teeth.
Humans, if you see this, I remember what your leader said about desiring coexistence. I hope people give you a chance and that you won't lose faith. The things you endure would be too much for any other species, but you're not them. You're strong. You're predators. Maybe that is a good thing.
The Terran ambassador's mouth was agape with horror as we observed Rissel paw at his throat. This was someone we had travelled with for days, who offered his unique perspective on Federation history. It wasn't all that long ago the Kulshian greeted us in the hangar bay and thanked Noah for reminding him what courage felt like.
Time's up.
Rissel whined in a pained voice.
Kick some axe ass for me, humans. Leave a little less ugly in the galaxy. I have faith in you.
The transmission cut out with a final beep and was replaced by a grim static. The Federation diplomats looked aghast at what we had just witnessed. Even Axley was showing signs of lucidity. The Terran generals dropped their scowls and bowed their heads in a sullen display of grief. There was something sobering about a person's last words.
We have to help them.
Kirpo spat.
Send a ship.
Ambassador Noah nodded.
I will fly it myself if I have to. Those are our allies, and they're in trouble.
General Jones's lips curved down.
This video is time-stamped 3 days ago. There's no vessels on sensors, only a few stray energy readings, which suggests...
The only trace we'd find of the occupants was their atoms scattered across local space. Humanity's first interactions with those 6 species would be the unenviable task of explaining how their diplomats died. I didn't know how we would convince their leadership not to fault the predators. Condolences and words might not cut it. We need concrete proof. The words the Kokotl uttered, that anyone who stood with humanity was dead to them, lingered in my ears. It was difficult for me to process that parties in the Federation would murder civilians for the crime of speaking to predators. I wouldn't blame our new allies for not wanting to believe it was their long-standing friends. My claws flung the prison surveillance back onto the projector. I was trembling with outrage. A taped confession would be a start, even if others accused us of coercion. Forget waiting. I switched on the intercom function and leaned into my holopad. Why did you betray us, Laulo? Why? The O'Toole glanced up with a hopeful expression.
I'm so sorry. Saving our shuttle seemed like enough to spark gratitude. I just wanted to impress Noah, so humanity wouldn't discard us, like everyone else.
A chorus of gasps echoed from our Federation contingent. The Predator generals looked mystified by his rationale, and their eyes narrowed to intimidating slits. None of us expected such a straightforward confession, especially when I was hoping we'd pegged the marsupial wrong.
Impress me. You killed Rissel and almost killed us.
Noah snarled over my shoulder.
You're a homicidal psychopath.
Laulo blinked.
What? Were you not listening to what I said before? I didn't do it. I just saw who did, and used the opportunity to, prove myself.
The human squinted.
Why should we believe that? Why wouldn't you come forward straight away?
Murmurs of agreement came from the alien diplomats. It was bizarre to see the Mazik nodding along to a Terran argument, but it was natural to suspect the O'Toole's claim. On one paw, it seemed like a lousy attempt to dodge responsibility. On the other, it made more sense than an uplift plotting a complex technological scheme.
The Takan representative saw them too, and tried to intervene. Didn't you wonder why one friendly species never made it to the shuttle?
Laulo hissed.
Besides, we were on their territory. If I spoke up sooner, we would have never left Arthur.
Confusion stirred in my chest. You're saying it was... The uplift swished his tail.
The Kulshians wanted the human ambassador and his friends dead, not me, who would have had unfettered access to the shuttles, who planned the whole trip and saw Rissel as a loose end.
I fell back on my haunches, stunned to silence. Those words synced with the facts a little too perfectly. If Laulo was telling the truth, a touch DNA sweep by the Corps had collaborated. However, it didn't add up why an influential species would grant humanity a public audience and seek a military alliance, only to kill us. Was it even possible for our predators to track down a Kulshian official and demand answers? Chief Nikonus was secure at the heart of Federation territory. As much as I wanted to avenge the fallen vessel, nothing good could come from blazing a trail of destruction. My expertise would focus on the diplomatic side, salvaging our relations with the victimized species. The choice of how to respond to a personal and cowardly attack belongs to the humans.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 7th, 2136. The battle for the cradle was decided in our unit's absence, hinging on the sheer force of human aggression. With a mix of bold tactics and innovation, the UN fleet was able to widen their numerical advantage. The enemy found themselves ganged up on by a myriad of ship classes. Every slight weakness was pinpointed and exploited. Hundreds of Arxa fell by their railguns and missiles, and the entire formation was pushed back within a few hours. Defensive walls were dismantled by brazen yet calculated charges. Hostiles were encircled and pinned down from every heading, unable to deal with all the Terran pests at once. There were significant casualties on our side, but enough humans remained at the end of the dogfight. The Greys were reduced to isolated scattered pockets. This was a feat, if achieved by any other species, that would cement itself in folklore. It was the greatest victory in centuries of Federation warfare. The Arxa vessels attempted to flee the system and regroup, but lighter Terran craft pursued them with relentless abandon. There was no mercy in a predator's hunt. There was only the kill. Even in victory, the humans wanted little more than to finish them off. They are wired differently. They stare into the darkness, yet they do not flinch. The remnants of the cradle were now beneath the humans' watchful eye. The Omnivores had no intention of letting the Arxa back within orbital proximity. Thus, the UN fleet lingered as a protective barrier against any secondary attack. They began transmitting messages to the battered surface and organizing landing parties. As for the captured cattle ship, that could offer plentiful intel. Technological access could allow humans to reverse engineer the enemy's weapons and armor, or develop countermeasures. The Gajid victims and Arxa prisoners were brought aboard UN ships wherever there was room. A large chunk were deposited back on the UNS Rosinante, the warship that started it all. Captain Monahan was seated at her desk when Carlos brought me to her office. The human officer was impassive and confident. It was no wonder her subordinates believed in her orders. She had no shortage of conviction or mental fortitude. Her capability under battle circumstances was undeniable. "Ma'am." I bowed my head in a respectful gesture, and the Predator waved to a chair. "Thank you for allowing me to spectate your interrogation. I can't wait to see the bastards squirm." She folded her fingers together and studied me with piercing blue eyes.
My motives are entirely selfish, Sovlin. You could supplement any intel regarding the Federation and brainstorm pertinent questions.
It doesn't matter. I've wanted to get my paws in her grave for a long time.
And that's why we're watching from afar. It's personal for you.
The human crossed her arms and eyed my lengthy claws with concern.
Private Romero vouched that you can keep a level head, that he won't interfere or question our methods. Don't prove him wrong.
I stared at my guard, who seemed to take note of my confusion. We had conversed about my desire for their suffering mere hours ago. Whatever a human did to an Arxa, my lips were sealed. Did they really think I, of all people, would take pity on those creatures? There would be no moral argument from this Gajid. If the Terran military violated Earth's conventions on torture, I thought it was justified. Those parameters weren't designed for child-eating abominations.
Listen, I know what your inclinations towards humans are.
Carlos grunted.
Our interrogators are trained to say whatever it takes to extract information from a subject. They might try to build rapport with that thing by talking like fellow hunters.
Why? How can you even pretend to be like them? Monahan rolled her eyes.
We want to keep on talking. Torture isn't an effective methodology.
Something about that matter-of-fact statement sent a chill down my spines. I think it was the implication that inefficiency was the main argument against torture, rather than the ethical rationale other humans offered. It sounded like her kinda dabbled in the art after all. Enough times to reach a scientific consensus.
We're doing whatever it takes to stop them,
Carlos added with a throaty growl.
I just want to know that you won't misinterpret things, that you'll understand if a human agrees with the vile statement on camera.
They're concerned I might fall for any acting that's geared toward the Arxa. These predators don't want me to accuse them of hiding their true intentions again. I disagree with your methods, but I understand. I met his brown eyes and suppressed the ripple of fear that ensued. It's your ship, your prisoners. You don't answer to a conscripted criminal. Captain Monahan nodded.
Very well. Then I'll send the signal to begin.
The human swiped at her holopad with nimble digits. The viewport on the far wall morphed into a different image. An overhead angle of the Arx's cell. A sturdy chain clung to the reptilian's leg and allowed it to wander just far enough to sit at a metal table. It reminded me of the furnishings of my prison cell when Anton explained my legal rights. These savage predators shouldn't have legal rights. If I overheard a lawyer introduce themselves and talk about defense arguments, I was going to blow a gasket. The door swung open and a dark-haired human in military pelts ambled up to the table. His strides were too casual for my liking as he plopped himself in a chair with a bored expression. A clawless hand drifted to his chin and his eyes leveled with those of the monster. Second-hand fear tugged at my heart, seeing the primate within lunging distance of the grey. The Arx's imposing form was superior in every manner. Its dagger-like teeth flashed with menace as it studied the visitor. I don't know how the Terran could keep such a nonchalant demeanour. Could he really bank his life on a chain's integrity? The reptilian prisoner unleashed a vicious snarl without warning. The roar reverberated into the microphones. It was a bloodthirsty chord that sent my instincts into overdrive. The decibel level directed into the primate's face must be enough to set his ears ringing and his skin tingling. The human interrogator yawned.
Is that all? Are you done? I thought you wanted to talk, Captain.
A rattling noise came from the prisoner's chest like two stones scraping against each other. The translator proclaimed it to be laughter. I don't know how the human stayed fixed to his seat, let alone displaying a cue of boredom. His cadence was also unwavering.
You are truly predators. I had to be certain.
It barked.
That would be enough to make the feckless prey folks piss themselves. They're little more than animals, you know.
The Terran flashed his much flatter teeth.
We know. The Khajiits, they trampled each other the second our boots touched the ground.
Conquest is inefficient, but for your first prize, I presume, you wanted to be paws on. We interrupted your hunt, and you did not appreciate us spoiling the fun.
You served us a lot of work, the way I see it. There is much to learn from your people, if you would honor us. I am Ross.
Captain Korth. What is it you wish to know?
Thinking of the Arxer as self-aware individuals with names and ranks was too much. Ross's callous words stirred disgust in my chest as well. This predacious behavior was everything I imagined from his kind in my prior adventures. The human tilted his head to one side and I glimpsed an object in his earlobe. Despite his sinister words, he was still waiting for a cue from Monaghan.
Ask about first contact and the events leading up to it,
the Terran captain ordered. Ross narrowed his eyes.
Tell me about the first time you met the Federation. What did they say? Why did you decide to hunt them? We want the full picture of how this all started.
I blinked with puzzlement. This was a waste of a question. The humans knew how the war started. The reason they hunted us was because Greys were cruel and they relished suffering. There was nothing new to glean from the tale of betrayal, and certainly nothing that would serve Terran military interests.
Before the Federation arrived, well, to understand why those dimwits contacted us, you must know of the Fourth World War.
Koth hissed.
You see, our regional powers always had competing interests. Does that concept register with you, or have I already lost you?
The human scowled.
Our nations still bicker to this day. Go on.
I see. The Northwest Bloc was a loose union of related cultures which formed as a counterbalance to the Morvum Charter. The Bloc sought the reclamation of ancestral greatness and built an army designed to subjugate middling states.
You're saying the Bloc invaded its neighbors, neutral ones?
Yes, precisely. The war was a drawn-out, bloody affair, as wars tend to be. The Bloc brought scientists in for genetic research. They wanted to find a way to select the best soldiers so their army could be the strongest. That leads us to Lanzel, or as he is known today, the Prophet.
Captain Monaghan narrowed her eyes as though trying to decide where the reptile was going with this history lesson. I didn't see how any details about a bloody war or politics were relevant. The Federation's succinct summation of a brutal culture that was bound to wipe itself out was enough. The humans didn't cut the creature off for some reason, and it was all I could do to listen to its grating tongue.
A brilliant scientist indeed. He theorized that certain bloodlines had a higher probability of strength and intelligence.
Koth tossed his truncated snout.
Lanzo's report to the Bloc Council was published under the name Betterment, and it is mandatory reading today. The Prophet rose through party ranks, eliminating persons of lesser races, health dispositions, and creeds from the citizenry.
It looked like recognition which flickered in the interrogator's eyes, but it was gone a second later. Carlos's breath hitched for a moment, and Monaghan's jaw tightened as well. I had no idea why such an unthinkable story would resonate with the humans. The Arx had just admitted their people's hero was forged from the genocide of their own populace. Ross leaned forward.
What did the Morvum Charter think of this Betterment philosophy?
They thought it was too radical. That was when the war truly became about destruction, making sure the other side was crippled or erased. In the wake of several cities' decimation, the Federation arrived. Their initial message was that they were here to save us, And then they dumped their technology to our databanks.
I think I understand. The bloc used that technology to end the Charter, then turned their guns on the stars.
Not at all. The bloc and the Charter signed a peace treaty and began delving through the aliens' gifts. We didn't want a war with hundreds of species who at the time were centuries more advanced. The Federation promised their own betterment plan, but would never contact us directly. We didn't know why then.
My eyes widened as I observed how the humans were listening with rapt attention. This was an obvious distortion of the truth. The Arxer signing peace treaties, as if that were even possible. A growl rumbled in my throat, which earned me a warning look from Carlos. The guard had warned me not to interfere, but it stung to watch them record deception. This grotesque predator was lying through its fangs. I didn't know how the Terrans could be impervious to the decadent hunger in its eyes.
Anyhow, their medicine and the unprecedented peace meant people were living longer.
Koth continued.
Our food supply couldn't keep up with the growing populace. We asked the Federation for help. They offered 2 concoctions, one for our livestock and one for ourselves. We mass-produced them and rushed distribution.
Without any trials?
We trusted the aliens. They said it would cure hunger and people were starving. Hundreds of thousands of volunteers took those Arxer doses, and the livestock one was sent to every major farm. Take a guess what happened next.
I don't know. Tell me.
The livestock began dying from a highly transmissible lethal disease. As for the Arxer test subjects, they were infected with a microbe that made them allergic to meat. Here's a simple question, Ross. What happens to obligate carnivores when they can't consume meat?
They starve.
Correct. Every volunteer was dead within a month. The Federation simply responded how pleased they were, that we were cured of our desires. Their intent was to force us not to be predators, like it were a choice.
My mouth opened to protest and Carlos slapped a hand over my lips. I struggled against his grip, coughing out muffled words behind his oily palm. There wasn't a sliver of truth in this far-fetched tale. The Federation wasn't an organization that went around bioengineering killer diseases. He reached out to the Arxer out of kindness. Why is Koth lying to them? Is he trying to use humanity in its conquests? Perhaps the Arxer noted that these primates feel empathy, so they're using standard manipulation tactics. The UN interrogator hesitated.
Okay. What does your prophet Lanzel have to do with any of this?
We had to make choices about who lived or who died. All nations, including the Charter, finally embraced and expanded upon Lanzel's thinking. The individuals with the highest markers for aggression and violence were chosen as survivors, and the rest of our population was cold.
What about the Federation?
We studied them and learned how they eradicated predators on their worlds. Someone got the idea to make them our cattle and use that to scrape by. It's fittingly ironic. It is revenge.
You didn't think of grabbing their non-sentient animals?
The prey folk are the most popular species on their worlds. They breed incessantly. Besides, they destroyed their wildlife populations. The idiots wiped out most large animals on their planet, including any herbivores that got caught munching on roadkill.
Captain Monahan signaled for Carlos to release me, and his slimy palm uncorked from my mouth. The human officer met my eyes, but there was a new emotion brewing in her pupils. She was scrutinizing me, like she thought I was hiding something. Irritation coursed through my veins, and I bared my teeth in contempt. This was ridiculous. The predators couldn't turn on us because of a flimsy tale from a subject who laughed at sharing and slavery hours ago.
Pause the interview.
The captain spoke into her holopad.
So, the Federation gave Nazis space tech, then pushed everyone to follow them through starvation. Pure lunacy.
The Arxer are sadistic monsters. This interview was a mistake, I snarled. You have seen them throw children in cages, chow down on people while they are alive, yet you are considering their lies. I thought humans were better than this. Monahan returned the challenging stare.
Your viewpoint is duly noted. Romero, your thoughts?
It's something we should investigate. If it's true, the Federation erased it from their history books.
Carlos replied.
But I am certain Sovlin believes the public narrative, and so do the common people. Any deception on his part is unintentional.
I gaped in disbelief. Deception? You speak like you believe that thing.
Look, it doesn't change the atrocities they committed, buddy. Humanity just wants the truth, whatever that may be. We can't work with half the facts,
he growled.
Why is there no documentation of first contact? Unless you're hiding something, why shouldn't we look?
Captain Monahan nodded.
Agreed. From the Federation's perspective, they could think they were blindsided. They see predation as some form of wicked corruption.
I cast a sullen glance at the video screen. The pleasure of the fleet's victory was short-lived, as was any notion that these primates offered a reliable source of protection. My desire for friendship with the Terran Guard was gone. In its place was a blistering pain. After everything the Arxer had taken from me and my people, it felt like a personal betrayal for these humans to place blame on us. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 8th, 2136. No matter how often I replayed the Arxer's words in my head, I couldn't understand why the Terran observers would trust them. It was at the humans' clutches that the traumatized refugees were nursed back to health. They risked life and limb and lost hundreds of ships in pursuit of our survival. How could they reconcile what they'd seen with the prisoner's narrative? The primates had loathed every aspect of the cattle ship and acted distraught at the condition of the victims. I had wondered how one could tell when a predator was truly hungry until I saw the darkness in their eyes that day. There was a bottomless abyss of rage inside their pupils. It was a much-needed reminder of human volatility. My service on this vessel was for nothing, I bemoaned. What if humans decide to give the cattle back? Have I just helped the Arxer land a game-changing ally? The door to my quarters clicked open and a weedy Carlos strode in with a vegetable platter. He placed the tray on the bedside table without any sort of apology. The food was soaked in some clear fluid. It felt viscous against my clothes as I poked it. Had the Omnibus coated the plants in an animal secretion? Maybe it was saliva, or worse. Ugh. Why the fuck are these vegetables wet? I snarled, with as much hostility as I could muster. Disgusting. Carlos crossed his arms.
It's olive oil, Sovlin. Relax. You might even like it. Lots of healthy plant fats.
I don't want anything from you, predator. I grabbed an orange-coloured slice and flung it at his cheek. The human barely reacted, only wiping the oil off with his chest pelt. If you still feel empathy, shoot me now, before I watch your kind turn on every species with a semblance of decency.
You're overreacting, and you are not going to refer to me as Predator again.
Why not? You defended the fucking Arxer, then accused me of deception. I don't want to see your face.
Just listen to me, all right? 60 seconds.
Renewed disgust flared in my chest as the guard's binocular eyes pleaded with mine. I knew humanity didn't want sapient livestock of their own, but defending the act made them equally culpable. No moral race would rewrite the tragedy of first contact and the unspeakable losses that befell every species. The image from my nightmare of Carlos roasting over a fire seemed much more realistic. He just proved that he could see good deeds as food. This beast was a traitor to sapient kind, and yet I had grown attached to him. What happened to throwing the Arxer in the cattle pens where they belonged? I slashed my claws across a pillow several times and struggled not to turn them on the human. I will never agree with you. Don't waste your breath.
I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking you to understand.
Carlos eyeballed the decimated pillows as fluff was flung across my form.
Look, I listened to your spiel on torturing an innocent human and tried to empathize with you. Don't you think you can at least try to see where I'm coming from?
The Greys are your fellow predators. They're more like people to you than us.
This isn't about the Arxer, Sovlin. It's about the Federation and how they've treated us. The prejudice and the hatred.
That is because of the Greys. They won't stop until we're destroyed. Erased.
But can't you see how it looks from our side? Why we would think you're capable of killing and terrorizing predators when you've been hell-bent on our extinction since you discovered us?
I chewed at my claws, considering the welcome that humanity had received to the galaxy. Governor Tava had made them aware of the Federation's extermination plans. The only reason their species still lived was due to misinterpreted sensor data. The second their survival was discovered, the entire organization convened to discuss a raid on Earth. There were entire religions formed around the eradication of predators, including the one in my world. Most individuals the UN tried to contact rejected the idea that humans could be civilized. This was typically due to the belief that their ilk were incapable of empathy, cooperation, or basic bonding. My experiences proved the error of that prior research. In Carlos's pause, I would definitely resent the Federation. Maybe it would seem within the realm of possibility that we had done a similar thing to other predators. I guess. But I know better than to believe in Arxer's lies, I growled. However bad you think they are, they're worse. The human lowered his eyes.
I'm not saying Koth is telling the truth. I'm saying he could be, because I know how much you hate our existence. I'll believe whatever the evidence says.
Then I'll help you prove it wrong. Only because I'm sorry for what the Federation has done to humans. I regret how much it has soured your opinion of us. And I know my part in that.
That's all I ask. Are we cool?
Yes.
Good. Because the captain wants to see you, and I don't want to explain that you're pouting.
I am not pouting. The Predator's lips adopted a slight curvature, which seemed indicative of amusement. I was beginning to understand how Slanik could read emotions in their snarls. It was just a way of compensating for their missing tails. Did humans ever envy that additional appendage that the rest of us took for granted? It was a miracle they were so graceful and balanced without it. I shoveled a pailful of vegetables down my gullet, then dismounted from my bed. Carlos steered us back toward Monaghan's office, and we traversed the ship corridors in a comfortable silence. Amazement rippled through me as I realized my spines were lying flat. The second I noted my proximity to the Predator, the return to full bristle. Yikes, that is starting to hurt. Why did I have to think about it? The doors to our destination slid open and distracted me from the latest dose of fear chemicals. The UN captain was reviewing one clip when we entered. A curt exchange between Koth and Ross. Her eyes were bloodshot like she had been poring over footage all night. Humans could be obsessive, that was for certain.
Want peace? What do you see as acceptable end conditions for the war?
The Terran interrogator asked.
You don't get it. There is us and them.
Saliva oozed from the reptilian captain's fangs as it spoke.
There can only be peace when every Federation planet is dead. That is acceptable.
Ross narrowed his eyes.
What if that is not acceptable to us?
Then you're stupider than I took you for, and you will die with the Federation. You can watch the prey folk neuter your race before your extinction.
Captain Monaghan punched some notation into her holopad. Her sigh sounded flustered, but she didn't seem concerned by the extermination threat. If I didn't know better, I would think that question had been aimed at finding out if diplomatic avenues between us and the Greys were possible.
So there would be no room for negotiation?
The UN interrogator pressed.
Humanity cares for one alien species above all others. They are a part of our pack, and we will not abandon them.
Koth thought for a moment. Its pupils darted from side to side as if it were scanning its memory banks. The cold intelligence on display was appalling, and the Terran's reckless divulgence alarmed me. Humans were painting a target on Venlo Prime if they publicized that alliance to the enemy. Poor Tava. The species she saved from certain death is trying to get her killed in return. Careless, idiot monkeys.
The Venlil,
Koth decided.
You've got to be kidding. That explains their thwarting what should have been a simple border raid.
Ross was quiet. The human maintained eye contact and waited for the prisoner to continue. He did not confirm or deny the reptilian's guess, which was affirmation of itself. The Axis slammed its snout against the table.
One of the weakest, most frightful species of them all. The Venlil are beneath you.
That is for us to decide.
Surely you see that they're a liability to you. What use could they be? You refer to them as packmates, not food or slaves. That means equals.
I meant what I said, Koth. An attack on them is an attack on us. We would die for them, happily.
But why?
Because they defended us from the Federation, despite the fact that we're predators. They were the only ones who helped us. Humanity would never repay such a debt with anything less.
The Axis shook its head, huffing with disgust. The abomination was repulsed by the interrogator's soft rhetoric. This was Ross's worst miscalculation yet. Still, it was a relief to hear that the humans would stand by the Venlil if nothing else. I thought they were ashamed of their prey friends for a moment. A growl rumbled in Koth's throat.
What is it you're asking? We could discuss sparing one species if that's what you require to join us.
That, and the release of every Venlil held as livestock, unharmed.
The human barked.
You expect us to give up millions of cattle we already have? We're starving as is. Surrendering any of our existing food supply is a non-starter.
Captain Monaghan tapped a button on her console and the video feed paused. I knew she was the one who directed the interrogator to barter over lives, like any mundane commodity. She hadn't even reacted to the premise of Venlil as food. These familiar faces were leaning into their predator roots a bit too much ever since they started interacting with the Greys. Fortunately, this foray had gone nowhere. That last statement sealed the finality of a diplomatic impasse. The Arxa would never part ways with their precious quarry by Koth's own admission. Regardless, the offer to spare the Venlil further harm was empty talk. The Predator would say whatever it thought afforded the best chance of escape. Would the humans abandon this folly now? It was insulting that they would even pose such questions. Monaghan sighed.
Well, it's a start. The Federation said the Greys were incapable of negotiation.
You're negotiating on whether your best friends deserve to have their pups tortured and hunted for kicks, I spat incredulously.
Sovlin, you are out of line.
Carlos tugged at my scruff, which snapped my attention to his flabbergasted expression.
She doesn't answer to you. You said it yourself.
It's all right,
Monaghan growled.
If we rescue every enslaved Venlil, I don't imagine Tava will care how we achieve it. Especially if that option would negate years of suffering for those people and save Earth significant loss of life.
The UN guard narrowed his eyes.
There is a reason we get along with Tava. Her government is actually reasonable.
Implying that mine is not. Irritation swelled in my chest. So you're really moving forward with this plan?
Nothing has been decided, Sovlin, because it's not my decision. My job is to weigh options for the UN and to see if talking is even a possibility. Turns out, it just might be.
The Terran captain replied. You didn't even mention Khajiits or any other species to Koth. Let's say you save the Venlil. Then you're just gonna let everyone else rot?
Humanity does not believe any sapient deserves such treatment. We would never be involved with or agree with those practices.
Monaghan raised her eyebrows, emphasizing her predatory gaze.
However, if we can only save one race, you should understand why the Venlil are our top priority.
It's still wrong. I refuse to help you trade lives and bargain with those demons.
Good thing that's not why I summoned you then. Now that we control the Cradle, we'd like your help with the Khajiit refugee crisis. They belong with their colonies or the Federation, but it's not so simple.
There was no need for further explanation from the captain. I grasped the dilemma that humanity was facing. It wasn't as easy as flying this ship to the nearest Khajiit colony and dropping them off. An inbound Terran transport would draw shoot-to-kill missile fire, no matter how slow their approach or polite their hail. The same problem would occur at any Federation outpost. Using the Venlil as a courier may not work either. They're considered predators by association at this point. However, with the humans potentially in cahoots with the Arxer, we had to get the Khajiit refugees out of their custody at once. Judging by the reaction to Koth's interview, the primates were susceptible to corrupting influences. It didn't take much to warp their good intentions and rope them into a dastardly scheme. The more I pondered it, the enemy's motives could stretch beyond escape. The offer of an alliance might be genuine, since the UN impressed so thoroughly in their early engagements. Humans had the power to decide the conflict for either side, and would only grow more dangerous with time. The Federation needed to straighten up our act and make sure the Terrans stayed in our corner. I had to do whatever was in my power to convince our galactic allies not to follow Khajiit mistakes. Antagonizing Earth made the Child Eaters look more palatable, even to noble soldiers like Monaghan and Carlos. Adding a second predator to the Arxer side would turn this war into a demolition. Then we contact both my people and the Federation, I decided. I still have some sway. Monaghan grimaced.
How do we speak to your people? Your settlers might need to relocate. We don't have the resources to protect this region long term.
I'll tell you how to reach Khajiit government channels. If they still exist, that is. Be warned, they probably don't. The last I heard, the designated bunker was looking shaky. Carlos rubbed his neck anxiously.
Doesn't your Prime Minister hate us?
Perry had a change of heart. She would be a useful witness with the Federation regarding this whole debacle. Short of that, I'm probably your best mouthpiece. You know, being one of the few surviving and well-known Khajiits.
You're the best. We're doomed.
The UN guard groaned. Monaghan chuckled.
Let's see if the PM's alive before we pronounce our political death, Romero.
Look what you've got your captain thinking. Political death. I glowered at Carlos, knowing intimidation would have no effect. Thanks for the vote of confidence. He flashed his teeth.
No problem.
Whatever the Terrans might think of my reliability, the remnants of the Khajiit Union needed to do our part. Right now, the Venlil were the only incentive for Earth and her citizens to risk their hides. That needed to change before it was too late. I was going to impress upon anyone that would listen that humans were a species worth saving, even if we were saving them from their predator selves.
Memory transcription subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 8th, 2136. When the science officer from humanity's first contact team reached out about a fear study, I was a bit intimidated. Sarah Rosario had done extensive biological and environmental analysis and collaborated with Venlo scientists throughout their early behavioral research. Her talks comparing our psychology racked up millions of views, as did her controversial analysis on Venlo ecosystems. In a nutshell, Terran conservationists were less than thrilled with our biomanipulation. Sarah had lambasted our efforts to wipe out predator species and discussed something she referred to as trophic cascades. The aspects she attributed to the absence of hunters were far-fetched, though she spoke at length about supposed examples from Earth. How could removing a terrestrial predator alter the ocean, destroy vegetation or spread diseases? Humans can prove their own worth without grasping at straws. These arguments are just moronic. Besides her fringe theories, Sarah was a remarkable scientist with credentials in several fields. If anyone could find a way to break Venlo fear responses, it would be her. I knew the process could be traumatic, but I would do anything to leave my internalized feelings behind once and for all. I was tired of failing to protect my human friends.
Are you sure about this, Slanik?
Marcel growled as we approached the scientist.
If you're trying to be more human to appease me, please don't. I accept you for you.
I squeezed my tail around his wrist. Thanks, but I'm doing this for myself. I'm tired of being scared and at the whims of my instincts. Tyler patted me on the back a little harder than I would have liked. The blonde human accompanied our group to assist with any physical activities, since Marcel was still in recovery from his gunshot wounds. The UN military was involved with these experiments, so I knew part of it was seeing if I could be shaped into a proper soldier. Dread festered already, knowing simulated combat was in my future. Why do you keep helping me, Tyler? We haven't known each other long, and you must have other things to do, I said.
Dude, I wanted to be in the buddy program, just like you two. The UN turned me down.
The soldier towered over me, and his blue eyes glittered like ice crystals.
They didn't think I would mess with the Venlil, I guess. Too tall and too scary.
Marcel frowned.
You were turned down cause you're not vegetarian, though your stature probably doesn't help your case.
Aliens are the most exciting thing to ever happen to mankind. I want to be part of this all. But maybe they were right. I always stick my foot in my mouth with the Venlil.
I studied the flesh-eating soldier, imagining I had never seen a human before. Marcel was a daunting hunk of muscle when I first glimpsed him. His shadow smothered me, and his forward-facing eyes were like spotlights peering down from above. It was only seeing him at his most vulnerable, cold and afraid, that squashed that threatening aura. That said, my friend barely came up to Tyler's shoulders. The sandy-haired soldier was tall, even by human standards. His dietary choices would have given everyone at the outpost the creeps. It was likely something would be blurted out about dogs and persistence hunting at a stage when his partner wasn't ready to accept that. Still, there were a lot of good memories to be formed with Tyler if he could see past the bulky predator. He was friendly to a fault, considering my emotions at times when I was harsher than he deserved. There was selflessness in the way he didn't hesitate to carry me off the cradle. I hoped other Venlil would give him a chance someday. I nuzzled against his arm, which startled the big guy. I appreciate you, Tyler. Your heart is in the right place. Don't give up. Appearances aren't everything.
That was actually sensitive and thoughtful.
Marcel feigned a gasp, and I giggled as the whites of his eyes expanded to cartoonish dimensions.
Who are you? And what have you done with Slanik?
Oh, shut up. You humans are a lot to take in, and you know it. Tyler placed a hand on his hip, striking a goofy pose.
Well, take it all in, buddy. Appearances are worth something. 210 pounds of glorious, rugged...
Yeah, you're the pinnacle of male perfection.
Marcel snorted, shoving the other soldier with his good arm.
Keep walking. The Secretary General doesn't want to see that.
The Secretary General? Why would Maya be here? I followed by Human's gaze and surveyed the Terran scientists camped by the machines. Sarah was taking an inventory of her equipment while other predators were staring at us. My nerves flared as I realized most humans present were in military uniforms. I knew these experiments would have combat applications, but I didn't think martial leaders were calling the shots. Secretary General Maya looked less amused with my pack's antics than I was. Tomfoolery was not his favorite pastime. He was in a heated discussion with several people in green and brown uniforms. The color scheme looked like a tree threw up on it, but they didn't seem the type that would appreciate such comments. Sarah waved us over to her.
Long time no see, Slanik. Glad you're back in one piece.
I'm hoping to stay that way. Why are all these important humans here? I squeaked. She lowered her eyes.
There's no easy way to say this, but I'm afraid our work will have to move much faster than I anticipated. We don't have much time.
You heard the news from Venlil Prime?
Secretary General Meyer interjected. Marcel nodded.
We did. Ambassador Williams is alive, and he returned with some new friends.
I was glad my human piped up, because this ambush had thrown me off my prepared responses. Was this about helping our new allies with their own first contact programs? They'd be trying to create an easier bonding process.
The picture of the Zorlin,
Tyler began. Zerulean, Sarah and I corrected at the same time.
The Zerulean on the human shoe is everywhere. My man was just like, oh, a predator. Looks like a warm, comfy pillow to me.
Secretary Meyer breathed an irritated sigh.
The other news. The Crocodile are leading a crusade against us, and we have less friends than foes. Not that even our friends are likely to help. Simple math dictates that we are at a numerical disadvantage.
The thousands of ships the birds are being massing represent a multi-species coalition.
One of the uniformed personnel chimed in.
Projections indicate they'll set sail today and arrive on October 16th or 17th.
Horror coursed through my veins as the gravity of the Terran's revelation set in. How could these humans be so calm at the prospect of an attack on Earth? Marcel and Tyler both were subdued, but their reaction wasn't on the level it should be. This was a raid with the intention of turning their verdant home into a barren rock, the same as the Arx's vile tactics. The Crocodile were one of the few species that could head a functional offensive. They boasted a high aggression since they evolved to scare off predators. During the initial phases of the Arxa War, the Avians conjured up the technology that allowed us to regroup. While nobody was on the humans' level, they possessed some tactical acumen. Why not launch a preemptive strike like you did with the Gajeeds? I demanded. Maya frowned.
It's too late now. But it wouldn't have worked. Most of their ships are already spaceborne, so we couldn't catch them sleeping like the Gajeeds. They concentrated forces around their stations heavily.
But you're excellent fighters. You have advanced ships now. Nobody can rival a Predator's military prowess.
They outnumbered us 10 to 1 if we sent the entirety of our fledgling armada. They also had home turf advantage and orbital lasers around every base. You might as well launch the UN fleet into a supernova. You'd get the same results.
Sarah sighed.
Our best hope was for Noah to convince them to stand down. That didn't work out.
I turned my gaze toward Marcel, noticing how his gaze drifted to his holopad. My human's thoughts were transparent at times. He was worried about the welfare of Nulia and Lucy, who remained back at his residence. The Gajeed child would never feel safe again if she watched another world endure destruction. That's if anyone survives the attack on Earth. The entire human race is in jeopardy, I realized. We need to get everyone off-world before it's too late. I pinned my ears against my head. You know the Crocodile are coming. There's still time. Evacuate Earth.
And go where? Anyone who wishes to leave will have the opportunity, including you.
The Secretary General growled.
This is our home. We've built everything here. It's the only planet we've got.
Marcel ruffled the stray tuft on my head, gentle and reassuring as ever.
Oh, soldiers, we're going to stay and fight.
No! I shrieked. Come with me to Venlil territory. We'll take care of you. All of you. Please, don't die, humans.
It's okay, buddy. Go back to your world. I want you to be safe.
Tears rolled down my face at the thought of Marcel perishing by a Crocodile horde. It brought back unwanted memories, like the scorching pain in my chest when I thought he was about to be shot in front of me. We had been to hell and back together, and it finally seemed like our lives could settle down. Now, without warning, the light at the end of the tunnel was extinguished. If Sarah's team were cancelling my experiment, I understood. Humans had bigger things to worry about than my fragile instincts. Scrap the study. It's not a priority. I rubbed a paw against my cheek, catching the water rolling down my fur. You don't have to worry about diplomatic fallout from me. I want to fight with you. Maya shook his head.
We can discuss integration to a UN vessel if the results of your training are positive. However, I recommend that you lend that option some serious thought, as high casualties are expected.
I appreciate that humans honor your word, but you do not have time to fix me. Don't waste...
This study is very important, Slanik, for the survival of our species.
The Secretary General crossed his arms, a calculating scowl on his face.
Look, if Earth falls, the Venlil will be custodians of the few remaining humans. It will be up to you to rebuild our population and to protect our survivors from threats.
Don't talk like that. Please.
I have to. Our research could point you in the right direction and make your soldiers stronger.
If things don't work out for us, This is humanity's parting gift.
Sarah finished.
I speak for all of us in saying that I hope the Venlil prosper.
My tail drooped between my legs, and it was all I could do not to collapse in defeat. The Terran's odds of defending such an onslaught was slim. Every human I knew could be dead in little over a week. Hearing the UN leaders speak as if that probability was likely crushed my hopes that the Sol system had some predatory tricks tucked away. Their species didn't deserve this fate. The humans faced their impending doom with fearlessness, so I needed to accept reality too. If my participation strengthened the Venlil military in the UN's absence, I would do whatever was asked of me. No matter the mental duress this exacted on me, it was worth it. I swallowed hard. Thanks for telling me yourself, sir. Where do we begin? Sarah rummaged through a box of her belongings and retrieved a red fabric sleeve. It took all of my willpower not to shy away as she tugged it over my face. Her curved nails waded through my fur like daggers. I couldn't see at all for a split second, which added to the panic. How could placing coverings on my head impart anything? They have to have a good reason. These predators will not hurt you. Humans will never hurt you, I repeated internally. The human scientist was gentle as she tugged a pair of straps behind my ears. My vision returned as 2 cutouts fell over the eyes, positioning. It felt like I was suffocating in the mask, but the fit was correct enough. Was it custom made to my dimensions? Its purpose must lie beyond adding color to my silver fur. I realized that something was wrong with my sight as soon as I processed my surroundings. Where I had seen Tyler standing beside me, there was only a dark shadow. Marcel's comforting snarl was obscured as well. This headgear had barriers to take away my periphery. Was this what it was like to have predator sight? Sarah clapped her hands.
Perfect.
You good, Slanik?
Marcel's voice echoed from my left, and I had to turn my head to look at him. The motion felt alien.
You look miserable, like a fish out of water.
It was tough to describe how it felt, to be unaware of the objects in my vicinity. Simply carrying out a conversation was unnatural. No wonder humans got jumpy if I came up beside them without thinking. Something could sneak up behind me now, and I wouldn't realize it was there until it pounced. I'll survive, I grumbled. You're going to make me calmer, Sarah, by limiting my vision. No offense, but I thought limited optical range was a downside to being human.
Your instincts are triggered by things approaching from the side or behind you. You're easily distracted by your surroundings because you see too much at once. I think this'll help your spook reflex, to focus on a single target at a time.
I get it. Like horse blinders.
Tyler stated in a glummer tone than usual. Like what? Maybe I'm making the wrong inference again, but it sounds like they've tried to force their tunnel vision on other prey animals. The scientist nodded.
Precisely. Slanik, why don't we try a combat simulator with the blinders? If it doesn't help, or you really don't like it, we'll drop it.
Fine. Sarah steered me into a separate room with a light touch. The enclosed space appeared to be an imitation of a patrol ship cabin, complete with controls and sensor readouts. Where the viewport should sit, there were blank screens. I imagined they would reflect arcs of ships in a few minutes. Tyler squeezed into the co-pilot's seat, a downcast expression on his face. The tall human knew we could be in a dogfight that was very real a short time from now. The stakes of our next mission would be his entire planet. This flight presented no tangible threat, and I needed to keep that fact at the forefront of my mind. Somewhere, deep inside my soul, there had to be some bravery lurking. All that mattered was gaining admission to the UN's last stand and proving that prey genetics didn't define us. These virtual enemies were going to have hell to pay. Memory transcription subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, October 8th, 2136. The humans instructed me to place a wraparound headset over my ears. I was impressed with how they had modified their technology with Venlil in mind, though I hoped I wasn't the only one who would get to use it. The earpiece fed simulated audio of alarms and hits. It also allowed Sarah to speak to me directly.
Slanik, I'm going to talk to you throughout this exercise. In time, I hope you will learn to do these things yourself,
she explained in a melodic voice.
Thoughts guide our actions. By changing your thoughts, you can unlearn negative behaviors.
I tilted my head. But that's the problem. You can't control your thoughts.
Well, not with that attitude. You didn't develop your thinking patterns overnight,
Sarah responded.
It takes time, effort, and understanding to make a self-adjustment. Mind if I ask you a few questions before we begin the simulation?
Go for it.
When was the first time you encountered a predator?
I failed to see the relevance of the question, but I decided to humor the human. If she thought delving into the origins of predator-phobia would further her understanding, it wouldn't hurt to play along. The more background info she had on me, the better subject I would be. You saw the Axer on TV, but that doesn't really count. Mother tried to shield us from those atrocities, I recalled. Encounters with predators were uncommon on Venlo Prime, though occasionally one slipped through the cracks. Teams of investigators in armored vehicles would travel out to the site, scorching any area with evidence of a hunter's presence. There was no way we would leave them alive to reproduce and terrorize our settlements. Extermination officer was an occupation that paid well, but all the money in the world wouldn't be enticing enough for me. My parents took me for a walk in the local pasture, and there was a dead rodent on the sidewalk. Lots of blood. There were larvae all over it. News cameras turned up within minutes. A shudder rippled down my spine at the memory. The anchors said a predator might be on the loose. The entire neighborhood was placed on a curfew by local police. Schools were closed indefinitely. Tyler couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, but he shot me a baffled look. The human's eyebrows arched up his forehead as though he couldn't believe what he was hearing. I think the words he mouthed were, "What the fuck?"
Tell me more about that. Did they find out what happened to the dead animal?
Sarah inquired. I gritted my teeth. It died of natural causes according to the autopsy. Everyone was relieved that there was no imminent threat, but that was the week I learned about food chains and our place on it.
How did that make you feel?
Scared. Powerless. I just couldn't believe there were animals that based their existence on killing.
I can tell this is difficult for you, Slenik. If I may, what conclusions did your childhood self reach about predators?
Predators had to be cruel and unfeeling to be able to stomach such violence. To eat that rotting corpse I saw.
The Axer must have cemented those beliefs. I take it that was your initial feeling toward humans.
A horrified gasp came from my chest as I realized what I'd just said about predators. It had slipped my mind that I was talking to one while I was focusing on the emotional residue of that experience. There was the thoughtlessness Marcel teased me over. I'm sorry, that was too honest. I didn't mean to say you're... I squeaked.
Relax. I'm not offended.
Sarah's voice was reserved and soothing, like the rustle of leaves in the wind.
I want you to be transparent with me, especially about how humans make you feel.
I don't like to think about humans being predators. It's jarring to equate you with...
The animal in the field, with eating rotting corpses.
Yes. The scientist was silent on the other end of the headset, and I caught some light scraping sounds. She must be taking notes from what I was telling her. I hoped I hadn't said too much. The humans wouldn't admit they were offended, even if they were.
You did great, Slenik. Thank you for sharing that with me. What I'm going to ask of you now is to try and put yourself in the predator's shoes,
she said.
Come up with as many reasons why an animal might choose to hunt as you can, beyond being cruel, violent, and unfeeling. We'll talk about it at tomorrow's session.
I focused my eyes on the floor, ignoring Tyler's inquisitive stare. Did flesh taste so good that it was addictive? It was tough to think of a single other allure to predation, other than biological impulse. Even with humans, I assumed they had those aspects within them due to their brutal hunting methods. The difference was that I believed they had another side, and that there were enough positive attributes to outweigh the repugnant ones. Besides, they found a way to sate their cravings without harming other creatures. Maybe that's something I should ask Marcel. He might know the answers Sari is looking for. I breathed a weary sigh. I don't know if I can do that, but I'll try.
Good. Now, we're going to start your mission. The goal of this exercise is to stop any hostile ships from reaching orbital range of Earth. I'll be here for guidance as needed.
The screens glowed to life, and Tyler clenched his fist around the firing trigger. The image of Earth in the background was hyper-realistic, down to the orange glow dotting the continents. Swirling clouds idled across the oceans, and the inky backdrop framed the planet in serene radiance. It was a breathtaking sight, even in a simulation. I searched for enemy contacts on sensor data. Craning my neck, I tried to get a visual on a fast-approaching vessel from our left. The blinders were inhibiting my sight line, so it was difficult to ground myself. At least it rendered me impervious to the virtual explosions and conflict taking place in the distance. My breath hitched in my throat as a plasma beam sailed meters from our hull. This felt too real and dangerous. The stress of decision-making was enough to make panic seep in. I was frozen as usual. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't even remember how to engage the targeting systems. Nonetheless, inaction was unacceptable. My trembling paw slammed the steering column and veered the ship toward the hostile. My diminished vision blurred. My heart was pounding so hard that it felt like an earthquake in my chest. Every instinct declared that facing an aggressive foe was too perilous. I feel like I'm going to die. Like I'm flying into my doom. And it's not even real. Meanwhile, Tyler was impossibly collected as he aligned kinetic munitions with the target. How could humans push through the chemical fog with such ease? It was as though their instincts compelled them to run headlong toward danger, rather than gallop to safety.
Slanik, deep breaths. Count to 5 as you inhale, then count to 5 as you exhale.
Sarah's voice growled. I took a few wheezing breaths, attempting to comply with her orders. Through the lightheadedness, I could see the opposing craft enlarging in the viewport. A horrified gasp escaped before I could contain it. This was all happening so quickly. There was no time to think. Everything on screen froze, including the hostile that was just magnified. I slumped my shoulders in shame. The humans were going to can the experiment on day 1. I was a hopeless cause. Helping them was never going to be within my capability, no matter how much I wanted it to be.
Talk to me.
The scientist's voice sounded urgent over the headset, which jolted me out of my daze.
Rate your fear on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the worst you've ever felt.
I blinked in confusion. 7?
We can work with that. Everything is going to be fine. This feeling will pass.
Sarah said.
What thoughts went through your mind as you started to feel afraid?
I know I can't do this. I'm not a fighter, and I never will be. My instincts can't handle stress or danger.
What I'm hearing is that you don't feel that you can control your emotions. You've decided it's not possible already.
Humans are special. I have to face what I am.
What you are is a good pilot. Remember, the enemy is just as vulnerable as you.
It doesn't feel that way. It never does.
Focus on your target and get the shot off. Everything else doesn't matter. You can complete that one thing. One step at a time.
Squeezing my eyes shut, I allowed my breathing to fall back into a calm rhythm. It was within my power to press a few buttons, wasn't it? There had to be a way to override my instincts, the way the humans kept their aggression in check. Marcel had squared off against 9 arcs of vessels in an inferior ship, and we survived. This was nothing.
Hey, we can do this, Slanik. You're not alone here. Remember that.
Tyler growled. I flicked my ears in appreciation. The sandy-haired human didn't have much heart after learning Earth's insurmountable odds, but he was still trying to be supportive. Bravery felt a little less difficult, knowing that fearless predators had my back. Humans were survivors, and that meant I was in good company. You're not doing this by yourself. You're on the predator's side, not the crocodile. They're the ones who should be afraid. I believed in humanity's strength, even if I was uncertain of my own. Newfound determination swelled in my veins as the simulation resumed. The blinders were there for the purpose of directing my attention to a single task. It was a matter of just acting and not thinking at all. The opposing ship barreled towards us, racing closer to Earth. My aviation knowledge kicked in, and I verified the target on sensors. All I contemplated was the intake of my breathing while my claw jumped down on the missile switch. Projectiles homed in on the sleek bomber, tracking its evasion attempts. My human partner sent a flurry of kinetics close behind. It was prudent to take advantage of any disruption to shields. The missiles rocked the imaginary opponent, and Tyler's well-timed rounds tore through its armor. The seamless teamwork was invigorating for a moment. The Predator bared his teeth at the thrill, and I almost mimicked him. Instead of allowing the follow-up options to overwhelm me, I asked myself what the humans would do. They would go for the kill and not give the enemy any recovery time. Persistence hunting taught them how to be relentless. Maybe I could learn from that cruelty as well. Leave my friends alone, I hissed to the screen. It was easy to channel my outrage at the unprovoked assault on Earth. Nobody hurts my herd, ever again. I navigated the ship nearer to our nemesis. My anger at the injustice was warring with the voice that told me to turn back. The resolute snarl on Tyler's face was enough to keep my paw on the accelerator. Just this once, I wanted to be the Predator, to pounce on a weakened enemy. My heart was racing while I unloaded a devastating salvo into their flanks. Orange tendrils burst from its metallic shell and damned the fictitious crew to the vacuum. The simulation faded back to white with a mission success declaration.
You did it!
Tyler cheered, forcing a grin.
That was all you, Slanik.
I leapt up from the pilot's seat, wagging my tail. As the Federation often reminded us, Venlil weren't supposed to have a fighting bone in our bodies. How had he managed to kill an enemy? And emulate Terran intensity? Had the humans changed me? An answer to Sarah's earlier question popped into my mind. An animal might choose to be a predator because it refined their species into something stronger. Hunting mandated discipline and lessened the brunt of fearful instincts. Maybe it was empowering to be the one dealing the damage. Sarah cleared her throat.
I told you that you were a good pilot. That exercise should give you hope for what we can accomplish.
But it was only one ship, guys, I pointed out. That's nothing compared to the Crocodile invasion.
We're going to increase the duration and number of enemies every day. You'll be taking on an army in no time.
The exhilaration of success fizzled out as I processed that daunting prospect. The scientists sounded hell-bent on pushing me well past my instinct's limit when all was said and done. Every day was going to be more of a struggle than the next. If nothing else, though, her questioning had forced me to consider my fears in a new light.
Oh, buddy, I'm so proud of you.
Marcel must have snagged the microphone. His rumbling voice fluttered into my ears.
You're going to turn those birds into space feathers. They'll never see it coming.
Thanks. But I don't know about that. He chuckled.
You're stronger than you think you are. The attacking skills are there, as we all saw. You nailed that fucker, even with Tyler button mashing and getting in your way.
This time, the tall co-pilot leaned close enough to hear the headset chatter. He threw up his hands in exasperation, then turned his glare at me for giggling. There was hilarity in the expression that once would have had me on the floor begging not to be eaten. I knew humans well enough to recognize the difference between jest and malice. Tyler waved a fist at the camera.
Slanik and I are going to win this war, while you're still on your ass eating Doritos.
Nah, are you kidding, bro? I'll be up there stopping you from snacking on too many crayons mid-battle.
What can I say? That's a true predator's diet.
I appreciated that my friends were able to make light of a dark situation. That was their method of coping with the unpleasant. There wasn't a more resilient species in the galaxy. With their example to model, maybe it was possible to mold me into something a little more vicious. The survival of these alien predators was what was important, I reminded myself. My progression was a secondary objective that would complement the Terran's aims. If Earth was to be lost, the spiteful defenders would take as many enemies with them as possible. No battle waged against humans was ever as easy as it looked on paper. Regardless, I had faith the Venlil Republic wouldn't hang our allies out to dry.
Memory transcription subject. Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date. Standardized human time, October 8th, 2136. The Federation fleet entered warp in harmonious accord, and our voyage to Earth commenced on schedule. I was less than thrilled with the extraneous additions to my crew. Crocodile officers were preferred to the reserved exports of another species. Our diplomats stressed that this was an interplanetary effort and forced my talons. While I understood the necessity of building group cohesion, the far soul implanted as operational first officer was already asking questions. His name was Thion. To my understanding, he was a personal favorite of their High Elder. That didn't buy him any favor on my vessel. The Crocodile Alliance was the entity that planned this mission, down to the gritty details. My crew was chosen because of their special attributes, and I trust them. You never know who can keep their head in battle until you've been there. Thion scrunched his droopy ears.
Why are the Terran colonies not on the bombing agenda? The data dump suggested humans had settlements on the Red World and their moon. There's research outposts in the gas giant moons, asteroid mining operations, orbital telescopes and...
I get it. But Earth is the priority, I replied. Other than military installations, the rest can be cleaned up afterwards. The Far Soul wiped the mucus from his nose.
The plans for a follow-up operation should be drawn up now. We have to stay prepared.
What is there to prepare for? The Predators can't muster a semblance of our numbers. I puffed my feathers out in a display of intimidation. You know, Thion, I much prefer Jarla as my XO. She doesn't nitpick everything.
You keep strange company, Calsim. There's something wrong with Jarla. She seems... off.
There was a comment that had some basis to it, though I wasn't ready to take an outsider into my confidence. Jarla was diagnosed with a rare cognitive disorder that entailed not producing the neurotransmitters for fear or affection. This caused a deficiency in empathy. Her responses to situations were often tasteless. Most Alliance officers wouldn't have allowed such individuals in their crew. However, the benefit of a person that didn't panic or lose focus couldn't be understated. As long as she didn't have to deal with the interpersonal side of things, Jarla was the finest officer in my crew. I credited her as the reason we were the most effective ship in the Alliance Armada. That is Captain Calsim to you, I spat. Jarla follows orders and makes the right calls. She's still my second even now, as far as I'm concerned.
Captain, I see we've gotten off on the wrong paw.
Thion's slender tail curled across the floor, twitching with restlessness.
I'd rather be on a Farsil vessel too, but this is where we are. Can we try to make the most of it?
I tossed my beak. Fine. But did you have to start tearing everything apart the second you came aboard?
I like to know who and what I'm working with. Every captain has a different background and a different way of running things. The more I know about you, the more useful I can be.
Then I'll keep it short and sweet. I started off as an extermination officer. I'm still one really, just with a starship and a title. Thion's whiskers twitched as my former profession registered in his mind. There wasn't a better vocation to prepare a person for eliminating predators. It taught how to destroy a monster's habitat and prevent any chances of survival. Sapient extermination wasn't that different, except that there was more lantern torch with the breadth of a planet. There was a buzzing sound at the door, and I peeked at the security feed. The other Federation implant on my crew was the new medical officer, though the peculiar aspect was the species. The doctor was a Takan veteran. The Takan coalition had been outed as one of the parties amenable to a full alliance with humanity. For some reason, this Takan individual had thrown himself onto a transport and begged to join our raid. The newly demoted Jala escorted him to my quarters per my request. It was a mystery why a medical practitioner would want to fly toward a predator's homeworld. My own doctor deserted when she learned the fleet's destination. It could be a simple case of this Takan despising his government's rhetoric. Still, I want to look him in the eye and demand his reasons. Come in, I growled to the intercom. Thion, you can stay if you want. The Farsal thumped his tail.
Yes, sir.
I can't believe he's stolen my post.
Jala snapped.
We'll settle this later, soft ears.
I glowered at the female crocodile. Don't mind her. Please, come in, Doctor. The Takan male strode through the door and plopped himself in a chair without waiting for permission. His tough hide was silver, about the same hue as my ship's metallic walls. Those tri-toed paws wiggled enough to grasp objects, though I found his kind much clumsier than crocodile surgeons. Few species compared to how well our talons could sink into or wrap around things. I jabbed a talon at the doctor. What is your name?
Zahn, sir.
All right. Tell me, what is a Takan doing volunteering for a mission like this? I squawked.
When I landed on Arthur to share that the Gajid cradle was annihilated, I discovered that my species betrayed the Federation in my absence. It was horrifying. Shameful. Captain, I want to put an end to this alliance permanently.
I nodded my beak and contemplated his words. If we'd returned from deployment to find the Alliance cozying up to predators, it might push me to renounce my citizenship as well. Then again, a doctor shouldn't have devoted his entire life to extermination. Why would Zahn feel compelled to take such drastic measures?
Wait, if I may, you were stationed in Gajid space.
Thine interjected. Zahn swished his tail.
Yes. I was working under Captain Sovlin. We were the first vessel to encounter a human.
My eyes snapped toward him. I heard. Everyone heard. What you lot did was cruel and disgraceful. I don't know that I want you on this ship.
I beg your pardon, Captain. It was a human, not an actual sapient. That abominable freak deserved to rot for eternity. All predators do.
The captive Terran pilot in their custody could no longer pose any threat, yet Sovlin and his lackeys granted it the slowest death possible. Extermination teams were swift and surgical when our services were needed. Suffering was never our goal. Listening to a helpless creature scream and knowing it was in unimaginable pain, that didn't make anyone safer. The line that separated us from the Arxa was one that could not be crossed. Humans are true sapiens, Doctor. Make no mistake. My feathers were ruffled as I offered the reproachful assessment. I even believe they feel selective empathy. They're pack predators after all.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
Thion muttered. Why? Because I used to be an extermination officer. Zahn blinked in surprise. The doctor gave the appearance that he was about to contest my statements, but my field expertise was enough to make him reconsider. I understood predators better than most citizens of the Federation. Humans weren't as simple as they would like to believe.
Captain Kalsim has a certain respect for humans. He thinks they're interesting. As do I.
Jala chuckled. The physician's amber eyes bulged.
Interesting. Respect. They kill for sustenance.
I puffed out my feathers for emphasis. If you don't respect a predator, you're already dead. They're not to be trifled with. Remarkably cunning. The Farsal officer tilted his head.
Your tone is almost reverent. Wouldn't someone with your skill set hate predators?
Thion, you shouldn't hate humans. They can't help that they're a disease, that they infect everything they touch. Bacteria don't choose to be bacteria, and predators don't choose to be predators. They just are.
So what are you saying? It sounds like you don't believe in this mission.
Zahn snarled. Sure I do. But it shouldn't be about hatred. I don't derive any pleasure from killing billions. Only a predator should. You should feel sorry for the humans, and be grateful that we were not born in such an accursed form. The doctor recoiled, and I could see indignation brewing in his eyes. The company this Captain Sovlin kept seemed like an extension of his own undisciplined behavior. It must have been difficult for Zahn to witness the cradle's destruction, but his current behavior was unhinged. I wouldn't want this Taken cutting me open if my life was in the balance.
You pity a creature that is incapable of pity. It's ironic.
Jala remarked, a sharp glint in her eyes. Thion's nostrils flared.
Hey, I'm not following either, Captain. Why do you support wiping humanity out if you feel sorry for predators?
Few understood how terrible it was to pour gasoline on a youngling as it cried for its mother's milk. The first time I found a nest of predator pups, the guilt of killing them nearly caused me to quit. They were tiny, innocent, and untainted by their parents' atrocities. I broke down on the ride home and asked my mentor how we could kill a baby for the way it was born. There was a cold logic in her explanation. Little predators become big predators and reproduce exponentially. Within a few cycles, there would be a full-blown infestation. It wouldn't be one set of pups we were killing. What happens if we don't wipe them out? Humans will spread everywhere, and they'll be in our systems in no time, I answered. This is our only chance to destroy them. We kill because we must. It was an unfortunate reality that Earth had to be eradicated. Unlike our incensed ambassador Jerusalem, I understood why most in the Federation couldn't bring themselves to push the button. They were relieved not to have to wrestle with the moral conundrum of killing a species that had yet to lash out. They didn't want to spend the rest of their lives wondering if some predators could have been saved. It was the same reason the Federation readily accepted that humanity destroyed itself with nuclear bombs 200 years ago. That was how this problem got so out of wing in the first place. The predators attained spacefaring capabilities without anyone realizing. Only a few months into their expeditions, humans had already caused the destruction of the Gajid cradle. The longer we let Earth survive, the more Federation worlds will perish.
We agree on this being our moral imperative, but that's all we agree on.
Zahn leapt up from his seat and swished his tail with impatience.
I'm here because I want to witness humanity's death with my own eyes. I'm qualified, overqualified even, and I know the enemy. Now do you want my services or not?
Jala snickered at the Taken's temperament.
I like this one, Captain.
Well, I do not. But it's not like I have a suitable replacement, I muttered. You'll follow my orders on this ship, Zahn. It's not becoming of a doctor to have such little value for life.
I don't need a lecture over how I feel toward predators. I value lives. Our lives. Jala, show me to the med bay now.
Zahn hissed. The female crocodile glanced at me for confirmation, and I curled my wingtip in a go-on gesture. Something told me I needed to keep a close eye on the doctor. The kind of person that delighted in death and suffering would never have intentions that I could trust. Besides, it was a bad omen when the crewmate who took a shine to Zahn was a sociopath. That was an unpleasant discussion. What do you think, Thion? I asked. The Farsal hesitated.
I think I have your back, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. If you're going to be my XO, then I expect you to speak freely behind closed doors.
Frankly, I've seen what happens after predators hit a world as well. There's nothing to feel remorse over. I'll sleep better when this mission is done.
Understood. Let's head to the bridge and keep watch for any Terran ambushes. My heart felt heavy as we set off together, and I wondered where my crew fell along the moral spectrum. Thion missed the distinction between his feelings and Zahn's, though perhaps he would realize in time. Unlike the doctor, the first officer was motivated by reasons that had nothing to do with the humans. His concern was the suffering he witnessed and any future threats, rather than pure vitriol. That was the correct rationale for the destruction of Earth. This fleet would succeed in its duties, because there was no other option for our survival. Memory transcription subject, Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 9th, 2136. As soon as we departed Crocodile space, it became evident that the humans had been tracking our movements. The predators were lurking in the shadows along our starry route. 2 ambushes were sprung on the fleet during the first day of travel. The primates knew that we were coming, and that was enough to unsettle the crew. But the humans were afraid from what I could tell. Their attacks seemed devoted to stalling and chipping away at our resources. Larger Terran ships had FTL disruptors on their hulls, which could be deployed as soon as we came within range. They would dart in for a missile run while we were dazed, then vanish just as quickly. Why do they flee after a single strike? These techniques seem too cowardly to be born of predators. Nonetheless, I adjusted personnel rotations so that our vessel was combat ready at all times. I allowed myself only a short nap after the second ambush, just to refresh my wits. There was no time for a full night's rest until the enemy resurfaced. Thion was working overtime as well, compiling data to predict the Terrans' next appearance. Our vessel was going to nail the humans next time they tried anything. If their attempts at disrupting our operations were this lousy, they must lack confidence in their combat abilities.
This locale seemed like the likeliest spot for an ambush. The EM radiation from the system's pulsar makes our sensors and targeting wonky,
the first officer said.
Though perhaps I'm mistaken, it would affect their targeting too.
My feathers ruffled with disquiet. I suspect humans' reliance on targeting is less than ours. They have a backup system in their brains.
Should we advise the fleet to reroute? If I'm correct on Terran whereabouts, there's less than a minute before they activate the disruptors.
Let's not do anything hasty, Thion. Their ships can outpace us, so we'll be just pushing this off to a later date. We face these predator pests here, on our terms. The Farsal officer swallowed nervously and studied his readout. I couldn't blame the big-eared guy for feeling discomfort about engaging the humans blind. Our instinctual fear wasn't conductive to off-the-cuff maneuvers and precise calculations under stress. Crocodile could muster aggression, sure, but that desperation wasn't controlled. But Jala wasn't bogged down by chemicals. If I placed her behind the weapons station, she could recalibrate our artillery on a dime. We didn't have to worry about fear-addling her senses. There was a reason I twisted the brass's wing not to lock her up in an asylum like they wanted to. It was in our best interest to use people like her against the predators. I cleared my throat. Jala, assume control of weapons. Switch to manual override and hit the first ship you see with whatever you like. The female crocodile shoved a younger officer out of her way and pecked the buttons with giddiness. She didn't need to be told twice. It was rare to see anyone else so thrilled to carry out orders, especially when those involved being flung into combat. My second-in-command wouldn't miss the clues if they were shoved in his face.
Captain, answer me honestly,
Thion whispered.
Does Jala have predator disease?
I lowered my voice. That terminology is ignorant. Predators do feel fear. Jala is an asset that I have under control. She knows I'm the only thing stopping her from being thrown in a deep, dark hole.
I don't believe for a second that predators feel anything. But she has more in common with them either way. How can you trust her not to side with them?
Even people with her condition don't side with people who want to eat them. I've heard that has a way of shortening your lifespan.
You don't say.
The Farsal transferred the projected enemy coordinates onto the sensor grid. By his estimates, the humans were camped within a gas giant's ring. It seemed a suitable position to lie in wait. The planet's gravitational field added further disturbance to sensor readings, and the icy ring particles were indistinguishable from a quiet vessel. That's actually some solid analytics from Thion. I suppose I'm fortunate the guy the Federation saddled me with is halfway intelligent. The first officer also noted the maximum range of an FTL disruptor. It stood to reason that the humans would wait until the bulk of the fleet was within the pulse's umbrella. I highlighted the blast zone circumference on my screen, using their approximate location. Now, it was a matter of forging ahead and waiting. Navigations, as soon as we hit the edge of that red circle, disengage warp, I squawked. If we time this right, the humans will think we're stunned. Just as they show themselves, we'll be ready to fire. Thion blinked in surprise.
Bold plan. If we're off by a few seconds, we'll get dazed alongside everyone else.
And if we drop in too early, the humans will know we're onto them. Of course, we don't know they're here for sure. We could be chasing ghosts. But I'm trusting your work.
Thank you, sir. Shouldn't we tip off the fleet, though?
Negative. The predators may have breached our comms. Other friendly vessels may have come to similar conclusions, but our role as the Crocodile flagship was to seize the initiative. Defeating a predator necessitated brashness. I don't think even the meticulous humans accounted for us turning the tables. They were under the impression that everyone in the Federation was weak, and that might serve us well. The fear plastered across the bridge crew's faces was apparent. The inexperienced enlistees weren't keen on hurling a multi-billion credit ship into a predator's trap. To be fair, this was the kind of action that earned reprimands from Alliance Command if it backfired. We had one chance to validate our decisions. My file does say I take unnecessary risks and attribute my success to luck. I imagine Thyone read that dossier before boarding. For better or for worse, I always asked myself what a predator would do. Trying to predict their moves or understand their thinking was easy once it was a habit. This raid was one final job before passing the baton to someone younger. What better way to cap off my career than by vanquishing the greatest threat of our time? I fluttered over to the navigation station, ready to intervene if the technician froze. Our dot was almost overlapping the perilous area. Thyone was itching to issue the disengage order, but I didn't want to jump the gun. We couldn't allow the riskiness to inhibit our patience. My breathing hitched as we entered the pulse threshold. A little further. Real space. Now! A head-on view of a gas giant materialized on the viewport. The dull orange mass surrounded by a glistening ring was a sight to behold. My talons stiffened as the feeling of being watched sank in. I couldn't see any enemy ships, but I could sense their unholy presence.
No sign of human activity,
Thyone began. Thousands of friendly vessels appeared around us without warning. The Federation fleet was evidently reeling from the effects of the disruptor signal. Lithe Terran ships swarmed out of the ring and descended on the nearest Crocodile vessels with fury. Jarla's wings extended to their full span as she began firing missiles at will. Several projectiles slammed into an enemy bomber and it was terminated mid-swoop. More explosives followed close behind, synced with whirling kinetics that pelted their shields. The humans were pushed back by my crazed Crocodile long enough for some friendlies to catch their bearings. Our allies' aim was clearly rattled without sensors, and most plasma beams missed their mark by a long shot. Nonetheless, the Predators determined the mission was a wash. They weren't going to take the chance of a stray hit connecting. There's only a few dozen ships in this ambush anyways. The Terra military didn't lend sufficient support.
They're retreating. Don't let them get away,
the Farcel First Officer exclaimed. All Federation ships, fire at will, I barked over the comms channel. I don't care if you miss. Hurl everything you've got ready at their position. Jarla was happy to oblige those orders and dispensed another round of missiles toward the gas giant's cover. That was where the Terrans were trying to vanish for emergency warp. None of our explosives connected with an opponent, but they did pack a punch to the ring itself. Ice fragments were flung out from the epicenter, and some shrapnel found its way into human armor. The navigations officer maneuvered us to the edge of the ring. The proximity was close enough to get a visual. A few Predator craft were rendered inoperable or ripped apart by debris. Cheers erupted across the bridge as they saw the devastation we unleashed. I tried to mimic pleasure, but gunning humans down just made me feel numb. My eyes lingered on the wreckage in the viewport. Nice work, Jarla. We must have taken out a number in the double digits. In no small part due to your fortitude.
Don't mention it. That was fun,
she trilled.
Just a shame our skirmish was so short. I was expecting more of a scrap.
Thyone narrowed his eyes.
It's not a shame that our victory was decisive. It makes it more likely that our flight to Earth will continue unimpeded.
I tuned out their bickering. My focus was on scanning a motionless Terran vessel via manual input. Ship sensors had been fully automated since before I was born. At close range, though, it should be possible to work through the interference with operator assistance. The human craft I scrutinized had its hull caved in, which suggested debris impact at high velocity. It was mostly intact, but life support and propulsions were knocked offline. Some part of me itched to know if its pilot was still alive. Future generations would ask about these Earthlings, and nobody could provide an adequate explanation. This was a pristine opportunity to document a Sapien Predator's mannerisms. Silence on the bridge. Comms, make sure all transmissions are being recorded, I screeched. I want everyone here to know the enemy, so I'm hailing that venting wreck. Considered it a crash course on Predators, Thyone gasped.
What? What makes you think that demon will answer?
I tilted my head. There was no guarantee a human would accept our communication attempt, but it was worth a try. While seeing its face would make the crew shudder, there was no feasible risk. Its weapons and escape options were severed, and it was smart enough to know that. The outbound hail was sent with a swipe of my talons against the protests of the crew. A tense silence filled the air as our signal was extended to the crippled foe. There was no response for several seconds, which only added to the crew's nerves. Did these people think a Predator could teleport on deck through a call? I could almost sense the Terran's bewilderment. It was weighing whether to hear our message. Curiosity must have won out, because a pair of frosty blue eyes appeared on screen. The ferocity of its gaze sent several crewmates ducking for cover. Their colour looked cold and unnatural. The beast had a laceration across its forehead and was dabbing it with a towel to keep the blood out of its vision. It's wounded. Maybe it's not thinking straight, so we can pry some intel from it. I couldn't say that looking at it didn't give me the creeps, even after decades of dealing with predators. This creature was more intelligent than anything I eliminated in the wild. There were only a few clumps of hair across its face, which made it look alien and bare.
What do you want? I don't need your mockery, birds.
It gurgled. I resisted the urge to avert my gaze and instead tried to make neutral observations. Beneath that petrifying visage, there were signs that the creature was rattled. The slightest furrow of its brow suggested fear, and the way its jaw tightened indicated pain. It realized its death was imminent. That knowledge overshadowed its last moments. I raised a wing in an uncommittal gesture. Nobody is mocking you. I just want to talk.
You've got to be shitting me!
It leaned closer to the camera, close enough to make out the veins in its eyes.
What makes you think I want to talk to you? Enlighten me.
A hunch? I figured a pack predator wouldn't want to die alone. If I'm wrong on that, you can end this transmission now. Thien was staring at me like I'd grown a third wing, while Jala was observing the exchange with amusement. I had my reasons for fielding this call in the public eye. The crew needed to see affirmation of my theories after the skeptical reception I observed. It would be a critical lapse in understanding to presume they shared the Ark's solitary behavioral patterns. The human bared its teeth and shook its head in disbelief. It placed its chin on its hands, then refocused those horrific eyes on the camera. Frost spiraled from its plump lips, which suggested the cabin temperature was frigid. With only a stringy flaxen mane, I didn't imagine it would last without environmental regulation for long.
You never answered my question.
The beast sighed.
What is it you want?
I want to rescue you from that icebox. Surrender yourself to our custody peacefully, and I'll see that you survive. You can ensure that your culture is remembered.
Thanks, but no thanks. How fucking stupid do you think I am? Death is better than what you lot do to human prisoners.
You have my word that I'll hold you in fair conditions. You don't want to die. I can see your fear. The predator blinked slowly and hooked its arms together to conserve warmth. It wasn't ready to give up key information now, but if I managed its needs, it might start spilling intelligence. Self-preservation was a driving force in every sapient being. The human detached a small cutout from its dashboard and turned it toward the camera. The image was of 3 snarling young predators with the pilot crouched beside them. Another adult primate had an arm around the offspring and was flashing pearly white fangs. They looked vicious, but happy.
That's my family. I am afraid, but not of my death.
It growled.
I'm afraid that you're going to kill everyone I love. The only thing that will please you is my whole species purged from existence. And I don't know if even that will quench your hatred. Please, stop this.
The transmission cut out abruptly, and I pushed down the lump of pity in my throat. There was the confirmation that humans cared for each other. I hoped that inspired a bit more sympathy from my comrades. The Crocodile government shouldn't hide humanity's redeeming attributes. It was enough to establish them as a major valid threat. The truth matters, I thought to myself. We're not going to strip that away on my ship to make ourselves feel better.
The Predator only has a few hours before its atmosphere is used up. Orders, sir?
Jala asked in an emotionless voice. I lowered my gaze. Terminate it. A quick death, Jala. The human refused my offer, and we can't leave it to be rescued by its brethren. The female crocodile rolled her eyes, but deployed a missile into the drive column. I watched as the wreckage went up in flame. It was merciful to grant the beast a swift end, rather than condemning it to suffocate in that freezing tomb. Still, its death didn't bring out any positive emotions. Some of the crew seemed moved by its elimination as well, which meant my strategy was a success. Fian's nostrils flared with exasperation.
What were you thinking, Captain? What would you have done if it accepted your offer?
I would have stuck it in the brig like I said, I answered. And no, Zan wouldn't have got within 100 paces of it. We could contain a single wounded predator. And it was useful.
Useful? What did you gain from that little chat?
Watch your tone, XO. This is my ship. Now, you all know the enemy as I do. You can come to terms with the real reasons for this mission. The Farcel first officer gritted his teeth. Thien was disturbed by my generous view of predators, but he knew protesting on the bridge was out of line. Perhaps he needed to believe falsehoods to maintain his conviction. All doubt needed to be sorted out before we reached Earth. Assuming the Terran ambushes were resolved, the fleet's next engagement would pummel everything humanity had into oblivion. When we reached our destination, I hoped my crew would be ready to do what was necessary.
Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlo Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 9th, 2136. This should have been a jubilant moment. The UN Liberation Fleet established contact with the Venlil military and requested permission to dock on our homeworld. A victory against the Arxa was something I never fathomed. The humans had accomplished the impossible, but I didn't understand why the Secretary-General had travelled all the way from Earth to meet with me. His stated purpose was to discuss something urgent with me before those ships landed. The way the human diplomats were tight-lipped and implored me to remain calm instilled some apprehension. My advisors were aware of the Crocodile invasion. We offered to take in as many Terran refugees as needed. About 50,000 predators had arrived on the first flights and were settled into temporary housing. We didn't have the resources to take care of them long-term or to satisfy their dietary preferences, but leaving our friends to die wasn't an option, so we'd figured it out together. There was no need to persuade us to help, and the minutiae could be handled by stand-ins. As for the diplomatic fiasco, the humans sent representatives to every allied species yesterday. They would point the finger at the Kolshian Commonwealth and pray their innocence was believed. With such immediate casualties, all bets were off. I'd expect the Thafki to be most suspect of predators, given that they're almost extinct. The Fishians, with their expansive resources, are the ones we truly must convince, at all costs. There wasn't much to do besides await each race's reaction. I told the humans in no uncertain terms that I wouldn't expect any government's assistance. What else could the UN figurehead wish to discuss in person at such a crucial time in his planet's survival? If Maya was leaving Earth, shouldn't his priority be appealing to Chosen or Tossa for aid? Noah, do you know what this is about? I asked. The Terran ambassador frowned.
I think it's better to wait for Maya, Tava. I don't imagine you're going to like this. Please, just promise you'll try to understand. For me.
The ominous reply didn't provide any reassurance. That was how humans spoke when they were worried something predatory would frighten us or shake our trust. I didn't like seeing my beloved friend pleading with me, like I was bound to turn against him. Don't be like that, I grumbled. What? Are you finally going to tell me you hunt through your endurance? Noah gaped at me, eyes bulging.
Who told you?
I figured it out watching you exercise back on Arthur. It occurred to me how that tirelessness might help chase down prey. You don't have much else going for you.
Gee, thanks. You don't seem very concerned, though.
Why should I be? Your people would never hunt mine either way. I am humanity's friend, and I'm not here to judge your ancestors. The ambassador patted my shoulder with affection. I didn't appreciate that there was still secrecy around their hunting methods, but trust was a slow process. Fortunately, my deduction skills were sufficient.
You are the only real friend we've had out here. Thank you.
Noah whispered. I flicked my ears in acknowledgement. Not to inflate my own ego, but I'm pretty all right. So see, Secretary-General Maya doesn't need to waste time talking me off the ledge.
That's not what I'm talking you down about.
A gravelly voice interrupted. Noah and I both startled. Neither of us noticed the Secretary-General enter the cavernous reception hall. I had no idea how long Maya had been eavesdropping, but it was enough to catch the subject matter. I was glad I didn't make any suggestive quips about their endurance. The UN leader looked like he hadn't slept in days as he tossed a hard-copy photograph on my desk. The poor guy collapsed into the nearest chair and poured at his bleary eyes. I wanted to order him to get some rest, but with Earth in danger, I doubted he would comply. My gaze landed on the image, which showed a uniformed human sitting across from an Arxa. Was this taken from one of their ships? The grey had a shackle around its leg, so at least it was restrained from rampaging through the crew quarters. How the Terrans got it there in one piece was another question.
We captured several Arxa from a cattle ship.
Secretary-General Maya stifled a yawn and blinked in quick succession.
Quite a few of our major players had, well, concerns about sharing the next part with you. Given that you're the only reason humanity is still alive, I felt you had the right to know.
To know what? I asked hesitantly. Maya raised his hands in a placating gesture.
Please don't take offense. I'm just repeating the story multiple Greys told us. They claim the Federation infected thousands with a microbe that made them allergic to meat, then killed their livestock to force them into herbivory.
I narrowed my eyes, processing what the human relayed. Our Terran friends proved that being a predator alone didn't explain the Arxa's cruelty. Either sadism was a trait unique to their species, or a reaction to a particular event. On that note, the Federation had no issue sacrificing lives or bending morals in the short time I knew the primates. I've watched them beat and starve a human. blow up spaceships to eliminate any offer of friendship, plan multiple raids to wipe out all life on Earth. Honestly, I wouldn't put that antagonism past the Federation. But if it's true, I know nothing about it, I replied. Regardless, why would the Axa choose to farm sapient beings rather than eat plants? Noah pursed his lips, suppressing a sigh.
They are obligate carnivores, Tava. They cannot survive without meat.
I tilted my head in confusion. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Why not?
Obligate carnivores can't digest plants like you or me. They don't have the right gut bacteria, and they can't synthesize vitamins from plant forms.
There are certain nutrients like taurine that exist almost exclusively in meat.
Maya chimed in.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Noah, but I think such carnivores have high protein requirements as well.
The astronaut nodded.
Exactly. The glucose in their blood, energy, comes from proteins rather than carbohydrates. In the absence of protein, their bodies start eating their own muscle and organs.
I shuddered at the notion. Having your innards digested by your own cells was the literal definition of starvation. Human scientists needed to spread these facts around. It would make predation more sympathetic. Flesh-eating made sense if biology left no alternative. Noah couldn't eat any meat while he was at the Federation summit. No wonder he was irritable. I had no idea he was in such agony. Burgeoning concerns flooded my mind, and I stared at the ambassador in horror. We were informed from the onset that humans had higher protein requirements. Had the vegetarian visitors been suffering or starving to pacify us? I hoped none of them would have long-term repercussions. That was never my intention. Noah's brown eyes softened.
What's wrong, Governor? Was that too graphic?
You have been starving from eating plants, I squeaked. Maya breathed a frustrated sigh.
Humans are omnivores, Tava, as we have told you many times. The nutrients in vegetables are quite accessible to us.
That said, without animal products, we usually develop serious mineral deficiencies.
Noah interjected, sensing my next question.
Vegetarians need supplements or fortified foods. B12, iron, protein, and so on. This has been explained to your medical community.
Undoubtedly, it was easier to absorb those nutrients through dietary means. At least the Terrans could survive on vegetation, with a little help. The Axa couldn't derive any nutritional value from plants even if they wanted to. I didn't know why zero scientists here or in the Federation had figured that out. So it's not about bloodlust at all. I get the point, I think, I sighed. What do you want to do about the Greys' story? Maya grimaced.
Governor, I'll give it to you straight. The Axa offered us an alliance, and the Federation has forced us to hear them out. We need all the help we can get, especially from such a powerful player.
I stared at the floor and avoided Ambassador Noah's pitying gaze. This was the scenario every Venlil dreaded from the moment humans declared their peaceful intent. Everyone feared they would buddy with the Axa at the first opportunity. We hoped that these predators wouldn't be like the ones who saw us as tasty playthings. But the truth was, Terrans were nothing like the monsters we imagined. They sided with the Federation and mustered a genuine attempt at peace. General Jones told me a long time ago that humanity would do anything to protect Earth. I couldn't blame them for making that decision, forsaking our predicament for theirs. I blinked away tears. Do what you have to. I understand why you're leaving us. Their friendship is more impactful.
Leaving?
Maya echoed.
Wait, do you think we're just going to let them eat you?
Noah stepped toward me, shaking his head for emphasis.
We'd never abandon you. Never. Understand?
The Terran ambassador enveloped me in a warm hug, without waiting for a response. I sank into his suffocating grasp. Losing the humans would be a devastating emotional blow, especially this particular human. I didn't think I could bear it. The selfish part of me wanted them to stand against the Axa, whatever the cost. The Secretary-General cleared his throat pointedly.
We consider you the same as our own people. Any deal with us mandates the release of all captive Venlil and an armistice between your governments. That is non-negotiable.
What? You want us to ally with, or bargain with the Greys? I hissed.
Something like that.
Elias, I killed my only child because of their bombing excursions. I remember how it felt to hold her in my arms as I told the doctors to disconnect life support. Forgive me if I'm not thrilled about the idea. The humans were considering a deal out of necessity. But the circumstances were different for our predator friends. Terrans hadn't been slaughtered en masse for centuries. That wasn't something you just forgot. Whatever the Federation had done, it didn't change the unspeakable atrocities committed against Venlil kind. You can't reason with creatures who bomb schools and laugh at brutalized pups. I don't want to talk to the Greys. I recognized that personal experience was clouding my judgment, but I didn't want to brush it aside. The Axa ripped apart my life. Even my mate and I separated because he reminded me too much of our daughter. The pain was still a constant ache in my heart. Suffice to say, I despised the Axa with the utmost venom.
I'm sorry for your loss, Tava. I know how hollow those words must sound.
The wrinkles on Maya's face were taut with sympathy.
But please let me correct that statement. You did not kill her. You chose not to prolong her suffering because you're a selfless, kind person.
My tail drooped with grief. Thank you. Is that what you really think?
I do. That's why I think you'll help us broker this deal, so nobody else in your world will have to endure that feeling ever again, and so that we might not have to bury our loved ones 7 days from now.
The Ewan leader was a gifted speaker, I'd give him that. Was any price too high to bring peace to my planet? Even a brief reprieve would be merciful if it halted the torment of millions. All the Venlil really wanted was for this senseless war to stop. Noah, how can we... No. How can you trust them? I asked after a long silence.
I don't, but there's no good alternatives.
The ambassador crossed his sinewy arms.
I'm disgusted by those fascist child eaters. But the Federation is the immediate threat to Earth.
Maya frowned.
We're ideologically incompatible with the Axa long term. An alliance would be temporary to buy time. Perhaps we can steer them down less reprehensible paths.
I suppose the reptilians would be less of a menace under Terran control, pointed at our enemies. Still, how could we justify this to the non-hostile Federation majority? The largest voting bloc were the 107 that sought an anti-Axa alliance with humanity. Those species would see a predatory partnership as violating the crux of their position. Are you guys trying to ensure I lose next year's election? I grumbled. I'll stand with you, but this won't look good. You might as well go on galactic television and pledge to eat as Aurelian infant today. Noah flashed his teeth.
Well, the birds already think that's our morning breakfast. We're past worrying about appearances.
Very well, though I hope you have a better plan than flying to a cattle world and offering me as a sacrifice. Maya smirked.
Actually, an Axa captain gave us the location of one of their spy outposts. I'm going to fly within comms range and strike up a nice conversation. Care to join me, Tava?
The thought of seeking a carnivore's safe haven made my heart stop in my chest. There was nothing I would care for less than to be surrounded by abominations. The mental image of hungry eyes darting over my vital areas made me want to curl into a ball. What then Lil would ever want to talk to those foul beasts? A low whine rattled off my vocal cords. I can't think of a worse idea, but I'm right behind you. Let's get going. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, October 10th, 2136. Alarms blared from the cockpit and my fur stood on end. Maya's head snapped up from its snoozing position. The human needed only a fraction of a second to process the stimuli. The Secretary General jumped into full alert mode, scrambling toward the ship's helm. It was incredible how quickly the Predator brain kicked into fighting mode. Our transport was accompanied by a 10-ship UN escort, which was armed to the teeth. We planned on skirting the edge of FTL comms range and blasting a long-range transmission toward the Axa station's coordinates. There shouldn't be a high chance of conflict since we were keeping a substantial distance. Still, the humans came prepared to protect their leader.
Status?
Maya asked, his voice icy calm.
What's all this about?
The Terran pilot grimaced.
Massive formation on an intercept course about 2 milliparsecs out. Looks like patrollers of an Axa make.
Hail them on all frequencies.
Already done. No reply, sir. But our sensors picked up an attempted target lock.
Abort mission. Adjust our course at once.
Too late. We can't shift our heading quick enough in hyperspace.
Shit. I don't belong anywhere near a conflict, I panicked. Why didn't the humans assume this station location was a trap? I guess desperation overrode their paranoia. It seemed the reptilians weren't as keen on talking as the captive ones posited. The thick promise of an alliance was exactly the sort of deception the Federation claimed was inherent. If the Axa managed to subdue us, I might have to take drastic measures. I hoped I didn't pass out at the first sign of boarding. My head felt woozy, like I had been twirling around for hours. Maya's eyes widened, and he caught me as I lurched forward. It was all I could do to coax the slightest motions out of my muscles as the terror of becoming Ark's livestock intensified. The human leader pushed me back into my seat and strapped me into the harness with steady hands. Please. Elias, I can't. Please kill me if they get on board, I pleaded. The Secretary General combed a hand through his grey hair.
Nobody is going to die. We'll figure a way out.
No, promise to kill me if that time comes. My words tumbled out in hyperventilating gasps, and I caressed my searing heart. You have no idea what they'll do to me, especially when they figure out who I am. Please.
I understand what you're saying. Everything is going to be fine, but I need you here with...
A colossal jolt radiated through the ship's frame. Maya doubled over, clutching his temples. Profanity spewed from the human's mouth. That was quite the deviation from his typical composure. It felt wrong to see such a stalwart man roll onto his side and curl up into a fetal position. His cheeks had turned bright red, and his binocular eyes watered. Is Maya okay? He looks like he is asphyxiating. I've never seen a human skin that colour. The effects of the FTL disruptor pulse hit me a millisecond later. I felt my ears pop like I was in a plummeting elevator, and the discomfort only escalated. I whimpered in pain as I sensed the fluid sloshing in the auditory canals. The positive was it staffed me out of my fear, but the existing dizziness was compounded. My surroundings were an undulating haze.
Fucking hell!
The Secretary General grunted.
Shield! Shield!
The Terran leader shifted onto his stomach and began to crawl toward the cockpit. He tapped his earlobe, still bothered by the ringing sensation. He then shook his head as vigorously as a rain-drenched Venlil. I didn't think any human had been on the receiving end of a disruptor pulse before. This crew was the first to experience it. Our ship's pilot raised an unsteady arm. The disorienting effect inhibited his coordination, and he couldn't jab his finger on the right button. There was no concerned chatter from our escorts. Their bearings must be rattled too. The greys had rendered us defenseless. Silver streaks closed in on us from a diagonal heading. Orange light encompassed an escort vessel's hull as the Yarksa swooped in. The reptiles seemed to be taunting us by drawing so close. More blinding beams accelerated around us and drilled into the UN craft from flawless angles. This was a beatdown, not a fight. I struggled through my own panting. Elias, get a firearm and shoot me. Please, I beg you. A disgruntled Maya struggled to his hind legs. His hair and attire were more disheveled than I ever recalled. The dignitary was painstaking with his grooming and persona. His reddened skin glistened with water, and dark stains spread under his arms. Human sweat had a way of making them look slimy and feral.
Held the Arksa again, but with a video preview. Do it!
The Secretary General barked. The helmsman stiffened.
Are you mad, sir? That's going to be a little difficult now.
Our pilot slammed a fist on the control column, swerving away from a flock of mini-missiles. I guess those were designed to squeeze between chinks of armor or dodge interceptors. Our ship listed to one side as several hits battered our underbelly. The navigator howled some curses. Maya shook the other man's shoulder.
Open a channel! Do exactly what the fuck I said!
Yes, sir.
The Secretary General placed his hands on the console, steadying himself as kinetics pelted our armor. Our allies were trying to intervene, but several were otherwise occupied. Maya gritted his teeth and turned his eyes right toward the camera lens. An Arksa ship banked around us and pivoted to a head-on view of the cockpit. Its railguns glowed as it prepared to finish us off. My bloodstream was flooded with nauseating chemicals. These were the last moments of consciousness I would ever have. To my bewilderment, the enemy craft hesitated. Its weapons powered down, and it lost interest in our staring contest. The other Greys also backed off, leaving their Terran targets time to recuperate. They circled back to their jump point and watched us from the increased distance.
Greetings on behalf of the Arksa Dominion.
The throaty voice on the speakers was accompanied by a visual of a menacing creature. The sight of its yellowed fangs was revolting.
Our sincere apologies, brothers. We do not mean you any harm.
Maya heaved a flustered sigh.
Why did you attack us? We hailed you as soon as we saw you.
Your subspace trail originated from Venlo Prime, so we didn't realize it was you.
The Predator croaked.
You were heading straight for a key foothold of ours. Listening to the prey beg is a waste of time. I'm sure you understand.
It didn't escape my notice how the Secretary General's shoulders tensed. He inhaled a few purposeful breaths, as though trying to restrain his temper. I was aghast at the civility the Arxa was displaying to the humans. Nothing directed at us ever suggested this demeanor was within their capacity. Even as they are polite to the Terrans, they are bashing Venlil. They would never agree to a truce with us.
We were heading for your listening station.
Maya growled.
Humanity wishes to negotiate terms for our species' interactions. And we have some intelligence to offer.
Its eyes narrowed to slits, inspecting the primate's form.
Speak. I am listening. Identify yourself.
I'm Secretary General Elias Maya, leader of the United Nations. Do you have the authority to negotiate on behalf of your species?
Authority over this sector. I'm Chief Hunter Isif. This transmission is being recorded, so I will relay anything you say through the proper channels.
My difficulty in collecting my thoughts was frustrating, but this was marked improvement from being fired upon. It was unsurprising to learn Arxa labeled their highest-ranking officers as Chief Hunters. Their society revolved around the systematic slaughter of other sapiens. Did the humans really think they could change that? This was a foolish mistake on my part. The Venlil had no part in any of this, even if we were loyal to the Terrans.
That will suffice.
The Secretary General decided.
Humanity thought you would be interested to learn 7 species that have relocated their military assets. In other words, their territory is practically unguarded.
Isif's tongue flitted between its fangs as it salivated at the prospect of a raid. The sinister gleam in those eyes was enough to make me question humanity's plan. How could my friends call such a malicious assault on the Crocodle's head? Maya knew precisely what would happen to the civilians on world. It was a low move, even with the stakes.
Also, there are 17 other species who have mobilized a couple ship units.
The human leader continued without any sign of guilt.
Perhaps that will weaken a few key regions, or result in their forces being spread thin. The first 7 names will be easiest, but it's your choice.
The Arxa offered a scratchy chuckle.
Send the data over, Maya. I take it these assets have relocated to attack you. You wouldn't give information for free if it wasn't in your interest.
It doesn't matter, but I do have a request in return.
If you want to ally with us, you need only ask.
The human leader paused. He turned around to face the cabin and waved for me to join him. I shook my head in the negative, not wanting the Predator to see my presence. The entire dialogue was going to crumble the second my face appeared on screen. Maya crossed his arms, tapping his foot with impatience. The stubborn human was going to wait until I joined him, one way or another. Blood roared in my ears as my shaking claws unclipped the harness. My legs felt like they were made of jelly. I slunk up beside the primate with my tail between my legs. The Secretary General's eyes glowed with defiance. He scooped me up by the chest and propped my paws around his neck. The reptile's maw hung agape for several seconds. The dilation of its eyes made my grip tighten. I imagined it was contemplating how I'd look on a carving station.
Why is that feeble animal not cowering?
Isif asked at last.
You have food loose on your ship.
My ears pinned against my head. Fuck you, scaly wretch. I hope you rot in a furnace. The Arxa leaned back and placed a spindly arm beneath its snout. I was surprised it didn't return the insult or lobby vulgar threats at my race. The way it flashed its teeth reminded me of the Terran's amused expression. Then again, perhaps it was the display of appetite that we used to interpret that as. Maya sighed.
Tava, meet Isif. Isif, meet Tava. Excellent. Now everyone is acquainted.
Its name is irrelevant. It is lesser. Explain yourself quickly, human.
The Chief Hunter snarled.
Sure, that's easy. If you want positive relations with the UN, cease all hostilities with the Venlil Republic.
The human bared his teeth in a confident smile.
Also, release every Venlil in your custody. We will compensate you double the cattle's weight in fresh meat, so food is not an issue.
You have some nerve. Why would we relinquish our right to such a delicacy? Why would this be the entire basis of your terms?
The Venlil are our partners. You recognize the value of sowing division within the Federation and having sources with access to their information. You also know what a powerful ally we could be. Sparing one species isn't that important in the grand scheme of things.
Isif cast a ferocious glare at me, but I managed to meet its gaze. The Arxa could not harm me through the screen. This could be my only chance to confront a monster, and I wanted it to know that Venlil were not just inferior creatures. My courage seemed to cement its decision. A growl rumbled in the soulless predator's throat.
We heard you took Arxa captives during our unfortunate clash in Gajid space. Add them to your end, and we have an agreement. Unless you killed them. In that case, there won't be any deals today.
I accept those terms. For the record, we don't kill surrendering prisoners. It's not strategical.
Maya replied.
We're glad to hear that. How do you wish to complete this transaction?
Bring the captives alive to the abandoned Venlil colony I just sent you. We'll give you the code to a storage satellite once you've left the prisoners unharmed. The exchange will be arranged a month from now.
That is acceptable.
I blinked in amazement, unable to believe my ears. Had the Arxa hunter agreed to release all of our livestock that easily? My instincts suggested that it had to be deception. For all of Maya's poised words, I couldn't fathom the benefit to the enemy. The logistics of reintegrating millions of traumatized Venlil and trying to explain that our greatest allies were warlike predators daunted me too. That was on top of the projected millions of Terran refugees we needed to find a place for. Perhaps the Greys agreed to release the cattle because they realized the burden it would place on our infrastructure. The humans' judgments will be sound. You can discuss this with their generals later, if they have the time. The Secretary General scowled at the camera.
You try anything on the Venlil, we blow the satellite up. Also, we have a rough estimate of how many cattle you have, so don't try to cheat us.
Isif snorted.
Cheat you? I am extending my claw in friendship, but your request will take considerable effort, and it's inevitable that some mewling Venlil will slip through the cracks.
I understand.
Maya muttered.
Thanks for your time, Chief Hunter. I hope our information serves you well.
Yes, the misplaced assets have been passed along. Why do you not just ask for our help stopping their attack?
Because I have no guarantee you wouldn't just destroy your competitor.
Ha! Destroy you? If we wanted that, you would already be dead.
Something about the Arxa's tone sent a chill down my spine. That didn't sound like an empty threat. The reptile was certain that it could fulfill that goal if desired. A predator's bluster wasn't usually so nonchalant and dismissive. Maya raised his eyebrows.
I beg your pardon?
We squeezed Earth's location out of some cattle, the scullery types. Learned a lot about your species. Your violence.
Isif chuckled.
Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying this to threaten you, but that should prove we won't attack.
I see.
The human's complexion reverted to its ashen state, and concern flashed in his pupils.
Why are you so interested in befriending us?
You're the most exciting thing to happen to this galaxy in a long time. We searched for other true sapiens for centuries. It's a shame that Prey found you before us.
The Secretary General stared at the screen, unable to formulate a response. The excitement at finding fellow predators clearly wasn't mutual. The last thing the humans needed was another genocidal enemy scoping out Earth. That made it much tougher for this partnership to be a temporary stopgap.
Don't look so glum. I'm told the Federation tried to kill humanity in its nest. We are the same. That clingy rodent is more likely to harm you than us.
Isif declared. My eyes narrowed. I have never lifted a claw against humans, Predator. You don't know me. The Arxa curled its lip.
Oh, but I do, Dinner. You Federation hypocrites are all the same. Have a safe ride home, humans. I'll see you around.
The video call ended and Maya helped me climb down from his back. The Secretary General looked shaken to his core. That final revelation wormed into his skull and escalated his concerns for his home. I hoped I hadn't aggravated the situation, but the way the reptilian spoke to me was maddening. That conversation hadn't inspired any optimism for Earth's future, at least not in my book. It was dubious whether the Grey would fulfill its stated bargain as well. Whatever the humans desired from the engagement, I hope they got it.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Calsim, Krakottal Alliance Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 16th, 2136. When deprived of sleep for days, the crew began to get a little jumpy. The Terran ambushes became more sporadic along the journey, but persisted all the same. The Krakottal fleet was left with no choice but to stay on constant alert. I focused on keeping the other officers rested while I shouldered the brunt of the shifts. My personnel became run down despite the adjustment. It was severe enough that I ordered Zahn to give essential crew members stimulants. The drugs left me wired enough that my wing wouldn't stop twitching, which was a nuisance. But with our arrival slated for today, the soldiers couldn't afford to be drowsy. Sharp wits were a necessity to clash with humans. Perhaps that was the purpose of the ambushes all along. Yet another disruptor pulse had shaken us up on the outskirts of the Sol system. The jarring effects were becoming routine as we all tried to clear the fog from our minds. My eyes felt like a mazik was sitting on them, but I forced them to stay open. The predators wouldn't break us on my watch, not on the cusp of our destination. My gaze shifted to the viewport. XO, status report.
I'm detecting sensor anomalies. The humans may be somewhere nearby, but it's tough to tell.
Fion proved a godsend with his analytical mind. His skill set complemented my tactical understanding. We're already in the system's outer orbit. This is their last chance to strike. The sensor readout revealed that we were less than a milliparsec from Earth. We anticipated the bulk of the Terran Armada was waiting within Sol's inner reaches. I had no doubt the humans set up FTL interference throughout their system, so there would be no further hyperspace hops. The rest of the journey could be handled sublight. Our instruments picked up millions of planetesimals, which were mainly composed of ice. The circumstellar disk was a sprawling collection, which Federation scientists had noted as one of 2 debris planes. Our fleet filtered out all water-dominant objects, so they wouldn't drown out enemy movement. Where are the humans? If this is the border of their territory, you'd think they'd send someone to greet us. Is there anything to be concerned about with this location? Any weapons hidden in the belt? I squawked. The first officer cleared his throat.
The objects are spread too far apart to pose a threat, sir, as visual indicates. I detect no mining activity or research stations.
There has to be something unusual, I pressed. Humans don't just pick their spots at random.
All I notice is that they just powered down the FTL disruptors. Perhaps their primitive defenses are malfunctioning. We could shave a few hours from our travel time if we can get in one more jump.
Suspicion filtered through my tired brain, and I urged myself to consider the circumstances. It seemed unlikely that all of humanity's defenses would collapse at the same time. The only reason they would halt the signal would be to allow their own ships through. But there were no unknown drive signatures on sensors. We should see any predators coming with ease. As if to mock my certainty, a massive chunk of ice blinked into existence amidst crocodile ranks. It ploughed into the heart of our formation, dwarfing the ships it steamrolled over. Panicked chatter barked over the radio, and our Federation allies scrambled to expend an orbital bomb on the object. We managed to crack the first planetesimal, but dozens more surfaced on several headings. My talons undid the sensor's filter, and hundreds of warp blips emerged on my screen. The predators predicted that we would filter out anything icy, which rendered their strike invisible to our instruments. I could appreciate the deviousness of their ploy. Human creativity was leaps and bounds beyond the Arxa. I leaned over the comms panel. All Federation vessels, deploy your FTL disruptors now! The subspace indicators vanished as enough of our allies complied with my order. Still, dozens of hijacked planetoids 20 times the diameter of our craft were enough to cause a headache. We needed to take evasive maneuvers if any were on trajectory for our position. Jarla puffed out her chest with excitement.
And so it begins. I want to be the one to push the button when we burn their cities.
There was no time to worry about her derangement. It didn't matter if she was the one dropping the payload or if I handled it myself. As the one giving the orders, the burden of responsibility fell on me. I knew what a terrible deed we were about to commit. The mental images gnawed at my conscience. At least the creatures from past exterminations had no foreknowledge of their demise. I wondered how many humans' last thoughts would be of their families. Those unsightly hunters had more in common with us than most crocodile would like to admit. Their desperation to survive and their collectivism resonated with our own. It is truly a shame that predators are prone to destruction and violence. There is only room for one of us in the galaxy, I reminded myself. This crew is sacrificing something of ourselves so that the Federation has a chance to survive. Nonetheless, I respected how the hominids utilized every asset at their disposal. Dozens of crocodile warships lie crushed or totaled around us. The Terrans never had to rear their ugly heads. One icy object was barreling toward our location, despite the pitiful attempts to obliterate it. The asteroid's magnitude left no doubts that our hull would implode if it connected.
The damn inbred strapped a warp drive to a space rock. Who the fuck does that? Or even thinks to do that?
Fion spat. I hummed in thought. Someone who sees anything as a potential weapon. A predator much more dangerous than the Arxa. The Farsul gritted his teeth.
Glad you've seen the light, Captain.
I've always seen the light. Now quit with your snide remarks and find us a way out of this mess. Fion jerked his floppy ears in disdain before issuing new orders to navigations. The asteroid was propelled forward by its existing momentum. It was near enough that I could glimpse the imperfections on its surface. Distant sunlight glinted off the watery composite and washed it in a serene ultraviolet hue. That colour would look a lot less beautiful smashed up against our plating. Our vessel executed a sharp turn and rerouted power to acceleration. The state-of-the-art warship didn't seem to cover the space fast enough. It felt like a predator was nipping at our talons. My stomach somersaulted as the projectile scraped by, nearly atop us. We cleared the collision course with mere seconds to spare. The humans might have hoped to incite panic so that they could cow us through our instincts. We had to remember that the stakes were our entire civilization, our right to roam the galaxy in freedom and dignity. Quelling my nerves, I contemplated which weaponry could take the icy mass out. Careful placement of explosives should still conserve firepower for the main event. Movement flashed in the viewport's corner, a streaking blur of metal. My weary brain took a full second to process the new data. An allied vessel was gunning straight toward us. A head-on collision wasn't something either of us would survive, but the fools were preoccupied dodging their own asteroid and seemed oblivious to our presence. "Move the blasted ship!" I screeched. "Can you not see we're going to crash?" The navigations officer curled his neck with trepidation as he frantically brought our nose upward. There was a brief scraping sound from the friendly brushing our underbelly. The artificial gravity failed to compensate for another abrupt change. A forceful tug sucked us toward the rear of the bridge, and I lost my balance on my perch. My wings fluttered frantically. There wasn't enough time to gain proper lift, but I wanted to slow my fall. The air beneath my cyan feathers allowed me to drift, and I glided down the slanted gravity well. Other crocodile also used shared instincts to cushion their fall. Fion wasn't as fortunate. Flight didn't exactly grace his tubby form. The far soul's stout paws offered little traction, and his curved hind legs made his bipedal stance precarious in the best circumstances. His jowls quivered with fear as he tumbled backward. There was a sickening crack from his head slamming against the support wall. "Fion! XO! You will answer when I speak to you. Give me some sign that you're all right," I hollered. The first officer didn't respond. He was crumpled in a limp heap with a concerning amount of blood pooling around him. What if the poor guy was dead? Regardless of his attitude, the last thing I wanted was to send him home in a body bag. Jarla clicked her beak together in delight, and I shot her a warning look. She was elated that my second was knocked out of commission since it cleared the return of her old post. It was bothersome that a person could derive pleasure from another's misfortune, but I suppose it was no different than Zan relishing human suffering. Soldiers like them could perform their duties without remorse, at least. "Focus on the battle," I chided myself. "You cannot get distracted and let the humans surprise you again. Honor Thion's wishes." The gravity adjustment kicked in at last, and my crew members scrambled back to their posts. The navigations officer rushed to level our heading. We were fortunate to escape with our frame intact and only a few dozen allies taken out. The most imaginative strategist wouldn't have accounted for asteroids warping out of nowhere. I glided over to the downed first officer, containing any untoward displays of grief. His russet fur was matted with blood, and he was unresponsive to poking. My talons locked around his hind ankle, digging into the pulse point. Relief coursed through my veins as I felt a faint heartbeat. "Dr. Zahn!" I sent a transmission to the medical bay, praying that the spiteful Takan had any healing aptitude. "My security team is transporting the first officer to your lab. Serious head trauma, internal bleeding."
Understood. I'll attend to the necessary preparations, Captain.
Zahn replied. The security personnel carted the unconscious Farsal away, and I suppressed my concern. With neural trauma, the officer might be looking at permanent damage even if he was stabilized. There was no telling what time frame to expect for Thion's recovery, but I doubted he'd be back within the mission's span. It hadn't been within my forecast to lose anyone this early in the mission. My attention reluctantly returned to the battlefield where the Federation fleet was trying to regroup. Dormant Terran ships crept out from behind planetoids and descended on any stragglers who strayed too far from the group. The chaos of the asteroids had broken our tight formation. Numbers were our primary advantage. We would be fine as long as we stuck together. They cannot stop all of us, or even a majority. Jarl ordered a sizable contingent of our fleet to charge at the Terran raiders to deter them from pressing their luck. I blinked in irritation as she claimed that the command was authorized by me. Lying was not a quality I appreciated, especially when it was done to get her way quickly. Then again, perhaps it was better to let her make the time-sensitive decisions.
Burn any humans that try to run. We have to kill every one of them.
Jarla shrieked. The atmosphere was solemn, as her phraseology was a bit too honest. She projected a certain vindictiveness that needed to be tempered down. This mission couldn't be about inflicting suffering or killing for killing's sake. That was not why I wanted my crew to think we were doing this. I tucked my wings behind my back. Don't let a single predator go if you can stop it. The more humans that escape, the greater chance they return a viable population.
Why is that such a bad thing, sir?
An engineering assistant asked. There's two futures, son. The one where we survive, and the one where they do. When cancer metastasizes, it infects and consumes all healthy tissue nearby, I answered. Is that what you want for the galaxy? Consider this an early detection, before it spreads to our heart. A group of Terran fighters were blazing away after punching at our weakest links. To my relief, my crew locked onto a pair of targets and chased them with plasma. Crocodile warships converged on the cluster like locusts. They sent those fearless hunters running off like Venlil. The humans were surprisingly slippery, finding an escape route with minimal casualties. Their ships evaded with vaulting maneuvers, and a plethora of defensive countermeasures were built into their hardware. For all my knowledge of predators, I hadn't expected these ones to be so adept at fleeing. This was a positive sign if they had so little courage. My eyes landed on the faint blue dot on the horizon, which the predatory opportunists were retreating toward. Humanity was poised to make their last stand. The Poasaps would perish without any reason to be missed. We were close enough to Earth to detect thousands of ship contacts, fanned out in a protective ward. A smarter species would have used those vessels to flee if they knew of our arrival. That territorial nature does have its downsides. They'd rather fight and die, just like we predicted. The first wave of Terran defenses were beaten, and I suspected that was the toughest stage of transit. That asteroid trick would only work once. We had a clean shot to the Predator's home. Now, that small fleet was all that stood between us and orbital supremacy. We were so close to eliminating the menace that was humanity. Memory transcription subject: Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 17th, 2136. Renewed energy surged through my veins as the fleet coasted within striking distance of the human armada. This was the most important skirmish of our lives. The Terran forces were a ragtag bunch, consisting of a primary cluster of recycled Venlil vessels, a few of their own slow behemoths, and a handful that looked too small to host a proper crew. Our homogeneous warships had the advantage of both conformity and technology. Scans of Earth offered some interesting insights as we registered several million life signatures in underground structures. I conferred on this data with the fleet, and we agreed to nail those havens first. Human bunkers were not designed to withstand direct antimatter blasts. Once their key hideouts were demolished, major population centers were the second priority. Orion advance, ready your plasma guns on the Terran formation, I chirped into the comms. Follow this 5 seconds later with a generous donation of missiles. Everyone will fire on my mark. The radio crackled to life with a reply.
How certain are we that we can defeat these predators?
It's a simple math equation. We all act together, and we have more guns than they have ships. The Terrans held their position as we coordinated our target locks. Jarla aimed our railgun at a gargantuan warship, which already registered 5 others pinpointing it. Overkill wasn't the worst idea to ensure that the largest enemies didn't survive. My sensors warned that our fleet was being target locked in return, and a spurt of munitions was seconds from impact. Fire! I screeched. The light show around me was a marvelous sight, with energy beams zipping between us and the humans. I watched as our target was sundered by various incisions, capping off the largest threat before it began. Other Predator craft fell to the sheer onslaught. Their numbers couldn't hold a candle to ours. We sustained some damage to our front lines, though many vessels that were hit by the enemy were able to press on. The ships we selected to lead the way were Farsal armor-heavy vessels by design. They didn't pack as much in terms of weaponry, but they could absorb more force than the standard craft. In other words, those craft shielded the rest of us. The surviving human vessels were either nursing grave wounds or had pulled off lucky evasive maneuvers. I estimated we'd taken out 40% of our opponents with the first strike. The other fronts must be enjoying similar success. The Crocodile fleet wasn't showing any mercy and showered missiles at the predators. The hominids left a trail of interceptors behind them, desperately trying to muster some fight. This is almost unfair, ganging up on such a primitive species. No wonder they wouldn't engage directly. Maybe it was as much pragmatism as cowardice. The enemy pilots seemed to realize they were falling back toward Earth's atmosphere. They had no choice but to turn and fight or surrender orbital supremacy. Our allies were encouraged by their concession. We charged forward with righteous determination. I could feel my own crew's qualms about battling predators dissipating. I tossed my beak for emphasis. Don't let your guard down. Predators will try anything if they're desperate enough.
Sir, the smaller craft are shooting kinetics and plasma at us while charging at max speed. Thing is, I'm not detecting any life signs.
Jarla chittered.
Have the humans found a way to hide from our sensors? They might be concealing some bunkers.
Confusion rippled through my plumage. I doubt even humans made advances against technology they barely understand. The pilots could have just ejected and left the Vekan ship on a collision course.
You didn't listen to what I said. The craft are still firing on us and making course corrections. There has to be a pilot,
She protested. My talons tightened around my perch. Those Terran ships didn't seem to be steering on a preset course. Before my eyes, one of them whirled out of the way of a plasma beam. It performed a total thrust reversal on a dime. I didn't know how anyone could calculate that fast, or how the lapse in gravity wouldn't cause a pilot to pass out. Hell, the G-force should crush an organic skull. While predators in movies were nigh unkillable, that was not reality. Those maneuvers were impossible. The only conclusion was that those spacecraft were flying themselves and killing based off some sort of algorithm. How could a computer ever learn strategy? And even if it could, who would risk implementing that function into its programming? I leaned over the comms. The smaller craft are fighting without human input. I believe they're ordered to crash into us at max velocity. Focus on them. Hundreds of railguns pivoted toward the threat, and a slew of missiles greeted the pilotless craft as well. If our readings were correct, these robots seemed reliant on nuclear power. The plasma jets they unleashed at close range were tied to those systems. The humans had skipped right to inflicting the most damage possible. A single hit burned through even the Far Sol ship's hardened exterior. It's actually quite clever to not have to worry about losing pilots. They don't have to fuss over containing reactions from weapons or expending power on life support. The Terran automatons were decimated when we managed to connect, but they reacted quickly to our threats. We had to focus multiple warships on a single one to make sure it couldn't calculate us to death. Several reached their targets and rammed nose first into the armored front line. Our hardiest ships took significant losses. The humans were determined to take them out of the equation. Jarla singled out aggressive predator vessels and provided suppressive fire for our allies. We advanced deeper into their territory, knowing human fervor would render them reckless. Their crater-pocked moon passed alongside us, a landmark of our goal. Defense satellites minced us with lasers and gunfire, but they were idle targets to be taken out. The predators were retreating in gradual increments, and their scattered formation was on the brink of collapse. These stalling attempts, inventive or not, were futile. In a few thousand kilometers, we could commence the orbital bombardment.
Sir, the humans are broadcasting a message fleet-wide. Should I discard it?
The comms officer asked. I sighed. Let their last words be heard. It's the right thing to do.
Federation fleet, we advise you to turn back now. We took the liberty of informing the Oxford of your departure.
The audio transmission had no video, but the booming voice was jarring, even without a visual.
If you return now, you might arrive in time to save your planet. You'll need the artillery you're going to expend on Earth. We will accept your surrender and allow you to return unimpeded.
A stunned silence swept across the bridge. Every crew member was undoubtedly recalling their home and the people we left behind. Nishtal was our birth planet, a marshy paradise with floating cities and breathtaking algae blooms. It didn't surprise me that the humans would guarantee it fell alongside Earth. That was predatory spite. But the thought of returning to Nishtal to see every stilt tower and ceremonial nest obliterated cracked a small part of me. That wasn't even considering how the Axa would ravage our population. What egotistic predator didn't take prizes of its hunts, after all? Friendly radio chatter cropped up again.
The Axa are coming for us.
I'm sorry for listening to one of those fiends, but we have to save our homes.
She's right.
Another captain agreed.
Shouldn't we at least send a part of the fleet back? We never should have left Nishtal unguarded.
Take heart, my friends. The humans are bluffing. We have them scared shitless. I didn't believe the primates were fibbing. But this mission had to be finished. Whatever the cost. Do you think it's possible to talk to the Ark, sir? The Predators want to manipulate our empathy and use it against us. The last part was true, though I found it improbable they'd stake that wager on a falsehood. The Terrans hoped they could wield our compassion for our brethren against us. They probably understood how we felt, seeing our homes vulnerable and under siege. This was a cost I could barely find the strength or the logic to commit to. Odds were, a few hours wouldn't make a difference on this scale. Our fleet would be disorganized and short of ammo whether we accomplished the objective or not. The question was whether any other species could survive through our sacrifice.
But what if they are telling the truth?
Came the retort across Federation channels. I lowered my eyes. Then we'll be out of here in a few hours. If the Terrans survive, they will just join forces with the Ark, sir. Humans are untenably violent and they'll want revenge. There is no choice but to eradicate Earth. The fleet rallied behind my words, finding their conviction restored. There was nothing to stop the humans from following our subspace trail and unleashing their retribution on our cities. It was far too late now to walk back any attack. Predators didn't forgive or relinquish grudges. The first bomber group barreled toward the line of Terran ships, who were behaving strangely. I watched as they backed away and left massive gaps in their formation. Why were they giving our vessels a path to break through? Either they were extraordinarily cocky in anticipating our surrender, or this was a trap. Thousands of missiles slammed into our spacecraft seconds later, hailing from the direction of their moon. The explosives demolished any ships they touched. I was stunned to see radiation amidst the readings. These items could only take out one ship, without shockwaves. But the missile contact numbered half of our vessels. The fact that the Predators stocked that many nukes on Luna. Why do the humans have such an oversized supply of city killers? What reason could they have to point them at their own world from above? Deploy all missile countermeasures, I shrieked into the comms. Destroy every structure on their moon. I'm sure that has to be the last of it, but... Just as the Federation fleet began compensating for the nuclear deluge, the humans deployed another staggering missile wave. This salvo was also in the thousands, begging the question of just how large their atomic cache was. No wonder our scientists thought the X irradiated their world. It wasn't for the lack of trying. Jarla spotted a military complex near us and dropped an antimatter bomb onto the lunar coordinates. As much as I hated to waste extermination supplies, I didn't question the necessity of stopping the nuclear assault. Every bomber who forged ahead was getting buried in radioactive warheads. There were only so many explosives we could shrug off at once. The Terran defenders camped by the orbital threshold, hurling plasma at anything that moved. Thousands of our ships had succumbed to the mind-boggling missile count. We were still trying to swat the remnants away. With our numbers whittled down, the humans smelled blood. Our attack force suddenly seemed a bit more manageable. I flapped my wings in irritation. We have to find a way through the wall, and quickly. Any suggestions, Jarla?
Well, sir, there is a small gap by the northern polar cap. The Predators are overextended.
My sociopathic second replied. I blinked. Good thinking. That is where we can break through and pick our mark. My mind wandered as I relayed assignments. The first item was delegating our quickest ships to rush through the enemy opening. Our entire lead bombing unit was atomized, so the swift cruisers were the obvious replacements. I figured the humans would try to stop any advance. The second our people started moving, we needed to block the Predators from sealing the gap. Earth looked depressingly beautiful as I stood at the viewport. White clouds formed a veil over tan landmasses, which were divided by rich oceans. I was relieved that this skirmish was almost over. Savages or not, it was impossible not to feel sorry for the humans. There was exquisiteness and wonder in what they had built, and I knew there were plenty of us left to get the job done. It's been an honor serving with each of you. Let's finish this, so we can all go home. I croaked over comms. Federation cruisers bolted toward a vacant space in the Terran formation and pushed their engines past recommended limits. Our warship joined the masses surging forward. The walls rattled as we careened into position. The non-essential ships formed a metal shield between the cruisers and the humans gunning to intercept them. An angular Terran behemoth sauntered toward us, not even slowing down as we hovered in its path. My nav officer took evasive maneuvers and ducked their uncontrolled plasma and missiles. The humans weren't even taking the time to aim. I could almost hear the predators begging us to stop, and guilt tugged at my heart. The massive ship launched dozens of smaller craft from its hangar bay, but they were spliced up by our kinetics on arrival. Those scrawny fighters were easy pickings for us. The spacecraft carrier found itself target-locked by a murderous Jarla. The female Crocodile showed no emotion as she directed a missile through a hangar, circumventing its armor.
Yes!
She leapt up with enthusiasm as the Predator ship erupted into pieces.
It's funny, isn't it? We're blocking them from getting to the real target, and these humans are forced to watch.
An appropriate somberness overtook the bridge as the rest of us processed her words. There was nothing amusing about what we were slated to witness. It was difficult to remember that it was just business. 15 Federation cruisers slipped past the humans with the timely help of the Allied fleet. They crossed the final kilometers to orbital range and scoped out the exposed planet below. I watched as the Predators flung everything they had at the attackers, knowing full well they were out of reach. Time seemed to freeze around us. This was a moment that would reside in my nightmares. The payload struck home after a painstaking eternity. Bright flashes dotted Earth's continents, and the antimatter purification wiped away our first human targets.
Memory transcription subject: Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 17th, 2136. The Terran drone monitoring station was set aboard a massive boat for some reason. I guessed it was because a moving target would be difficult for the Crocodile to nail from orbital range. More than likely, they would need to dive through the atmosphere to take us out. My friends had terrestrial aircraft and defenses waiting for that moment. The humans judged that I was better equipped for an oversight role, scanning communication channels for anything helpful. Despite his protests, Marcel was still sidelined due to injuries as well. It was a safe assumption that his assignment was more to calm me or jump in if I froze. There were dozens of other Predators in the control room, each itching to be in the stars. Instead, we all watched the battle unfold from behind a computer monitor. As the first Federation bombers broke through, everyone realized how quickly our defense was falling apart. There was a seriousness I'd never seen in humans, even in the darkest situations. Why couldn't they have fled Earth like I told them to?
Our satellites registered 42 impacts, some on major population centers.
General Jones addressed the station's crew in a solemn tone.
I've assigned each of you a local news feed to listen in on. We need to keep track of which cities have been lost.
I watched as the American officer placed a handful of red pins on a map. Their drone program hadn't quite worked out every aspect of space warfare, but its hasty deployment was the only thing keeping us in the game now. Teaching the automated programs to differentiate between hundreds of alien ship classes, space debris, and subspace disruptions was no small feat, I was told. My red-haired friend opened a news stream on a side monitor and traced a clawless hand across his facial scars. The image I saw out of my periphery made me want to grab my blinders, but I forced myself to look. It was an aerial view of rubble in all directions. A sprawling metropolis turned into a wasteland by antimatter.
Of Mexico City and New York City rocked North America. The Raven Rock bunker complex has also been demolished, killing essential US personnel. However, no region has gone unscathed. Asia has sustained an unequal share of the detonations. Initial reports confirm mass devastation in Karachi, Tokyo, Dhaka, Shanghai and Mumbai, several highly populous cities. The seat of the Chinese government, Beijing, is yet untouched, though it is expected to be a future target. On the European front, Switzerland's extensive bunker network has made it the target of multiple bombing deposits. Their entire population, as well as 1 million refugees from EU neighbours, are packed in various shelters. Meanwhile, the Turkish government denies reports of a hit to Istanbul, despite satellite imagery suggesting its fall. In the southern hemisphere, contact has been lost with Sao Paulo, Lima and Buenos Aires. Africa is reporting impacts to Kinshasa, Lagos and Cairo, while Oceania mourns the fall of Sydney. Conservative casualty estimates are in the tens of millions planet-wide.
How can the Federation do this, Slanik? Why do we deserve to die?
Marcel's eyes watered, and his voice was just a scratchy whisper.
We're just people, like you. All we wanted was peace.
I pinned my ears against my head. I'm truly sorry. I wish we could do more to help.
These are civilian hubs. There was no reason for any of this to happen. Not even their own worlds under fire could make them stop. Millions are dead because of our eyes. Because we're so fucking different to you.
Despite the anger in his words, I could see that my friend was on the brink of a breakdown. The UN fleet was being pummeled on all fronts, and every screen depicted ship explosions. My heart clenched as I realized Tyler might already be dead. The tall flesh-eater was signed onto a spacecraft carrier crew. Human artillery was depleted too, despite their unsanctimonious love of nuclear weapons. My resilient predator can't give up now, can he? It's like Marcel is admitting defeat. I know, Mars, I said gently. Listen, no matter how much this hurts, we have to keep fighting until the last settlement falls. If we're gonna die today, we better take a lot of them with us. Pure hatred glimmered in his hazel eyes.
Oh, you didn't have to tell me that. If humanity glues itself back together, I hope we kill every last one of them.
You don't mean that, my friend. Noah's Venlil are with you to the end, for whatever that's worth. The Venlil only had a few hundred ships left in reserve after donating the bulk of our fleet to humanity. Nonetheless, Governor Tava ordered the majority of our remnants to Earth's defense. They were intermingled with human units now, playing supporting roles. There were less than 50 warships remaining behind at Venlil Prime. Both sides knew the Republic government sent more than we could spare. My gaze focused on one Venlil grouping whose human front line had succumbed to a brazen Krakotl charge. The Predators committed themselves a bit too heavily to stopping the first bombers, and still failed in that regard. The Republic ships banded together on instinct, which made them a larger target on sensors. I was stunned by how little the enemy hesitated to dispatch them. This Federation onslaught seemed just as predatory as the humans, if not more. It was likely they didn't consider Venlil people anymore. We couldn't just freeze and rely on herd mentality as our comrades were being murdered.
Venlil support. You need to stay mobile.
Marcel growled into his headset, clearly noticing the same issue.
Do not let yourself become a sitting target. Call for UN backup. Your eyes will find a way to help you if we can.
A few Terran ships overheard the chatter and ducked their engagements to help the Venlil grouping. The Republic's plasma aim was noticeably worse than the Federation's. The prey crews must be panicking. Even with my extra training, I would be terrified in their position. They were parked in the path of certain death. The Krakotl ships clashed with the battered UN reinforcements, while the Venlil threw in supporting missiles. The humans were flying like crazed maniacs, at least on the manned ships. I think the Predators found the energy to protect us, because they realized our opponents would break through otherwise. We might be the weakest species in the galaxy, but at least it's extra ships to stand in the way. I should be with the other Venlil fighting. The humans were churning out explosives and gunfire, and the Venlil kept aiding from a safe distance. The Federation must have realized that those campers were prey-crewed vessels, not predators. Several enemies rerouted their trajectories to cruise through our timid offerings instead of searching for an opening. The Terrans swerved to meet the hostiles and concentrated plasma fire on the largest warships. Heavy Federation classes had the most explosives, so they were the priority. Earth's innocuous shape loomed behind the Venlil defenders. With armed vehicles barreling toward them, the urge to flee must be overwhelming. I donned my own headset, contemplating what Sarah had taught me. Venlil ships, you are much stronger than you think you are. The Federation is wrong about us. We are not just the galaxy's laughingstock. Push past your limits. Hold the line. Several Venlil were retreating before the Krakotl overtook them, but scrambled back into position. None of us wanted humanity's home to suffer further harm. Most had come to love the arboreal predators, and love was as good a motivation as hatred. My people clawed back more than the Krakotl expected, though the aggressors cut the Venlil ships down in droves. A few Federation craft slipped through on that front as friendly forces succumbed to the larger assault. My heart sank when I saw nobody was chasing the leader bomber. The other Terran groups were too far away and otherwise occupied. About 20 missiles were fast-tracked to Earth, which I knew meant millions more casualties. That was a statistic too staggering to comprehend. If the Venlil didn't make a last stand, it would have been 100 detonations. It's about mitigating the damage at this point. and praying for a miracle. The Krokotl were clever enough to allocate a few warships to guard their rear flank. The UN's Khajiit Liberation Fleet had attempted to hit them from behind, but found an armed unit waiting at the ready. Had the circumstances been less dire, I think the humans may have noted how the birds were a worthy foe. The Terran ship count was ticking down to 1,000 on our readout. The early stages of the battle were catastrophic. The Federation still had several thousand vessels at their disposal, and pressed ahead with unchecked aggression. Our predators were running out of ships and tricks. There could only be so many places in the vastness of space at once. The enemy bombers trickled through in small groupings, and that meant the death toll continued to rise. I couldn't imagine how Marcel felt. The red-haired human was holding his head in his hands. He slapped my tail away when I wrapped it around his wrist. Terran civilization, everything he ever knew, was slipping away in the span of an hour. I jostled his arm again. "Hey, Marcel, please help me. There's 500 new contacts from the direction of your colony, Mars. I don't know who to notify. I was aware that I was supposed to alert General Jones, but I thought feeling useful might do my friend some good." The vegetarian needed to snap out of his misery and turn his thoughts away from Nulia and Lucy. He must be feeling guilt for sending them to a bunker. Honorable predators should go down fighting, not wallowing in self-pity. "Did you hear me?" I demanded. "There's more ships inbound of a standard Federation make."
A second wave of Federation monsters. Wasn't the first one enough?
He spat. I couldn't blame him for that reaction. The Terrans had no spare manpower to allocate to a fresh armada, but there had to be some attempt to stop the newcomers, even if it was woefully insufficient. Seeing that my human wasn't going to be helpful, I flagged down General Jones. She studied the data for a full minute, poring over the details. The American officer frowned.
"It's difficult to lock on the signal, but it appears they're trying to hail us."
"Shall I put it on the main screen?"
An attendant asked.
"Yes. Patch us through the interference. If the feds are offering us a surrender, I think we have no choice but to accept it, unconditionally."
The occupants of the monitoring station turned our attention to the central video feed. General Jones positioned herself in front of a camera, a bitter look in her eyes. It was unclear why the Federation would reverse their stance on total extinction. Wasn't their only demand every human dead? A quadrupedal animal appeared on screen, and Jones's expression morphed to surprise. Those rounded ears and soft brown fur were Xyrillian features. The captain shied away from the camera, clearly having never seen a human before.
"Gods, please don't eat us. Please.
The Xyrillian stammered.
Don't shoot us?"
Jones's lips curved down.
"What are you doing here? This is an active war zone."
"Friendly. The friendly. We'll leave."
The quadruped was struggling to string coherent thoughts together. I jumped out my seat and wagged my tail at Jones in a go-away gesture. The human general didn't take the hint, so I gave her leg an insistent shove. Understanding flashed in her eyes, and she ducked out of view of the camera. I flicked my ears reassuringly. "Xyrillian officer, please inform us of your intent. No one is going to hurt you."
Chausen begged the Prime Minister to help humans. Unrelenting. He said they were nice, but they just look hungry to me. So hungry.
Hope flickered back into Jones's pupils.
"Wait a second. You're here to help us?"
"Why is it growling at me? Vinlil, you've got to get out of there."
I exhaled in frustration and glanced at Marcel for support. My human's eyes were a million light years away, red around the rims. His lips never moved. Not even a forced snarl. That brokenness gave me the resolution I needed. That is just how humans talk because they have deeper vocal ranges. "There's nothing to be afraid of," I said. "We need urgent assistance at several locations. Help would be very much appreciated." The Xyrillian tilted his head.
"I know what my orders are, but won't these predators attack anything in sight? They're in aggression mode, and this is a quarter of our entire fleet. We're no military species."
"Xyrillian, we've already lost millions of lives, innocent lives."
A rare hint of emotion crept in Jones's voice, though she quickly steadied herself.
"I promise we want nothing more than to protect Earth. I will relay word that you're friendlies. Please, if you believe in peace, help us."
The quadruped's gaze darted to the viewport, where his formation was closing in on the Federation attackers. His expression was conflicted. I was worried that he might go against his orders. This captain acted predator reverse and even showed disgust at the sight of a human. The call was terminated without any clarification. Terran ship numbers continued to dwindle while the Xerilians sat and watched. General Jones sighed and highlighted the new vessels as alien friendlies. That was a necessary gamble. The Federation had yet to notice the newcomers' approach. I prayed that they would intercede on Earth's behalf.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date: Standardized human time, October 17th, 2136. The Predator's formation was disintegrating, and it looked likely we would secure victory within the hour. I considered broadcasting an apology to the surface once Earth's space fleet was exhausted. The unfortunate civilians knew they were witnessing the last day of their civilization. Did the humans not deserve the solace of an explanation? There was a part of me that wondered if we could have found another way. The issue was their growth and reproduction, which would be exponential if left unchecked. Maybe we could have isolated any humans who surrendered on an abandoned world, sterilizing them to prohibit breeding. That way, the existing primates could live out the rest of their lifespan without the option to prowl the stars. What if there was another path to achieve extinction without the deaths of billions? Calsim. Such thinking is counterproductive. Zahn, any update on Thion? I asked, hoping for a brief distraction. The doctor took several seconds to respond.
The first officer is in a medically induced coma, but I've managed to freeze the brain swelling. He'll live, though I can't predict the long-term effects, sir.
Some tension was lifted from my wings with the assurance that the far soul would survive. This entire crew needed a piece of good news. We were set to join the next bombing rush. All remaining Federation ships were partaking in this charge. This was the chance to strike down every last craft the humans had limping above world.
By the way, I've quite enjoyed the show from my little window. I much preferred it when we thought all these nasty creatures were dead.
Zahn added.
Whatever your predator delusions, you should be proud of yourself, Captain.
I tossed my beak in disdain, not dignifying that statement with a response. Relations between myself and the Takan practitioner would be much better if he kept his opinions quiet. My talons swiped through the screens, ensuring that our payloads were in working order. All systems were operational on board. There was just a small dip in our shield capacity. Our vessel fell into the rear of the advance, and navigations increased our acceleration. We would have control over the final targets, which might require flexibility. My expertise would come in handy, assigning relative importance to locations. Why did it feel so wrong to speak about Terran settlements in those terms? Thoughts of Nishtal's impending invasion weighed on my mind too. There might not be any home to go back to. Crocodile civilization would be the last casualty to Terran brutality. But that didn't ease the horror of it. We might be forgotten by the Federation within decades. Just another species that fell to the Arxa. I hoped historians would appreciate our sacrifice. Alarms flashed on sensors, snapping me out of my torturous musings. Several Allied vessels had been picked apart by precision strikes right beside us. The rear flank was blindsided by hundreds of blips who were darting in between our flotilla. The newcomers were trying to shove their way to the Terran fortifications. "Ready weapons, and fire at anything we don't recognize," I screeched. "Where did these bastards come from? They're a little late if they're humans." My comms technician shuffled nervously.
I just finished decoding communications between a Terran command post and these vessels. The Xerilians sent military assistance.
You've got to be joking. The Xerilians have a fledgling erroneous association with the humans. What have the Predators ever done for them? Jarla snickered.
Never mind that, Captain. I'm pretty sure the Galactic Institute of Medicine and their 20 ships aren't going to tip the scales either way.
That's not the point. Comms. I need to know these developments ahead of time.
He's right. Stars forbid the Yortul show up with a trebuchet next.
The sociopath feigned a swooning motion.
Then we're really screwed.
I huffed in irritation, watching as our ship turned to face a Xerulian hostile. The quadrupeds gave us a wide berth and dodged Jarla's errant plasma beam. Several Federation captains were calling out conflicting orders on the comms, which led to disarray. Exhaustion was making it difficult to recall foreign military techniques, so I couldn't find solid advice to offer. The Terran fleet were advancing on our front lines, capitalizing on the breakdown of command. Cursing the Xerulian fools, I barked orders to pull back and regroup within the lunar orbit. This was a waste of precious time that could be vital to the defense of our home. We weren't going to leave an extermination half done. We'll get our bearings and charge at Earth again. Perhaps we can still accomplish this quickly. The Federation reassembled, adjusting for the fresh reinforcements. The numerical advantage was still slanted to our side, and prey wouldn't fight half as well as a human. However, it might be difficult for the crew to fire on Zeruleans. We had accepted that the Venlil were reduced to predatory thralls, but this race was a new convert. The Zeruleans chose their side, and they chose wrong. I know it seems harsh to strike them down, but they put themselves here. I surveyed the expressions of my crew, noting how distraught they looked. If the Arcs are truly attacking our homes, this might cost us our entire civilization. Everything is on the line. There is no time for bargaining. Jarla hissed in frustration as she realized our missiles were depleted. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so liberal with their usage. The plasma railgun had recharged, but I wasn't sure how low our gas supply was running. We couldn't afford to have only kinetics at our disposal. Discretion was required going forward. The Zerulean fleet fell in beside the humans, though they seemed wary of drawing too close. There was no basis for those fears. The risk of Terrans attacking their allies right now was negligible. These predators were too smart to betray useful assets that Earth needed so desperately. They weren't just raving beasts.
Sir, more unknown ships incoming. There's...
My comms technician trailed off. I blinked. Where from? How many? Speak!
Thousands. The subspace trails are from all over the place.
My confusion intensified, and I attempted to stave off my sleep-deprived stupor. The humans didn't have many Federation allies. To my knowledge, only 6 could respond in time. 2 of those partners were already here. The neutral powers had no intent of interfering either way, since it would simplify their stance if we succeeded. But no singular Federation race had that many ships at their beck and call. This had to be some sort of group or alliance. Maybe these were weaker species that had been coerced. Others might give in to cheap tactics if their homeworlds were held hostage. That, or the humans had found a way to deceive our senses. These contacts could be decoys meant to sow confusion. How would such a trick even work, though? The comms analyst scratched her crown.
Sir, we're picking up a looping transmission from this mystery fleet. It's directed toward Earth. Putting it on screen now.
My beak nearly split open as the video feed materialized. Those slit pupils were the unmistakable identifier of the Arxer. I was uncertain whether their eye shape was solely for ambush hunting, or if they allowed the Greys to stalk at dusk. It made human vision seem like love beacons by comparison.
This is Chief Hunter Isif.
The reptile clicked.
Forgive our tardiness, but we did request that you disable FTL disruptors multiple times. Hang in there, humans. We are here to help.
A few crewmates were sobbing from the beast's projection. Even an extermination officer like myself was paralyzed by those dagger-like teeth jutting from its truncated maw. The length of its gullet, visible as it spoke, was a ghastly sight. Why were the Greys not laughing at the loss of life on Earth? Those demons delighted in death and suffering. They went out of their way to cause it. It didn't seem within their behavioral pattern to save a weaker sapient, even if that species were predators. I don't understand any of this. How are the Terrans responding? I stammered. The comms technician pecked away at her station.
Lots of chatter from the human coalition. It doesn't appear their command was expecting the Arxer, though that could be staged for the benefit of their less vile friends.
Shit. The Zeruleans and the Venlil can't be happy about this, can they?
No, sir. The Zeruleans are demanding to know why the Arxer are here, and the Venlil are asking why they were not informed.
The Terran response.
The humans claim they didn't invite the Greys, but aren't in a position to reject their help. They suggest that their eyes go with it, unless they'd prefer to fight the reptilians too. Their response to the Arxer offered thanks and insisted those two prey races are friendly.
Of course, that's what the clever monkeys said. They excel in manipulation tactics, and they're using both parties. I leaned back on my perch, wondering if this would kill the Zeruleans' ties to humanity. This should unmask the truth about the Earthlings' long-term goals. Perhaps we could convince the other races to stand with us, but the time spent pleading with them would allow the Arxer to pounce. If the Greys were genuine in their intention, the tide of this battle would turn decisively. The numerical edge was in the Terrans' favor with these new additions. not to mention the psychological impact the Arx's presence had. Many Federation vessels were panicking at the prospect. We had to break through to orbital range with haste. There's no escape route, and we stand no chance against the Greys. But we can make our deaths mean something to the galaxy, I squawked on the fleet-wide frequency. We must get as many bombs off against Earth as possible. All Federation vessels, charge at max velocity. The Crocodile and our allies bolted forward, right toward the waiting human alliance. The Zeruleans hesitated, not firing on either party. The quadrupeds' reluctance to abet Arxer allies made them the obvious point of entry. Their railguns were powered up, but few of them acted, even as we closed in. The Zeruleans came to a decision and dropped into defensive positions. Plasma arced straight toward us. I saw my life flash before my eyes. The beam sailed just off to our side and obliterated the neighboring ally that was keeping pace with us. If their aim was half a degree different, that would have been my vessel in tatters. There was no time to gawk at the wreckage left behind, with the Arxer swooping in on any stragglers. While I wasn't proud of the extermination itself, our sacrifice was valiant and honourable. The Crocodile fleet knew that most of us were about to die, but the captains had the commitment to finish the job.
The Arxer are swallowing our rear flank, sir. Their ships are gaining on us faster than we can move.
Jala called out.
Should we turn and stall them?
I puffed out my feathers. Absolutely not. Keep going. According to sensors, the reptilians' maximum speed was much higher than we ever documented. I realized that they had been concealing their technological limits. 2 Grey bombers selected us as their quarry and sent drive-tracking missiles in our direction. Jala shoved the nav officer out of the way, deploying a stream of interceptors in the nick of time. A Terran robot ship had also spotted us and launched supercharged plasma at our position. We barreled through the Zerulean line with urgency. They were no longer of comparative importance. My sociopath rerouted all power from shields to the engine. The core was already overheating from exertion before this stunt. The female Crocodile didn't quite manage to get ahead of the inbound plasma. It ploughed into our aft compartment. Alarms began ringing overhead, while crewmates screeched in terror. My readout informed me that steering was offline. The engine was listed as a critical failure. We're stuck on a one-way ticket toward Earth. The ship is going to crash, assuming it doesn't get blown to bits first. All crew to the escape shuttles! I shrieked as loud as I could. The personnel didn't need to be told twice, as the flapping of wings drowned everything out. I took a deep breath. It was up to me to finish the job. We were about 30 seconds from orbital distance, and these 2 bombs could cross a few million humans off the list. Jala began to abandon her perch, which earned a withering glare from me. Get back here! I know you want to save yourself, but the rest of the crew will kill you for being a predator. I jabbed a talon at her, then pointed to the weapon station. You have no future. No place in society without me. So you're going to stay right here until the job is done. She hesitated, but was persuaded by my argument. The overhead power flickered out as the engine began to melt nearby systems. The emergency lighting colored the floorboards a dim hue, and only essential functions were available. A plethora of enemies were still chasing our runaway ship. With our shield power rerouted away, there was no disincentive to use kinetics. Arcs of bullets ploughed through our armor, and the Terran automaton chipped in its own lead munitions.
Requesting assistance in the medbay.
Zahn panted over the comms.
I am unable to carry Thion on my own, nor am I able to fly the emergency medical pod. Captain? Anyone?
I sighed. I will be there in a minute. Hold on, Doctor. The Terran robot was recharging its weapons, but struggled to keep up with our unsafe speed. Fear burned through my veins. I offered a silent prayer that we would survive long enough to complete the mission. It was a few more seconds until we could deploy the antimatter bombs. The human contraption didn't target us from outside a reliable range. Arx's munitions were inflicting steady damage, but they hadn't caused any catastrophic explosions yet. We hobbled into orbital range and established target locks on 2 Terran cities. Jala slammed her beak on the firing mechanism. I gave her a nod and we fled from the bridge with urgency. The journey was a blur as we swooped down the evacuation stairwell. Jala bowled through the door to the medbay, examining a pacing Zahn. The Takan doctor had thrown some supplies in his designated shuttle. I was surprised he hadn't just left Thion for dead. The unconscious Far Soul had a clump of bandages around his head. It was painful to see him comatose on a cot.
You took your time.
Zahn spat. I glared at him. We came as fast as we could. I think you, of all people, would want us to make sure the explosives made it to Earth. The ship rocked around us, barely swallowing a hit from one of our enemies. There was no time for bickering if we were to survive. The three of us shouldered Thion's weight and deposited him into the pod's rear seat. The doctor strapped the injured patient in as Jala and I brought the shuttle online. The vibrations intensified around us, likely from our vessel entering Earth's atmosphere. Without heat shielding on the damaged areas, the main hull was going to be incinerated. Jala closed the exit hatch and we jettisoned the shuttle. The controls would have to be learned on the fly. Cerulean skies surrounded us out the window as we plummeted toward the ground below. The momentum from the ship's breakneck fall had carried over. I wrestled with the control column and tried to steady us. Jala flung all power to thrusters, but it could only slow us down so quickly. No, no, no! We can't be stranded on a Predator's planet. We have to get back up to our fleet. Land was rushing up to meet us much too fast, even as our velocity lessened. Impact looked to be an inevitability. There was nothing I could do to prevent it. My body snapped back in the harness, and our shuttle's belly collided with foreign grass. Memory transcription subject. Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 17th, 2136. Dry air buffeted my face as we disembarked amidst tall grass. The shuttle crash was bound to attract attention from the humans. I imagined this place would be swarming with troops if it was anywhere near a military base. We had no idea where we were or how many predators were in the area. My breaths were strained as the three of us hauled Thion's body across the savannah. Sparse trees dotted the vast plain, and a few beasts roamed the landscape. None of the orange predators zeroed in on us, but they were definitely something to avoid. I couldn't see any bipedal human ships, but it was a matter of time before we ran into one. It's much easier to fly than to walk. We need to find some place to leave Thion. A place to shelter and to sleep would be nice. On our left, a bank of clay and sediment led down to a small pond. I was thirsty, but given that there were more bright-colored predators bathing in it, I'd stick to our rations. With how tired I was, I didn't feel up to exterminating any threats now.
This place is infested with predators. Only a few artificial structures.
Zahn grunted. I studied the doctor's grimace. I don't think the humans cull their predator population at all. This is what happens when you don't have extermination officers. Can you imagine living on a planet like this? What an uncivilized world. This alien hellscape could be host to all kinds of nightmarish murder beasts. The vicious creatures around us had lean, nimble forms, and fangs that put the sapient primates to shame. Most humans were unlikely to set up shop in predator territory. It could be a very long walk to civilization from this wilderness. After a brief pause, we began the laborious trek toward the far-off tree line. The expanse seemed to stretch for kilometers with no sign of the nearest settlement. This region's heat was punishing, making me want to collapse in a puddle. No wonder the human's fur had evolved away.
We need to put this deadweight down. This far-soul intruder is going to get us all killed.
Jala spat. I glared at her. I don't leave my crew members to die. There's wild monstrosities everywhere, and the humans could do anything if they stumble across him.
So what? The rations would be better spent on people who can walk and fight.
Lives are not trading chips, Jala. Haven't you killed enough people today? I'll leave Thion where there's an appropriate spot, hidden and secure. A cave or any kind of cover would be a welcome sight. There was no locale devoid of predators to stash Thion. Leaving him in the open to be gnawed on by a cast of beasts wasn't an option. It was unclear how much energy any of us had left. Our flock might have to camp among the demons soon. I was relieved to spot a breaking point in the grass. There was an uneven dirt path which had faint vehicle marks in its silt. That meant Terrans did stray to this region from the safety of a metal cage. At least we could communicate with human predators. An isolated one could be threatened into giving us supplies or shelter. Zahn looked to me with watering eyes.
Calsim. Captain.
The Takan doctor heaved some strained breaths and placed Thion on the ground. He bent over trying to catch his breath. Fear was swelling in his amber gaze. The realization that we were stuck on Earth amidst livid humans was settling in.
Humans have definitely visited this place.
Jarla scanned the red arch in front of us with the prototype visual translator.
The writing says Rantham Boar Tiger Reserve. I'm guessing those orange predators are Rantham Boar tigers.
Alarm awakened my senses. Reserve, you say? Like an area set aside for a specific purpose? The humans intended for this predator growth to happen, Jarla?
I think so.
That is peculiar. Why would they want rival stronger hunters on the loose? Even the sociopath seemed stumped by my question. Such animals were not conducive to modern living. Maybe the humans wanted whatever prey the tigers prioritized for themselves and snatched it away from them once the hard work was finished. It didn't make sense. There were much easier ways to feed their hunger than by stealing from ferocious fiends. I was certain a species with guns could hunt without assistance.
They like the chaos and the violence.
Zahn panted.
This human war tribe could want to keep out dangerous visitors, especially their own kind. We might be in the most vicious nation on the planet.
I didn't know what the truth was, but I was going to assume it wasn't anywhere close to that. The doctor lacked crucial understanding about humans. Their society was too structured for a state entity to stoke chaos intentionally. It must be something more philosophical in nature. Given how many galactic religions were organized against predators, it could be that Terrans saw hunters as deities. The Krokottl's farming goddess, Inatala, brought plants to the universe to feed her children. Predators were considered a perversion of her natural order, who turned to Maltos, the god of violence, out of greed. Our reality was the eternal struggle of good and evil. I strayed from the faith once I became an extermination officer. The priesthood had a way of twisting the goddess's teachings. None of it matched with their written beliefs. Maltos wasn't an inhibitor of empathy, but merely an agent of destruction. We had seen the predators were violent and greedy, while not without some positive qualities. I think this is some kind of worship center, I decided. Maybe somewhere to pray, surrounded by carnage for hunting success, or for the expansion of war. Jarla chuckled.
A religion devoted to bloodshed. How interesting.
It is interesting, actually. This is why I wanted to preserve their culture, because we understand their kind so little. We've become enthralled with violence and killing ourselves in trying to be pure. The doctor curled his lip.
A brutal race doesn't deserve any legacy for their culture. I'm enthralled with the punishment of the wicked, not killing itself.
Your motives are rich with hatred. It poisons you, I hissed. Now let's get moving, before the sun finishes setting. The group hobbled away from the reserve in an easy silence. There was no telling where the road led or what animalistic carnage lay ahead. A more spiritual Krokottl would see this as a temptation by Inatala. I had never intended to get up close and personal with human territory. Our mission was supposed to be impassive, distant. This is a test to my soul, regardless of divine presence. We must face Earth's horrors without surrendering our values. As we progressed past a clump of trees, my hearing detected a faint sniffling. It was accompanied by sporadic gasps, so I figured it must be a predator crying. Jarla cued in on the sound as well and drew her sidearm. The female Krokottl looked eager to kill or mock the beast. Sympathy tugged at my heart, and perhaps a bit of regret. If a human was mourning the devastation we caused, what right did we have to disturb it? Something told me I was outvoted though, so I raised my weapon. The flesh-eaters were too dangerous to leave on the prowl while we were out in the open. If a single extermination was necessary to safeguard my people, so be it. I gestured to set the injured Farsul on the grass. Zahn, watch over Thyon and alert us if any of the predators are approaching.
I can't wait to see your extermination skills in action.
The doctor chuckled. Jarla clicked her beak.
His skills? Calcium is soft on the humans. But don't worry, I'm going to crack its skull.
I expect you to be as silent as possible. We don't want it to know we're there until we have it cornered. Also, let me ascertain some information before you off it.
What if I want to scare it?
The sociopath drawled. The human is not in a stable state of mind now. It could go into a fit of rage on a whim. Let's not push our luck. We just need its shelter. The female Krokottl curled her neck in disdain, but took cautious hops forward. My feet glided across the leaves, and I took care to avoid any twigs. A fabric dome supported by stakes in the earth was established amidst a clearing. A single human was stretched out on a blanket. It appeared to be watching videos on a handheld device. Terror swelled in my chest as my instincts urged me not to approach. The feeling subsided on drawing closer. Secondary observation swayed my emotions. This primate was of a lesser stature than indicated in Noah's data dump. Its skin seemed untouched by aging, and its register lacked the booming growl of males we had spoken to. If I had to hazard a guess, this human was an adolescent. Perhaps it was crying because it lost its parents. That would explain why it was alone and had wandered into predator-infested territory. My thoughts began racing with unpleasant images. It took a great deal of effort to push them away. I stopped a few paces from its blanket. Put the electronic device down and slide it to me. Don't even try to alert any fellow beasts. The human startled and pointed its tear-stained eyes at me. Its lips parted with alarm. It flung the device toward me like it burned to the touch. Video footage was still playing on the screen as Predator anchors described the loss of life in a city called Bengaluru. I wondered if that was the kid's home.
Please! Take whatever you want! Just leave me alone!
It whined. That begging was rather unbecoming of a predator. Maybe it hadn't become desensitized to bloodshed yet. I focused my gun barrel, careful not to keep my grip too close to the trigger. We just want to talk, I lied. What's your name? The beast swallowed.
Arjun.
And your age? You don't look like a human adult.
I'm 12. We're not grown-ups till we turn 18.
Jala traced her gun barrel across its furless chin, snickering as it shied away. The fear in its gaze twisted my heart. The little beast still had years left of adolescence. It looked harmless. Helpless even. I knew that was deceiving, but it still had an effect.
Little predators become big predators and reproduce exponentially.
My mentor's voice said in my head. I stared at the shaking primate. Hey, eyes on me, Arjun. Why are you out here?
Dad thought it was a good place to hide. He said you wouldn't target the parks first.
Arjun croaked.
If this is the end of the world, we could spend the last day outdoors. Together.
All right. I know humans care for their children. Where is your father now?
My dad is a wildlife photographer. He wanted to get some animal shots with the space battle overhead. It'd be a damn good picture if we...
If you survive. The predator bobbed its head emphatically and more tears streamed down its face. The kid's distress was apparent. It would be merciful if I limited the scope of my questions. I didn't want to prolong its suffering. Charla couldn't be allowed to botch the job or make a mess. Gosh, what if there was a way to curb a human's full-grown instincts? Pulling the trigger on Arjun. That extermination broke my heart already. It would grow into something terrible, but now it was innocent. It wanted its father. I struggled to steady my voice. You're doing great. Can you just tell me what this place is? We were curious about the predatory wildlife.
National parks are like an animal sanctuary. We preserve species that are threatened or have lost their natural habitats.
Why? Those orange tigers are menaces. They'd eat children like you.
Tigers don't bother you unless you bother them. They're majestic animals. Lots of people tour this place, and there's resorts, campsites, hiking.
Disbelief flooded my veins at the idea that humans wanted to stay in such a dangerous venue. To think that the locals went out of their way to preserve monsters. Arjun's tone had been reverent, but not religious. Did predators find thrills in challenging superior counterparts? I cleared my throat. Thanks. That's all we need.
Finally, the talking is over. So I can kill it.
Jala trilled. Well, its binocular eyes pleaded with me.
No! I helped you!
I stared at the colourful leaves on the ground, avoiding its gaze. The reds and oranges reminded me of a raging inferno, sparking across a pool of gasoline. The little pups squealed through it all, and their frail silhouettes writhed in agony. I felt like I was watching my handiwork from the truck bed again. When they looked at you with those big eyes, you wanted to help. But you didn't. You wouldn't. I couldn't help but feel that our mission had been wrong. The thought of how the predators tugged at my talons playfully was still a vibrant memory. Looking at Arjun, it was impossible not to recall that first extermination. Younglings didn't deserve merciless death.
Captain Calsim?
Jarla squawked. I blinked. Leave the Predator alive. It's not a threat.
Not a threat?
Zan's voice made me startle as I found him looming over my shoulder.
It's an offshoot of flesh-eating barbarians. What kind of extermination officer are you?
Doctor, I told you to wait with Thyon.
Well, I was worried you would do exactly this, Predator lover. Jarla, you don't have to listen to him. Kill that thing.
Arjun was curled up into a ball, shielding its head with an elbow. The female crocodile's eyes twitched, and I could sense her temptation. I had to reel in the rebellious sadists before I lost control. Admitting my actions were born from sympathy would be suicide. I'm no predator lover! How dare you! I roared, shoving my beak in Zan's face. I'm a skilled extermination officer, while you're someone who sits on the sidelines. Talk is easy. The doctor stiffened.
You just said...
That thing is the only bargaining chip we have. Humans value their children, so keeping it as a prisoner is the logical choice. Maybe we can make them trade as a spaceship. Food. Medicine, you arrogant fool. The Takan gulped nervously and slunk back a few steps. He stole a glance at Arjun before swishing his tail in defeat. Jarla also scrutinized my enraged form. I met her stare for several seconds, goading her on. She lowered her weapon.
Using their kids against them. As a shield, maybe. I like it.
I knew you would. I exhaled a silent breath of relief and turned to the doctor. Sedate this human Zan like you did with Marcel, just for weight. I need sleep, and I can't watch a ravenous predator. The Takan nodded and filled a syringe with a light sedative dose. I watched which vial he grabbed, making sure he wasn't loading it with poison. The physician handed it over to me for administration. A quick jab plunged the needle into the human's neck. Hopefully, it was only a light pinch. It should knock Arjun out for a few hours. When I was rested and able to think again, I would be able to deal with the predator. There was no telling how long it would act obedient. The greater challenge would be restraining my companions from tormenting the child. We'd failed to eradicate the Earthlings, and its continued survival was simply an admission of failure. There was no reason for a stranded crew to dole out needless death.
Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. The human fleet deposited me in a cell on Venlil Prime, and without warning, the predators stopped visiting me altogether. Based on the claw tallies on the wall, I calculated that it had been at least a week. The Venlil guards were colder than the humans. One of them spit in my evening gruel and muttered a curse against my depraved soul. Against all odds, I found myself missing Carlos, and even Samantha. I kept busy by contemplating the Axe's interrogation and how to refute their absurd story. There had to be reconciliation between the Terrans and the Federation. It had required an unthinkable cost, but the Gajid government was swayed to the humans' corner. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Piri's death was confirmed by UN ground forces. Her final transmission could only achieve so much. I offered to bargain with the Federation for them, but then the humans abandoned me. They're just gone, I mused aloud. If I strained on my hind legs, I could peer between out the window to the capital below. Venlil Prime was a massive planet that dwarfed the likes of Earth and the Cradle. By comparison, it had a shorter orbit and slightly higher gravity than the average world. Interestingly, much of its landmass was inhospitable. Sunlight never touched half of its surface, leaving it too cold for plant and animal life. Its bright side had the opposite problem, too scorching hot to sustain water sources. There was only the thin space between extremes to build settlements. Venlil scientists searched for new ways to push the frontiers, with various methods to cool their planet. They manipulated atmospheric reflectivity with aerosols, built an artificial upwelling system in their ocean, and used cloud seeding to generate rainfall. It took colossal effort to keep the gears in motion. Not all species are blessed with a perfect home. If it weren't for sentiment, Venlil colonies are much more conducive to habitation. The sight of human predators walking about became more frequent over the past few days. Many Venlil would give them a wide berth or cross to the other side of the street. I wondered why Earth was suddenly sending so many people abroad. Such a widespread presence was a lot to ask of their friends. A pointed cough came from the other side of the cell door.
Enjoying the view? Looks like you've had plenty of time to study the intricacies of Venlil society.
I whirled around to see Samantha with her auburn hair tied back in a knot. Her predatory eyes were unfocused, as though her mind was elsewhere. The anger in her voice bore a colder aspect than the last time I saw her. My instincts pronounced her demeanor as highly threatening. Was there something I had done to infuriate the humans? Or worse, were they becoming corrupted by the Arxer? "Hello, Sam. I thought you guys had forgotten about me," I answered. She bared her pearly fangs, eyes dilating in a flash.
My friends call me Sam. You're not my friend.
Right. Sorry.
That you should be.
Bootsteps sounded behind Samantha, and I breathed a sigh of relief as I recognized Carlos. For a moment, I thought the female had snuck in alone to assault me. Everything about her stance screamed that she was thirsty for blood. Maybe it was simply not seeing a human in days, but I felt there was some substance to my inference. There was a jingling sound as the male guard slid keys into the door. The spark was gone from his brown eyes, and his subdued mannerisms were uncharacteristic. The last time I saw Carlos, he was ribbing me and striking down my thoughts at every turn. There was no sign of playful mockery or admonishment now. My spines bristled in alarm. "What happened to you both? Something is wrong." Carlos gave me a weary frown.
Earth was attacked by the Federation. Over 1 billion dead.
Don't pretend like you care. You got what you wanted, Sovlin.
Samantha growled. Horror washed over me, and I sank back onto my bed. No wonder the humans were upset. I remembered what it felt like to watch the cradle burn, to grapple with the loss of my home and culture. Why did the Federation have to piss off the only species to defeat the Arxer? There was a time where I wanted to cripple the Predator's breeding grounds. That derogatory terminology still rang in my ears. When I turned myself in to UN custody, I was expecting to witness a brutal society. Instead, Earth amounted to decent people going about their daily existences. It was a structured planet, rich in life and culture. That's not what I want now. I nibbled at my claws with anxiety and tried to keep my expression submissive. I'm sorry for your loss. I know what it's like to be in your paws. Samantha clenched her fists.
Of course you do. You caused your world's death while trying to kill us. Just like the crocodile.
You're right. We brought it on ourselves, and I know that. We were horrible to humans. More so than any apology could ever excuse. Yet you showed mercy and compassion.
Fuck mercy. The rest of our fleet went home. But we get tethered to you, while Earth is under siege. How is that fair?
It's not, but I have no say in that. I can see you're hurting. If it makes you feel better to quarrel with me, then I encourage you to do so. Samantha turned her back in disgust. There was no way for me to offer amends that would satisfy her. All the same, my concern for her mental health was escalating. I knew how grief could swallow a person without a proper outlet. I cast an inquisitive stare toward Carlos, looking for direction. The Milgard's nostrils flared with pent-up frustration. Had the humans only visited to extol their anger on me? I'm glad you're both okay, I added, breaking the icy silence. I hope some of Earth was able to hold out. Carlos nodded.
We drove them off. With help.
Help? From the Venlil?
Sure. And other interested parties.
That is a vague descriptor. Who else would have come to rescue humanity? Carlos waved for me to follow him, and the absence of his snarl was striking. It was like the guards had received a personality transplant. Both seemed infused with hatred and impassivity, though one was directing it at me more than the other. I was frightened of what their predatory emotions could compel them to do. Dark thoughts raced through my mind as I tried to recall why I trusted these predators. Their heroism on the cattle ship seemed a distant memory. My eyes widened in alarm at consideration of the rescued. That reminded me of the Gajeeds on Earth, cared for outside a large metropolis. What happened to the Gajeed refugees? I blurted. I'm sorry if that's selfish, but I have to know. The male guard sighed.
The primary camp was brought to Venlo Prime when we started moving human evacuees. Most are safe.
That is positive news. How many humans did you evacuate from Earth?
Millions. We've known the Venlil all of 3 months. Some people preferred to ride it out in a bunker, or were banking on us to rout their forces.
Stop talking to that racist delusional prick like he's your pal.
Samantha spat.
Carlos, I thought we had this conversation.
The olive-skinned human crossed his arms.
I'm being civil. There's a difference.
Not wanting to sow more division between the duo, I kept my other questions to myself. That did explain why the human's presence had increased rapidly. The cynical part of me wondered if the predator influx resulted in a spike in crime. The primates posed an extraordinary threat when they were angry, and they had to be more prone to deviant behavior than the Venlil. Carlos led the way past native wardens, and we stepped out into the capital's crisp air. The guard's strides seemed a bit strained from gravitational exertion. The difference on Vendel Prime wasn't enough to be significant, but the humans would tire quicker in physical activities. It was another reminder that they weren't home. A pair of Gajeeds were waiting by a spacecraft outside, joined by several UN personnel. My eyes widened as I realized why they were familiar. It was the deaf youth Talpin and his sister Berna. Both seemed to be in better spirits than the last time I saw them, and were carrying necessities. I can't believe I thought the humans were going to kill the kid first time I saw him. We all shared that thought.
Hello, Captain Sovlin.
A synthesized voice spoke the words in the Gajeed tongue, but with a bit of human growl. Talpin must have been given an AI program with Terran phonemes installed.
Why are you being kept in a prison? You are a hero to us all.
The young Gajeed finished sliding his claws across a keyboard and fixed me with an expectant look. I didn't want to recount my crimes in detail. Then again, I wasn't sure how to begin translating my reply. At least, Samantha seemed mollified by Talpin's presence. Perhaps it served as a reminder of her deaf brother. I deserved to be there. I made another person, a human, suffer, I muttered. Talpin turned his pupils to a nearby human and scanned the contortions of their fingers. His eyes widened. The adolescent struggled to believe that I could be involved with anything nefarious. His bass claws hovered over the keyboard for a moment before he typed out a reply.
Why?
Came the synthesized question.
Your deeds are spoken of in legend. You are a hero, a righteous man. You save lives.
I lowered my gaze. I'm none of those things. I thought causing a predator pain would fix my problems. Berna appeared stunned as well.
You sound like you're talking about torture, Sovlin. That's vile. The humans are sweet, sensitive, generous.
I blinked in agreement, lowering my gaze. The predators beside Talpin projected fondness toward him, but I could see their jaws tightening as they listened to me. At least if Berna spread the word about Marcel, my people would squash the myth of my heroism. I deserved to have my legacy tarnished, and to be remembered for the sum of my crimes. Talpin tapped at his keyboard.
How could the humans treat you so kindly?
I don't know. Ask them, I answered. The UN volunteer beside him thought for a moment before launching into an emphatic reply. The human translator seemed passionate about whatever she was conveying. The deaf Gajeed looked impressed at what was passed on and nodded in acceptance. He shot me a disdainful look. I cast a nervous glance at Samantha. You speak sign language? What did she tell him? The guard flashed her teeth.
That you deserve to live with what you've done. That human discipline doesn't stoop to your level.
Well, that was a recurring sentiment when predators spoke of me. What I didn't understand was why the guards brought me to meet Talpin and Berna. It looked like the two Gajeeds were about to depart on a spaceship. After my disclosure, I doubted they'd want a send-off from me.
I don't want to travel anywhere with him.
Talpin waved his claws emphatically at the predators.
Not if he tortured a human. He is a disgrace to our kind.
Berna curled her lip.
I second the notion. We both owe humanity our lives.
My confusion intensified, and I shot Carlos a questioning look. Talpin seemed to think I was accompanying them on a trip, but I didn't have an inkling what he was referring to. Where were the humans taking them? Was I actually involved?
Sovlin is the perfect person to pass on several messages for us. He can get you two through the door with those Kolshian bastards.
The male guard tossed his shoulders in an uncommittal gesture.
He's also the one some Federation fuckwits might believe about the Gajeed refugees and the war.
That was a good omen if the humans still wanted peace and dialogue. Maybe the attack on Earth hadn't completely pushed them to the Arxer side, as improbable as that seemed. These Terran predators had a merciful side, and I hoped we could appeal to that. It didn't sound like the entirety of the Federation was involved. The neutrals had minded their own business. There had to be some people that could convert to Terran advocacy, Other races didn't have to end up like the Gajeeds. Warmth filled my chest. A messenger. I'd be happy to testify on your behalf and broker peace with your enemies. I know about remediation. Samantha scowled.
Peace is not an option anymore. Frankly, I'd declare war on all of the skeptics now. But we can't fight 300 species at once. At least, not yet. We're going to purge the 24 who attacked us, followed by the 14 others who voted for war.
What? That's the message, I gasped. Carlos shook his head.
No. I'll get to that in a minute. Firstly, we need someone who can look into several items for us.
Read this. We had it printed in your tongue. Extra special for you.
The female guard sneered. My shaking claws accepted the pamphlet, terrified at what the predators had inscribed. The paper nearly slipped from my grasp at once. Mournful tears pooled in my eyes. Roussel was dead. Killed by his own government for siding with humanity. I had mentored the Kolshians since he was a child, and shepherded his development. His advice on the bridge, combined with his honor, was steadfast. I wanted him commanding my ship in my absence. It pained me that our last interactions were him viewing me as a monster. My vision burned, and I dabbed at the wetness with my fur. The humans wanted to uncover why the Kolshians would resort to murder. It was unclear whether any future violence was planned against pro-human factions, but the predators weren't taking threats lightly. Not after Earth. The Terrans don't want species reaching out with false friendship. They want anyone who plots against them exposed, humiliated. Why would the scholarly Commonwealth be so opposed to humanity's diplomatic outreach? I was itching to demand Chief Nikonus' reasons for myself. He came across as a fair leader, reasonable to a fault. I would have considered him the kind who would give predators a fair shake.
Look into the Kolshian matter for us and find documentation of first contact with the Arxa. See what you can dig up.
Kawas growled. Samantha crossed her arms.
We need to know who's complicit in every scheme against us and our allies. Who is worth sparing? Who started this predator hatred, and why?
The male guard narrowed his eyes.
Our governments believe that you feel remorse, that you're not a flight risk. This is what we need from you, Sovlin.
Okay. And the message, I stammered. You implied there was a statement to deliver.
Oh, that's easy. Tell the Federation we're done contacting or negotiating with them. They never raised a finger to stop the attack on Earth. Let the neutrals know that they either reach out to condemn this terrorist act, or they can prepare for total war.
That message sent a chill through my blood. The other Gajeeds looked horrified as well. I needed to find a more tactful way of phrasing that flagrant threat if there was to be peace with any species. The humans could rack up a lot of collateral damage in seeking revenge for their Earth.
Memory transcription subject, UN Secretary-General Elias Meyer. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. There was something uncivilized stirring in my soul as heartbreaking images flooded in from Earth. Seeing historic cities powdered into rubble and hearing tales of incalculable devastation was a gut-wrenching blow. It had been a mere 3 months since the first contact mission. In that span, 25 species had taken concrete actions to genocide human civilians without the slightest provocation. Grappling with my own actions, my own failure weighed heavily upon me. I was responsible for mankind's future, and I hadn't used every option at our disposal. What if there was something else I could have done? Was I a coward for abandoning Earth, especially to bargain with the metaphorical devil? It would take years to rebuild our homeworld. 112 bombs had detonated on its surface, churning up contaminants and killing more than 1 billion. Reversing the atmospheric pollution would be a gruesome challenge, and we would witness more casualties in the aftermath. Strange how it wasn't humans who leveled our planet. I always thought it would be us who were our undoing.
Elias, we're docking at a luxury resort on Titan Station in 60 seconds.
Dr. Quemper, the current Secretary of Alien Affairs, tapped my shoulder.
Are you going to be up to this? You look unwell.
My first thought was always diplomacy in the past. Brutal warfare was something that I thought best relegated to our ancestors. It should feel monstrous for a pacifist leader to long to see our enemies' worlds desolated down to their cores. But now, I couldn't see myself restraining the generals. Their path seemed the only way. I craved the Federation's destruction as an organization. Regardless of the understanding that a small percentage were involved in the attack, their bigotry was incompatible with our survival. How many species had aided us? A mere 2. Excluding the Ark's unexpected arrival, the Zeruleans were the only new race I cared to bargain with in the aftermath. The words of friendship other diplomats spoke proved to be empty. None of them backed us when it came down to it. The bystanders felt every bit as sinister as the Crocodile and their pals in this moment.
Your head has to be in this, Elias. No matter how impossible that is.
Quemper said gently.
We can't afford any mishaps when 10,000 Arx's ships are still in the Sol system.
I met her eyes. I never meant for them to come here. This wasn't what...
The Greys already knew where Earth was. You couldn't have known that. For what it's worth, they did save our arses.
Staving off my self-pity, my thoughts returned to the urgent matters at hand. The Arxa decimated the Crocodile strike force with an excess of arrivals. It was concerning that the reptiles had so many vessels in this sector. Chief Hunter Isif kept his fleet in orbit to protect us from secondary attacks, but I couldn't help but think they were scrutinizing us. The unpleasant reality was that the reptiles could plunder or conquer Earth now if they wanted. We were vulnerable, and the heavy losses left military defenses sparse. The Dominion's philosophy was still reprehensible to me, a far cry from the UN's modicum of equality. However, at this point, we had to keep the Arxa sated at all costs. So when Isif requested an audience with me by name, I chartered the first ship I could find off Enlil Prime. Governor Tava, bless her heart, squeaked out an offer to join me, but I wasn't going to place her in the line of fire. The Arxa hunter understood our inability to accommodate him on Earth. He agreed to wait in Titan's travel lodging for my arrival. I don't like rolling out the red carpet for someone who called the Venlil a delicacy and referred to Tava as dinner. I'd like to punch him in the nose for saying that. Quemper, do you think that the Arxa are capable of societal change? I asked as our ship completed its landing protocol. If, let's say, they had a stable non-sapient food source. The former SETI employee tilted her head.
I don't know. The Greys weren't always like this, but they altered their gene pool. I don't know if they still have heart, or whether they indulge in empathy.
That is the mystery. By the way, can you set up a comms link with the Zerulean fleet in 15 minutes? We have some damage control on that front.
I'll do that after I hear that you're all right from your own lips. You need to hear yourself say it.
I am fine. Once these alien visitors are handled, it's time to bring every government together. Then, to rally the people behind our banner, and remind them not to give up. My shoes clicked on the decadent marble floor, and the crystal overhang reflected the colors of a rainbow from above. A glass viewport stretched the length of the lobby, complete with interactive holograms and exquisite telescopes. I observed a surreal view of Saturn as I passed the vacated concierge desk. This was considered the nicest hotel in space. For the sake of Earth survivors, I hoped the Arxa agreed. I felt awkward approaching the suite given to Isif. There was no question that the reptile could snap me in half with his jaws if he desired. Given the aggressivity the Arxa were prone to and how they detested weakness, this was gambling with my welfare. But with humanity's precarious position, someone had to pacify the baby killers. I rapped my knuckles against the door. Hello? My voice couldn't have sounded more uncertain, and I cursed my nerves. The door creaked open. A pair of slit pupils surveyed me from the pitch-black interior. Isif didn't have any lights on, which added to my unease. He towered over me by at least 1.5 feet, showing teeth longer than my finger. The alien's tongue flitted.
Elias Meyer. 2 names, yes? We meet in person. Come in.
I clasped both hands behind my back and attempted to keep my strides even. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed 3 other Arxa scattered about the living room. It was a safe assumption that they were advisors, servants, or military personnel. Perhaps it was a mistake to come alone, or even conveyed that I lacked support. Thanks for your military assistance, I croaked, pawing at my dry throat. I'm sorry. Do you have any water nearby? Isif tossed a water bottle at me, and I barely reacted in time to catch it. The liquid was lukewarm, but I chugged it with gratitude. The Greys seemed to be dissecting my every move, like a specimen under a microscope. There was never a plan for formal first contact with the Arxa. I wasn't sure where to begin. We were supposed to be using the Greys to get the crocodile off our back. Now...
Would you like our assistance with rescue efforts? Human Command indicated that your ground residents may react poorly to us walking the streets.
Isif growled. I scratched my head in discomfort. I suggest asking each nation specifically. I'm sure some would accept the offer, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you from us all. The people of Earth are in your debt, and... The Arxer curled his lip.
Hey, relax. You've gone through a lot, human. Don't worry about offending us. I prefer honesty.
Right. Well... Many people did not have a favorable view of your species prior to this. Myself included. I don't imagine that will change overnight, especially with xenophobia abounding. Isif's eyes glittered in the darkness, narrowing to the point they were hardly open. His nostrils flared, and he seemed to meditate on a scent for a second. His grin intensified. I wondered if he could smell my nervousness. The Chief Hunter's gaze moved to the holopad clipped to my belt.
We wish to access your system's internet,
the reptile continued in a polite rumble.
My scientists here requested documentation of your hunting and domestication specifically. It would also answer if your research is remotely professional.
I nodded. All right. Though we're quite different types of predators. I have no issue with sharing those search results. My holopad made its way into my hands, and I punched the keyword domestication into a search engine. An online encyclopedia article popped up as the top result, which should be sufficient. Unless I deemed it a necessity, I was going to try to conceal our persistence hunting ancestry. It might make the Arxer view us as a serious threat, due to our ability to weather a war of attrition. Isif snatched the device from my grip. The hunter must be quite eager to learn about us. I wasn't sure whether that was a positive sign or not. Perhaps the Dominion was assessing whether we shared their child-munching fervor. They could also be checking if we were on board with culling our weaker population. Had I just tipped them off by admitting our disdain for them?
Fascinating. So, humans did use animals for labor and livestock purposes, like us,
he murmured.
However, you keep pets too. Lesser beings coddled for entertainment and companionship in return for emotional benefits to their owners. This is a normal practice.
Yes.
This behavior is derived from a pack predator's social needs, I would presume. And you care for these pets like they are part of your tribe, I assume.
Usually, many humans struggle with living alone.
An opposite of how we tire of company in swift fashion. Your affinity for the Venlil stems from this pet category, does it not?
It took a great effort to refrain from a reflexive denial. I would never classify sapient beings, especially our friends, as animalistic playthings. But if the Arxer could view the Venlil as mere pets, that would be an upgrade to cattle consideration. It might make the reptiles willing to facilitate the release of the Venlil captives. Remember, the Greys might require a predatory basis to accept our claims. Whatever concessions must be made to Stoll, to convince them we're on the same side, just do it. Yes, humans love adopting companion animals, I grumbled. Isif glared at his advisors.
Satisfied about the Venlil? I told you that humans are just social predators, and those animals are a misapplication of their evolution.
An Arxer scientist coughed uneasily.
Humans are the first documented pack predator sapient, sir. It was reasonable to ask why.
You're dismissed. Wander until you are summoned, so that Elias Meyer and I may talk in private. There are discussion matters that are above your clearance level.
The reptilian subordinates swished their tails and slunk off in obedience. Isif watched them depart, exhaling a hearty sigh. He pressed my holopad back into my hands and searched my gaze with his own. There was a certain trepidation in his dark orbs. He waited in silence for a full minute, clearly apprehensive of prying ears. I studied the alien's mannerisms with curiosity. Was the Chief Hunter expecting mutiny from his own ranks? How disciplined was Arxer Command? Something told me his private divulgence would be enlightening as to what he expected from humanity. I'm sure you intend for Earth to repay your assistance with some form of compensation, I said. Isif bared his fangs.
Oh, you will, Elias Meyer, but not today. In the future.
I don't follow.
The fact is, you don't like that we keep the prey sapients as food. That is your entire issue with us. It violates your moral code. I'm not blind.
This commander could not realize we had backed the Federation with full-throated support. We didn't want the Dominion classing the UN as an enemy now. I tried to maintain my best poker face, though the Arxer seemed to see through my neutral expression. My silence must have confirmed his suspicions, but what could I say? I shrugged. We're different. Humans, well...
You haven't bred out your empathetic people. I thought you could help us attain an alternative food source.
Isif's voice was hardly more than a whisper, and he looked jumpy.
That is why I sent out our entire sector fleet to your aid. My species could have a better future someday with your guidance, beyond war and cruelty.
What? A week ago, you gave me a speech about what a delicacy the Venlil are. Called our beloved ally dinner, I hissed. The reptile sighed.
Tava had some spunk for prey, actually. Don't be unreasonable. I was recording that transmission in front of my crew, and also sending it home. I like my head attached to my body human.
My eyes widened. It wasn't a shock that the Arxer Dominion executed anyone who spoke out against their policies. However, it was encouraging news if some high-ranking officers didn't toe the party line. None of our captives saw any issue with the atrocities. They had boasted about how sophisticated their ideology was. Cattle ships could be stocked with the true believers. Not the best sample size, I suppose. So, you don't support your race's farming practices, I pressed. A growl rumbled in Isif's throat.
I prefer food that doesn't talk. This war has gone on long enough, and your allies have shown me that some of them could accept predators. If we're reduced to our animal instincts, we're no different than the Federation.
I concur on the instincts. Fine. I'll bite. Why are you telling me this?
So that you understand that I'm on your side, and you'll be more forthcoming with the future compensation. If you don't push your luck, I might be able to bargain for the release of more friends.
That was enough to pique my interest. Liberating any captive Ceruleans might make them a bit more forgiving of our Arxer saviors. Humanity had to reward the teddy bears for their fealty somehow. They sent aid without any history between our worlds. It also meant that Isif might follow through with the Venlil deal. I still clung to the hope that one day we could end all Serpian farms. No matter what the Federation had done to our two species, eating and torturing children wasn't the answer. Downplaying or excusing atrocities wasn't going to bring back London or Los Angeles. Mankind was better than that. I cracked my knuckles. How on earth are you going to sell mercy to your government?
Simple. Not phrasing it as treasonous mercy.
Isif chuckled.
Just stating it as reclaiming the farming glory of our ancestors. Talking about how simple prey breed quicker. I work within the powers that be.
Clever thinking. I'll do what I can to uphold our bargain, though our production capacity is limited now.
Human, I'm understanding. Rational. Don't starve your people for this Venlil deal. What's important is that we're allies in the long run.
This Arxer wasn't a feral creature that saw hunting as life's sole joy. There was an empathetic capability in his concern for human life, and that weariness of the war he was born into. He projected an aura of sincerity in contrast to their reputation. That was more than I saw in the Crocodile and their ilk. I wondered what this predator race would have been without outside interference. Thanks, Isith. If you are certain you can control your people, I'll find amenable places for you to direct your assistance, I whispered. Humor flashed in his eyes.
Anything for a friend. Though I presume you don't want me to share our food stash.
I hesitated. Actually, if you have extra herbivore feed, it might be edible to us. We're omnivores.
Ha! You are leaf lickers. Duly noted. I'll see what I can do.
This encounter went better than I anticipated, but unpleasantries were still ahead with the Cerulean call. Even if Isif had given us grounds to work with, a Federation and Arxer confrontation was a powder keg. I didn't want it going off in the Sol system. Humanity had to find a way to smooth the ruffled fur and keep two polar opposite species on our side. Memory transcription subject, UN Secretary-General Elias Meyer. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. After bidding farewell to the Arxer commander, I made my way to the conference hall. This hotel was once a primary site for technological conventions, expensive weddings, and even celebrity events. Now, while the catering and decor was missing, it was still a lavish enough venue to feel the call to the Zeruleans. My headquarters on Earth probably didn't exist anymore. The government needed a temporary base of operations. Secretary Quemper extended invitations to every world leader with the option to attend virtually. Many would be unable to procure space transportation, while others wouldn't want to leave during a crisis.
Sir, the Zerulean ambassador is waiting on a secure channel.
Quemper offered. I straightened my posture. Good. Patch him through. The adorable face that appeared on screen was enough to soften my demeanor. Chaucer's brown fur looked fluffy as a cloud and remained just as shaggy around his cub-like ears. The side-facing eyes made him look like an anxious teddy bear. I suspected that visage would fill most humans with the urge to scoop them up and hug them. The Zerulean narrowed his eyes. I stifled a giggle at how stern he was trying to look. The expression was almost comical. That would be an inappropriate reaction, given how they felt about the Ark's arrival. It would be preferable to keep these cute aliens as allies. This is Secretary General Meyer. Thank you for taking our call, and for your timely assistance, I offered.
I am sorry for what happened to Earth.
Chaucer pawed at his nose, a forlorn twinkle in his eyes.
But my colleagues and I have some concerns. I believe you didn't invite the Arksa, but you haven't tried to push them away.
The consequences of aggravating the Greys would be severe and inadvisable with our current readiness. Candidly, we need the help. There isn't exactly an outpouring of aid from the galactic community. The Zerulean began licking his paw, which his species did when thinking. The absent-minded grooming was distracting. I couldn't stop my lips from curving up, despite knowing it was a hostile gesture to their brains. The cuteness was melting away even my practiced composure.
There is something amusing about not having aid for your planet, Mr. Meyer.
Chaucer yipped. I shook my head quickly. No, not at all, Ambassador. My apologies.
Right. I've talked the Zerulean commanders into writing a more favorable report. We're going to do our best to neutralize the headlines, but I'd still expect incendiary accusations.
I understand. And thank you for trusting us. It wouldn't surprise me if certain media outlets ran with the Predator scheming together narrative. Having the Arksa in our court was the fuel Federation factions needed to turn on us, but I didn't care. Humanity was done crawling through mud to appease paranoid bigots. Species were either for us or against us, and they needed to decide which side pronto. In the long run, our Zerulean neighbors looked to be decent friends. I couldn't imagine their fleet's thought processes when the Arksa arrived. It would be understandable if they left at the sight of Greys and humans fighting side by side. The fact that the quadruped stayed meant it was worth justifying our position.
It's the least I could do.
Chaucer purred.
We want to help with the rescue efforts. We have thousands of hospital ships in the system you call Proxima Centauri. That's where I am now. Our military may be unimpressive, but our doctors are second to none.
Medical assistance would be appreciated, Ambassador. Please, send them at your earliest convenience. My voice took on a pleading lilt, contemplating Earth's desperation. If there's any information you need about human biology...
The Venville data has given us a baseline, but the issue is sending unarmed civilians into an Arksa occupation. I want to help you, but how do I authorize that order?
You want me to get rid of the Greys first?
Yes, for our safety.
Chosen, with respect, they haven't attacked a single one of your ships so far.
I'm sure that the monsters who snack on our cubs have benevolent intentions toward the Zerulean race. I should invite them over for dinner.
That's not what I meant. Human lives are...
What about our lives? These are good, selfless people.
With emergency services down in most metropolitan areas, there was nobody to respond to medical calls. Anyone who suffered a heart attack or sustained serious injuries was on their own. I would prefer Zerulean medics tending to our people rather than famished Arksa. That said, ISIF's forces were the only protection Earth had right now. We needed both of their offerings. As I said, I'm unwilling to aggravate the Arksa now, I replied. But I'm confident this commander will not attack your doctors. Chaucer bared his tiny teeth.
You can't be confident enough. The Arksa are not trustworthy. They're sapient-eating fiends.
I know. But there are good people on Earth that need your help, and I believe the Greys will stand down if asked. Please, trust my judgment this one time.
Oh, damn it, human. I'll send the medical ships. But if anything happens to them, this is the last cerulean aid you're getting. We're not expendable.
I inwardly cursed this gamble. Thank you. Quemper, please contact the Chief Hunter. Let him know the inbound fleet are rescue workers and are not to be harmed. The Secretary of Alien Affairs departed with haste. The Cerulean scientist began pacing in a nervous daze as he sent a transmission to his men. Humanity would remember the quadruped's heroism for generations. I didn't know how we could thank them enough. A close-knit alliance might form out of this tragedy. What am I going to do about the other friendly diplomats? They showed just how much they care for predator lives. A bipedal sapient popped up in front of the camera as though my thoughts summoned him. His coarse pelt was the tone of a red fox, and his face had some white markings. I racked my brain, identifying him as a Yortul. It was all I could do not to launch into a tirade against his inaction. What was Ambassador Laulo doing with Chorson?
I'm sorry about Earth too.
The marsupial barked.
Humans have been the only ones that treated us as equals, rather than a charity case.
I narrowed my eyes and forced myself to maintain a level tone. The Ceruleans didn't mention we had company. What can I do for you?
I just want you to know we do care about what happened to humanity. Stars, I feel stupid saying this out loud. I really wish we could have helped like Chorson.
Those words are easy to say, aren't they? Why didn't the Yortul raise a claw? The Cerulean ambassador watched in silence, flicking his ears in discomfort. I urged myself to rein in my fury for his sake. This wasn't a discussion to have in front of our newest allies. Holding the bystanders accountable could alienate our neighbors. Laulo averted his gaze.
We don't have our own fleet yet to send you, so, I guess we're useless to you. We're the newest uplifts. Guess you think we're worthless primitives now too.
I mulled over his explanation in silence. That did alter my perspective if the Yortul hadn't developed any military assets to mobilize. It didn't sound like the Federation had done anything more than dump technology in their lap and expect them to figure it out. Perhaps the apologetic sentiment was worth something.
Anyhow, I scrounged up millions of volunteers to help you rebuild.
The uplift grumbled.
We have lots of untapped resources, and it's labor if you want it. We'd need external transport to get to Earth. I'm sorry that my offer is so underwhelming.
I raised my hands in reassurance. We would love any help you're willing to extend. Aid doesn't have to come in a military form, Laulo. Maybe we can teach you a thing or two about our engineering.
Really? You would do that?
Of course. We're still new to Federation technology ourselves. The two of us can figure out their secrets together. The Yortul's expression was the image of relief as he squeezed his eyes shut. I felt sorry for the poor guy if he was expecting to be rebuked for technological deficiencies. Perhaps this exchange was reason enough for me to move the goalposts. Anyone who offered assistance would be in my good graces, whether it was military or not. Some of our allies might have been too scared to fight, which could be fixed. They might have been too far away, or didn't have spare military resources. Chorson gave the uplift a friendly nudge.
You can ask us for help too. I knew I was right to bring you along.
I apologize if I snapped at you, Laulo. It's been a difficult 48 hours, I muttered. Have you guys heard anything from the other human allied races? The Cerulean sighed.
No, I'm afraid not.
I pursed my lips. If no additional species expressed the slightest concern for our predicament, that lessened the possibility of extenuating circumstances. According to my sources, the Maziks and the Sifkits hadn't been partial to us. Maybe the absent races had blamed us for killing their diplomats because of our predatory compulsions. Should I even bother reaching out to any of them? My throat felt dry. Well, I appreciate both of you. Please, keep in touch if you have any concerns. Chorson waved a paw.
Wait, Maya. I know now may not be the right time, but there was an idea I'd like to mention at least.
Go on.
The Ceruleans and the Yortul are both interested in a human exposure program.
Laulo chimed in.
Like you did with the Venlil at first contact.
Chorson flicked his ears.
Obviously, some civilians are going to be sharply exposed with rescue efforts, but I still think it's important to foster understanding and discussion in a controlled environment.
I nodded. We'd be amenable to that idea, though any human candidates will carry emotional baggage after this attack. I'll see what I can do to set that up.
Excellent. Take care, Maya, and let me know our hospital fleet status regularly.
The Cerulean terminated the call, and I flopped down on a chair with exhaustion. Human participation in an exchange program shouldn't be an issue, given how cute our helpers were. A few friends in the galaxy was a silver lining. The future ahead of us was going to be rife with war and suffering. We needed to maintain some positive relations to stay sane. I fished out my holopad and contemplated the address I was live streaming tonight. My original speech was mired with blame and bitterness, focused on revenge. There was room for such sentiment, but that was also how the Arxer ended up with such a warped ideology. What humanity needed was hope. The first words spilled from my fingers in a burst of inspiration. To the people of planet Earth who have been preyed upon by an unreasonable enemy, I know you are grieving the innocent blood that has been spilled this week. You feel hurt and anger for the loved ones taken away too soon. I share every scrap of your pain. What I want you to know is that humanity will endure, and that we are not alone. Not only do we have each other, but we have friends who stand with us. The Ceruleans and the Venlil fought with us, and gave us back a sliver of optimism for a better life among the stars. It is time to unite with everyone who believes in our ideals, to stand as a single species with a single purpose. Together, we will go for the Federation's throat, relentless in the face of injustice. We will bring our enemies and our persecutors to their knees if it takes millennia to rectify this vendetta. Humanity calls for atonement, for our right to exist. When we are done, the galaxy shall know what a hunter is. My lips curved up with malice. The speech required some tweaking, but it carried the suitable degree of vengefulness. Governor Tava would be relieved that I tempered the prior message down a notch. If humanity could unify for the purpose of destruction, then the Federation would have a genuine reason to fear us. There would be a reckoning for Earth, and I didn't know that their organization would survive it.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. Darkness had fallen over the reserve when I peeked out from the tent. Sleep had instilled new energy in my veins. There was a slim hope of escaping Earth if we could keep away from human search parties. Our posse needed to figure out our next move and how to transport the Predator Kid without arming it. A muffled whine echoed from behind me. I twisted around to see Arjun, bound in tight rope from head to toe. It must have woken before me and been struggling to break free. Several layers of tape had been slapped over its mouth, wasting medical gauze. I assumed Zahn didn't want to hear a human speak. Swallowing my nerves, I approached it. Shh, it's okay. I'm going to have to rip the tape off. Close your eyes. How could Dr. Zahn treat it like a thoughtless animal? Predators or not, humans were feeling sapience. The level of bindings was both excessive and unnecessary. Something as simple as tying a bell around its leg would suffice. It didn't seem fast or stealthy. The Predator child squeezed its eyes shut. I yanked the adhesive off as quickly as I could and winced at the grimace on its features. The skin by its lip carried a red patch behind. The creature refrained from biting me with its slobbery canines, which was a relief. I set to work untangling the series of knots. What happened if Arjun tried to take me by surprise once it was loose? It could go for my gun before I knew what hit me. I was within grappling distance, and its reflexes must be quicker than mine. The last of the rope came untangled, and the human wriggled out of its entrapments. My gaze drifted to my sidearm. I took a few steps back and barely resisted the urge to draw a weapon. The kid had faced enough hardship in these past few days. It needed someone to be civilized to it. The watery look in its eyes. The poor thing is terrified. There's no question these wretches have feelings. I'm sorry that they did that to you, Arjun. Are you okay? I asked gently. It sniffled.
The only reason you're not killing me is because you think they'll trade resources for me. I heard how you talked about me.
That stopped Zahn and Jarla from shooting you, didn't it? I would have let you go. Trust me. I want to get you back to your family safely.
That's bullshit! Those two aliens are evil. If you want me released, then help me get out of here.
I was beginning to regret taking the tape off this thing's mouth. The combative shouting wasn't helping anyone. It needed to keep its voice down, or Zahn would realize I was trying to console a human. However, expecting an aggressive predator to keep its head was a bit overambitious. Holding this child to crocodile sensibility standards would be unfair. I need the doctor cooperating. My feathers puffed out with irritation. My friend with the bandages will die without him. He's a good person. Smart, witty. The predator bared his teeth.
None of you are good people. You killed millions indiscriminately, and you liked it.
You don't know what you're talking about. I had to choose between hundreds of civilizations and yours. It was a terrible decision, but a necessity for the continuance of life. Every step of the way, I tried to minimize human suffering.
By dropping bombs on cities! Do you hear yourself?
To the very last moment we approached Earth, I was trying to think of another way. My own crew hates that I treat your kind with dignity, and that I offer predators surrender.
Then your crew are assholes!
Arjun's voice sounded hoarse, and its lips looked dry. How had Zad expected it to drink water with its mouth taped shut? The Takan doctor hadn't even left rations nearby. It probably would make that hateful expert giddy if it died of dehydration. I fished through my own rations, making sure never to turn my back on the human. It would be foolish to leave myself vulnerable to pouncing or strangulation. The child watched with interest as I procured a canteen. It gulped down a bit more than I'd like before handing the canister back. Jala is the other crocodile you saw. Her brain doesn't feel empathy or fear, I said. She can't help that she's vicious, any more than you can. In fact, Arjun is more capable of compassion. It has tried to appeal to my morality several times. It cares for more than its own life. The beast scowled.
Humans are not vicious. You're brainwashed, Kalsim. We have lives, families, schools, jokes, songs and games, just like you.
I'm sorry for all the beauty you've lost, but that doesn't change the truth. Tell me that you can't see humans killing or enslaving weaker cultures, that you wouldn't happily take our worlds away and reduce us to playthings.
What? That's not our plan! We would never do that!
Yet you've done these things to your own kind, and we're alien, not human. You'll build your empire off our backs one way or another. It's in your DNA, passed from your ancestors to little ones like you. Your growth is the threat. Arjun clenched its fists in indignation, but was distracted by its stomach growling. Racking my brain, I tried to recall what Noah shared about human needs. The speaker claimed that their diet was primarily vegetation, and that they could live without meat. That meant this adolescent could consume our food without issue. My talons retrieved a slab of dried tree bark. Here, stop arguing with me and eat this.
That doesn't look like my food.
Arjun eyed the offering suspiciously. It took a hesitant nibble, then spit the bite out.
That is bitter. Gross.
I'm giving you my rations so you don't starve. It doesn't have to taste like your delectable blood-filled cuisine. The kid made a disgusted face, but swallowed several bites. The gagging sound it made seemed rather dramatic. You'd think it was expelling its lungs, that he had fed it a corrosive poison. This ruckus was going to ensure Zahn and Jala checked on us. Few crocodile would have gone out of their way to ensure a predator's welfare. Arjun didn't understand why its planners was attacked, but I didn't blame it for that. It was emotionally distressed and unable to see these matters with objectivity. Maybe the youth would come to know that I protected it in time. The Takan doctor sauntered in, wielding a pistol.
Good grief, Kalsim. You've let it loose, and you're feeding it.
Tree bark. We don't want it to lose its mind and gorge on Thion's corpse, I said. Speaking of which, where is the first officer?
Don't change the fucking subject. So now instead of being bartered for supplies, this human is using up precious resources and manpower.
It's a temporary loss. We don't want to offer up the kid as a walking skeleton.
Why the hell not? If you keep its stomach empty, the humans will be under more of a time constraint to get it back. That's assuming predators care at all.
Arjun shoved the last of the bark in its mouth, inching away from Zahn. Its cheeks were tear-stained, but absolute hatred shone in its pupils as well. I couldn't imagine how overwhelming the predatory chemicals flowing through its veins were. The doctor's lack of compassion was staggering. With how cold his suggestion of starvation was, you would think he had Jala's disorder. I fixed the Takan with a glare. First off, we would encourage the humans to treat us the same in kind. This predator doesn't deserve to suffer for existing. It has suffered enough pain and heartache today. The physician swished his tail.
You're oh so worried about its feigned emotions. Why do you care what it feels?
Fuck you! I'm not an it!
The human growled. Zahn charged the kid, rearing back with his firearm. The doctor trembled with anger as he swung the gun toward its head. The predator's binocular gaze widened in alarm. I couldn't let it be beaten to a pulp for speaking its mind, when all it had done was complain about our language. Arjun had a family and a future out there, which was jeopardized by the Takan's malice. The more I considered our conversation, its intelligence was impressive for a child. Granted, it would help propagate the survival of the human race, but that seemed a likely probability no matter what. So what did harming it achieve? I don't want to see it in pain. Or worse, end up like Thayon. Without realizing I had moved, I stretched my wing in the strike's path. Zahn was committed to the blow by the time I obstructed his angle. The metal gun connected with my soft tissue, while the human cowered behind a feathery shield. Pain flared down my left appendage, resonating to the bone. The throbbing sensation was nauseating, and a single glance told me it was broken. "Shit! You broke my wing!" I screeched, doubling over in anguish. "What if that had been Arjun's head? You could have cracked his skull!" The doctor leveled his gun barrel at me.
His?
My eyes widened as I realized the slip of my tongue. I shook my head, trying to filter away any positive assessments of Arjun. The kid was lying prone on the floor, and its eyes were bulging. If their tools and pack were taken away, humans weren't competent predators. I was the only one that could protect this beast. Zahn's concentration waned as a squawking Jala landed behind him. I took the opportunity to wrench the gun from his grip with my good wing. Ironically, I could use his services to patch the broken bone up. The pain intensified with the slightest movements or vibrations. The Takan hadn't even flinched at assaulting me. I brandished the firearm awkwardly. Mutiny is punishable by death unless the captain is deemed unfit for command. Why shouldn't I carry out your sentence?
Calcim, put the gun down.
The doctor stammered.
You're being unreasonable.
I am unreasonable. Then what on Nishtal do I call you? Jala issued a hearty laugh.
What did I miss?
The female crocodile's eyes darted behind him, and she drew her own firearm. Arjun had capitalized on the chaos, making a break for the exit. The human skidded to a halt once the armed sociopath blocked its path. After witnessing how slippery Terran forces were, I really should have been paying more attention to it. I hope Jala doesn't make any hasty decisions here. Zahn proved himself a threat to crew safety and this mission. I lowered the pistol and noted the contempt in the doctor's eyes. But he's not going to disobey orders again, is he? The Takan sighed.
No, sir.
Your wing isn't supposed to bend like that, Calcim.
Jala chuckled. I struggled to ignore the seething pain. Tell me something I don't know. Go on, laugh at my misfortune later. Is there something you need?
I circled the perimeter from the skies and spotted a human a few clicks away. It's heading toward our position. And it's armed.
Arjun mustered a feral snarl.
Dad.
Panic swelled in my chest at the thought of Terrans converging on our position. Confronting Arjun's father was an option, but we didn't know that it was alone. The photographer might notice that something was wrong and alert authorities. Humans were dangerous without the element of surprise. It was unclear whether our small posse could survive direct combat. It would be in our best interest to leave the kid, and that was what my conscience demanded. However, that plan wouldn't be popular with my companions. With a crippled wing, taking on Jala and Zahn was an incredible risk. Both could aim guns without difficulty, and a flight-worthy crocodile could maneuver freely. More importantly, the doctor's incapacitation would damn Thayon. That was the main reason I couldn't punish this mutiny. The Farsol's life took precedence over Arjun's welfare, plain and simple. I had to keep this together until Thayon regained consciousness. It's time to move, I decided. Where is your patient, Zahn? The doctor scowled.
Thayon is safe. Jala crafted a pulley system and put him up in a nearby tree. Predators won't get to him there, though I can't speak for humans finding him.
Good. We need to hurry before dozens of full-grown beasts descend on us. We'll come back as soon as human activity cools off. Jala began collecting our supplies, as well as anything Arjun had that was useful. I steered the kid out into the open, trying to be gentle with my gun prodding. Intimidating it wasn't my desire, but we needed to move quickly. There was no time for a diplomatic approach. Arjun looked around in desperation as we staggered out of the encampment. I knew it wanted to be rescued. That pleading gaze reminded me of the burning pups, praying to be saved from their extermination. Why did it have to jog up those memories with every expression? I thought I was past that guilt.
Dad! Help!
The kid screamed.
There!
I clapped my good wing over its mouth. You idiot! Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zahn passed me a roll of medical gauze, a conceited glint in his eyes. I could hear the words, "Told you so," from the smug doctor. He scowled at the human, tracing a toe over his own throat slowly. The child swallowed, and I suppose it understood the gesture. I applied a single layer of tape and offered a sympathetic pat. The predator hadn't left much choice other than to gag it. Not only could that wailing cry have alerted its father, but it could have drawn attention from forest beasts. That squashed all hopes of Arjun's guardian accepting the disappearance as a tragic accident. Its suspicions were going to be elevated, and its protective instincts would seek answers. Our entourage was going to find out exactly how good humans were at tracking. Memory transcription subject, Captain Calsim, Crocodile Alliance Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. The leafy ground crunched underfoot as we steered the Terran prisoner across the park. I was certain Arjun was purposely stomping on brittle patches. The kid wanted to make as much noise as possible in an attempt to summon others of its kind. It didn't matter how much of a ruckus it made, or if it dragged its feet. With how slow humans plodded along, we had at least an hour of walking between us and the returning father. It would tire after sustained exertion and be forced to retrieve a vehicle to close that distance. That left time to snack and hydrate. I ambled along on weary legs. How do you land animals walk everywhere? I wish I could still fly, Zahn.
And I wish I could exsanguinate that thing of yours. It would die in minutes if I sliced that big artery on its neck,
the doctor muttered. Jarla chuckled.
Do you think its eyes would stay open after we axed its head? Or maybe they would pop right out of its skull?
We're not killing it, I snapped. Life, even tainted life, is sacred. True exterminators do not kill for fun or for laughs. Zahn pulled a scalpel from his bag and inspected the reflective metal. The Takan must be considering how it would slice through predator skin. I wondered why he hated humans when his species government voted to be their allies. What left him so certain that social hunters had no emotions or benefits? I tried to focus on our travels, knowing we couldn't rest before Arjun's father did. The kid's skin was damp, but the strain to its breathing was minimal. We had been walking in the afternoon heat for an hour, and its legs weren't fully grown. It should be panting and stumbling with exhaustion. What regiment has this human hatchling been through? Its little lungs must be on fire. We need to rest, for its sake, soon. Additionally, there had been a surprising lack of predator sightings in the forest environment. Something must have picked up on our scent by now, but none of them had investigated further. Did other hunters fear the apex humans? The primates shouldn't scare wild beasts with their unimpressive forms. Arjun jerked backward and howled against the tape. I cursed as the kid clipped my broken wing. Did I tell you to stop walking? We'll rest in a few minutes. You're almost there. It continued screaming beneath the gag, and its binocular eyes were almost hysterical. If something frightened a predator, that gave me pause. There must be a reason it refused to walk. Unless this was a time-wasting trick. The fear looked strikingly real, though, so I was inclined to believe the antics. A blood-curdling hiss permeated the air, and movement flashed across the leafy ground. A brown creature uncoiled its scaly body, lifting its head toward us. A forked tongue waggled from its mouth like a seesaw. The way it slithered forward was alien and unnerving. There were no legs that I could see. That's a prey animal. It has side-facing eyes, I decided. The poor thing must be trying to scare off the predator, flattening its neck like that. I can't believe that works on a sapient human. The alarm in Arjun's gaze intensified, and beads of sweat surfaced on its skin. We would have stepped on the reptile if the kid hadn't flailed about. Why was it so terrified of a crippled animal? The tiger's bite was much more petrifying than this thing. The human seemed to forget about the gun to its back and bolted away with impossible energy. That mad dash reminded me of Federation species in a mindless stampede. Maybe these frail primates incorporated some prey instincts into their hardware to compensate for their weakness. Jarla lined up her gun barrel.
Better learn how to fly real quick, Arjun.
My eyes widened. Don't shoot it!
Huh, you're no fun. I'm not just letting that scrawny beast go.
The sociopath was airborne before I could stop her and bore down on Arjun with powerful flaps. She swiped her talons across its shoulder, carving twin gashes into its flesh. The human yelped. It lost its balance from the blow and toppled to the ground. Jarla's takeoff aggravated the hissing animal, which hadn't blinked a single time. Shouldn't it calm down now that the predator was gone? Zaan seemed to feel bad for it, since the sight of Arjun had traumatized it. He wanted to show it we weren't like the humans. The doctor reached out to give it a comforting pat.
Nobody's going to hurt you, sweetie. Did those nasty apes eat your babies?
The panicked animal was still in fending off predator's mode. It was worked up in a frenzy, desperate and aggressive to any movement. Zaan was oblivious to the opening of its mouth. It bit the doctor with tiny teeth, and he grabbed his arm in pain. My gun was readied within a second, and I dispatched a shot through its head. I cursed the Takan for making me shoot a non-sapient victim to Terran incursions. To make matters worse, any nearby humans would hear that reverberation. You had to try to touch a terrified, helpless prey animal, I sighed. Zaan inspected the 2 tiny puncture marks.
I just wanted to soothe it, Calsim. Let me disinfect the wound. Barely a scratch.
My pupil swiveled toward Arjun, who had ripped the tape off its own mouth. Jarla was looming over it and pecked at its earlobe to draw a reaction. I rushed over to intervene, pushing the female crocodile away from the downed kid. My curiosity demanded an explanation for the freakout. That was irresponsible of you to run off. You startled that poor animal, I grumbled. All that panic for a rudimentary threat display. Arjun gawked at the marks on Zaan's grey skin.
The snake bit you! Listen, Calsim. If you don't get him to a human medic, he's going to die. Painfully.
Die? I'm not falling for that.
The doctor scoffed.
Our species actually knows how to treat infections.
We have penicillin too, Dr. Psycho. Do you have no concept of venom? You're going to be paralyzed and unable to breathe in an hour.
It does burn quite a bit, Captain, but I have painkillers. Besides, if I was actually poisoned, this human would want me to die and languish. That's all they're capable of wanting.
My eyes narrowed as Zaan confessed to localized pain. His arm did look rather swollen near the puncture wounds. Then again, a medical professional should recognize the signs of blood poisoning. I hoped he wouldn't brush off Arjun's warning just because a human passed it along. We do need to keep moving urgently. I'll monitor Zaan's symptoms, and if it gets worse, I'll figure something out. Let's get in a few more minutes of walking and we'll settle down, I said. We can disinfect your wound, and Arjun's incisions. The predator kid flexed its shoulder with a wince. The crimson blood staining its artificial pelt was drying. It pursed its lips like it wanted to argue, but I waved it along at gunpoint. The human shuffled ahead in silence, not wanting the tape reapplied. The tree cover thinned out and we pressed ahead for several monotonous minutes. I remained on the lookout for snakes, just in case. It didn't make sense why Arjun would help its tormentor. Also, if snakes were really that dangerous and frightening, why hadn't humans exterminated them? Zaan sucked in a sharp breath, facial muscles contorting. His pace had begun to lag several steps behind ours. He touched the affected area with the other paw and screamed in a high register. Tears trickled from his eyes.
Yeah, my blood is on fire,
he squealed. The Takan slumped against the base of a tree, writhing in agony. Arjun's eyebrows twitched, as though it was in pain itself. Perhaps I had underestimated the scope of human empathy. The best we could hope for after this failed mission was that their murders were less sadistic than Axa Hunt's.
Make it stop!
Zaan shrieked. Jarla puffed out her feathers.
Shut up! You're giving away our location.
It hurts so bad. Help me. It's like acid. It's...
The female crocodile retrieved the medical tape, and I slapped it out of her grip with the good wing. She wasn't going to shut Zaan up like an animal while he was in anguish. Losing the doctor was unacceptable. His services were needed for a fine officer's survival. Arjun knelt on its knee and coaxed the taken into a prone position. I knew Zan was out of it when he didn't resist the beast's contact. The predator was remarkably gentle with its motions. It showed decency to an enemy that did not deserve it, just like my officer said I had where humans were involved. I'm glad I treated their kind with respect, that I didn't make them suffer and I didn't enjoy their deaths.
Kalsim, we need to get help,
Arjun pleaded. The doctor's grip tightened around a grass clump.
Get lost, Predator. You just want to watch my suffering up close. You're lapping it up.
I don't want to watch anyone die. You're the one who wanted to watch humans suffer up close.
No. Wounded prey smells good, right? Wait to get your pickings until I'm dead.
We never wanted to eat you. I'm a vegetarian. It's part of my religion, to show compassion for animals.
My eyes widened at its proclamation. The predator had to be joking. It was Federation religions that dictated that preying on animals was greedy, bloodthirsty, and evil. Natural-born hunters would never follow any ideology that demonized their own existence. How did that make the slightest sense?
I thought humans were interesting,
Jala clicked.
but they're pathetic, just like everyone else, cowering in the face of danger. Religion's about compassion, crying over people that are dead like it's so sad.
I glared at her. As I've told you from the beginning, humans have selective empathy. Our knowledge of them is evolving, but their expansionism is incompatible with peace.
Don't be fooled, Jala. They're brutal, cunning, and manipulative.
Zan gasped.
Their history is one of conquest and invasions. Humans cook up new ways to kill each other. Always.
The doctor howled through gritted teeth as a spasm rippled down the affected limb. His pained cry morphed into a full-throated scream. Arjun wordlessly poured some water on the Takan's head, trying to cool his burning skin. Somehow, I trusted the predator not to finish him off. My attention shifted to finding an effective painkiller. Before I realized what was happening, a deafening gunshot echoed behind me. Jala was hovering over Zan, a crazed look in her eyes. The physician's body went slack as blood gushed from his temple. The human gaped as the corpse brushed its leg. I aimed my sidearm at the sociopath. "What did you do? Drop your weapon!"
That's precisely how to shut someone up,
she chirped.
Enough of your games, Kalsim. We do this my way now.
Drop the gun!
Come on. You hated Zan. He was making too much noise. The predator said he was going to die anyway. Plus, you would have had us stay here and listen to him scream.
This is your last warning.
The human is slowing us down too, and it will actively work against us at every turn. I'm doing you a favor. Make your choice. Me or Arjun.
Jala swiveled her pistol toward the predator kid, who seemed stunned by Zan's death. Arjun had never seen a creature die in front of it, had it? The words it said about compassion for animals reminded me of my extermination philosophy. We both killed when it was necessary and contained our damage to the rightful sources. Against all odds, I appreciated this predator's way of life. It was honorable and empathetic enough, not yet lost to its destructive instincts. I had more in common with this prowler than Jala. There was some attachment to it, to him, that I didn't want to watch him die in front of me. I squeezed the trigger, and a succinct pop indicated a successful shot. Shock flashed in the sociopath's eyes before her body crashed alongside Zan's. The gun slipped from my grasp in a daze. Had I really just lost both able-bodied crew in the span of a minute? Arjun scrambled to his feet, scooping up the weapon. He didn't point it at me for some reason. Blue Takan blood was splattered alongside his own scarlet shade. The little predator flopped down beside the doctor's satchel. "You're hurt. We need to treat your wounds and find your father," I stammered. The human didn't respond and merely got to work patching up his own injuries. My instinct should have created an uproar over my proximity to an armed predator. However, I couldn't process fear through the shock. This world of death and wilderness, Earth, could not be my reality. I zoned out, staring into the distance. My story would come full circle if it was ended by the predator I chose to spare. Quite a poetic conclusion. For turning my back on my occupation. The 3 Federation castaways could lie unburied in this infested land for all eternity. Fion is unconscious and abandoned in this predatory hell. Snap out of it, Kalsim. There was a slight cracking sound from above which broke my trance. Before I could glance up, something rough brushed against my throat. The next thing I knew, rope cinched around my throat in a suffocating knot. My body was yanked upward and I found myself standing on empty space. I instinctively tried to loosen the noose as my entire mass dangled in its secure embrace. My wings attempted to tread air. Searing, all-encompassing pain lanced down the broken bone. Generating lift was impossible.
Son!
A thunderous voice barked from above.
Get out of here and call for help. Marcos is looking for these fuckers.
How had Arjun's father gotten here so soon? There was no way a human predator could have closed the distance without running. But running that long was impossible, unless their endurance was nigh divine. The kid hadn't tired at all either. Oh, sweet Inatala. Arjun palmed his black hair.
Tell me you regret what your species did, Kalsim. Please.
Regret? Sure. I always did, I croaked. But it was the only way to secure a future. I did my duty. The human youngling watched as my oxygen supply dissipated. His vicious eyes watered. I knew he was thinking about Bengaluru, contemplating how my orders leveled dozens of cities like it. The poor thing never understood the bleak necessity. A constricting pain centered around my larynx, and my field of vision began to diminish. Awareness was receding, like sinking into a vast ocean. Struggling didn't seem important anymore. I felt like I lived a good life. A meaningful one.
Cut Kalsim down, Dad. Please.
Arjun's voice sounded as though it came from underwater.
He saved my life from the other 2. Multiple times. I don't want him killed.
The adult human growled a reply I didn't register. Its voice was charged with bellowing savagery, a preview of what Arjun would sound like at full maturity. I didn't want to see him transform into an unstable beast, constantly beleaguered by the need to chase. That sickening development was the reason why pups were supposed to be exterminated. The kid offered a plea that was incoherent as my eyes fluttered shut with grim realization. The rope released its grip, and I plummeted back to the earth with a muted sensation. The little predator poked at my beak, but I couldn't move a muscle. The world faded away, leaving me helpless at the paws of the warlike monsters.
Memory transcription subject. Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. Marcel leaned over the destroyer's railing, allowing the salt water to splash his face. The Predator's eyes stared where the towering skyline of New York City had once been. His loved ones were in one of the nearby bunkers, perhaps buried beneath a mountain of rubble. The human resolved to search for Nulia and Lucy, but I feared his reaction if they weren't found alive. The American military sent most available service members to the remnants of its largest city once the environment was deemed safe. Rescue prospects weren't promising for the main hubs, so efforts would be focused on the city outskirts. With the traditional naval ports and space docking sites pulverized, the boat would allow alien visitors to touch down. My skin crawled at the thought of the Arks landing on Earth. I remembered what the Greys had done on the bombed-out cradle. It terrified me that they might get a taste for human flesh. What if the survivors like Marcel were rounded up into a cattle ship? The thought of him being caged or tortured again filled me with despair. Minutes from now, those monsters were going to be walking onto this very deck. I couldn't stop focusing on that image. Every instinct compelled me to hurl myself overboard. The Terrans were in no condition to protect me. I didn't believe for a second that those emotionless predators were genuinely here to help. The red-haired human studied his reflection in the water.
Shit. Do you remember the first time we chatted online, Slanik?
You said hello. I sat at my keyboard for 2 hours trying to envision your true intent, I muttered. I was terrified to talk to a predator.
Wait, that's why you didn't answer right away. I mean, I was nervous too, but more about fucking up first contact.
Mars, all I could think was, what have I done? After several bouts of crying, multiple drafted messages to Republic Emergency Services to drop out of the program.
You asked me with no context or greeting what I saw when I looked in the mirror.
Marcel didn't finish the anecdote, instead tilting his head in consideration. At the time, the human answered,
A mouth, a nose, 2 eyes and ears. I'd be concerned if that changed.
The horrors of my imagination evaporated with laughter. I felt guilty that I had been so preoccupied with his appearance in the beginning. The worry creases on his forehead aged him by a decade, as did the blemish of the scars on his cheek. By comparison, my friend's paralyzing gaze had been full of life with that snarl he couldn't contain. I wanted to remember the humans as that optimistic race, affectionate and carefree. Whatever compromises our beloved predators had to make, I wouldn't let them change my perspective. I see a survivor. Swallowing my nerves, I propped myself over the railing. My grey fur was a matted mess, and my slender ears were pinned in terror. Two of them, actually. Please, don't let the Axer eat me. He ruffled the stray tuft on my head.
I'm scared too, buddy. I have nightmares about them eating that immobilized Gajid. Then eating you or Nulia. Is it wrong to admit that?
No. Your feelings are important too. You're just really good at acting strong.
Key word. Acting.
An angular craft rocketed down from the cloud cover, and I squeezed my tail around the human's wrist. The curvature of the ship's belly suggested it was stocked with missiles. It was brimming with weaponry from every angle. The engine roared as it completed its atmospheric descent, following the Terran glide slope. The Axer vessel slammed onto the open deck, and our personnel eyed it warily. There's a human sniper watching them from the mast. I wonder if the Greys noticed. Better hope my friends can react quicker than those demons can snap me in half. Paralyzing terror coursed through my bloodstream as dozens of Axer lumbered out into the open. They looked some supply crates onto the deck and waved for the humans to collect them. Terran personnel scurried over to sort through the offerings. I could see in the primates' eyes that they were concerned about opening up a cattle gift. One Axer was directing the others, with a cracked skin around its eyes suggesting its age. Its nostrils flared with obvious hunger, entranced by the whiff of Venlil in the breeze. Ghastly reptilian eyes snapped my way, and yellowed teeth flared in a ferocious snarl. Why had Marcel's benign canines ever frightened me? The enemy commander began ambling toward us. It leaned forward as it walked, poised to drop into a primal lunge in a heartbeat. Its pupils were darker than the frigid side of Venlil Prime, and its drab scales glistened like obsidian. I could see the saliva coagulating around its lips.
It's okay, Slunnock. I'm right here.
Marcel growled. My heart hammered so furiously that I swayed on my feet. The human caught me with steady hands. All thoughts were shutting down, like a hard reset to the noggin. Every conscious impulse screamed to propel myself into the ocean, but my brain signals weren't registering. I sank my claws into the human's forearm, whimpering like wounded prey. Tears poured down my face, dripping onto his pale skin. Marcel massaged my scruff and tried to stop me from shaking uncontrollably. His gentle touch wasn't enough to counter an Axer standing right across from me. How could we have ever considered such an abomination sapient? It was the spitting image of death itself. Nothing motivated it other than its appetite and cruelty.
Greetings. I'm going to assume you're in charge, since you have a Venlil attached.
The Axer's warm breath hit me on the cheek as it spoke in a reverberating roar.
My name is Chief Underisive. We understand this was the United Nations headquarters, so I decided to accompany this landing party.
Marcel cleared his throat.
What can I do for you?
A faint sliver of awareness crept back in. I didn't understand why my human wouldn't point this monster toward the actual officers, and far away from us. I wanted to study the vegetarian's expression, but I couldn't turn my eyes away from the Axer. It hadn't stopped staring at me from the moment it approached.
Requesting permission to set up emergency housing. I can have structures and basic amenities organized in a day.
Sif backed.
I don't think that'll be an issue,
the red-haired human said.
If you're aiding search and rescue, would you come with me to a neighborhood called Midwood? The people in those bunkers are a UN priority.
Gladly. I'll pick several of my finest to accompany you.
Oh, and tell your soldiers not to desecrate any human bodies.
Cut it out. We don't eat each other, whatever the Federation told you. So why would any of us want to eat humans?
The Chief Hunter's eyes lingered on me, the actualization of every nightmare I ever had. My spine pressed against Marcel's chest, using his muscular form for support. Every muscle in my body felt weak as jelly, and my nerves were overstimulated beyond salvaging. I wanted to crawl under a rock and never show my face again. The Arxa sighed, slinking off with a swish of its tail. It conversed with some Terran personnel for a moment, then issued emphatic orders. Several Greys filed into a human helicopter, a strange aircraft that had twin blades on its roof. The racket stung my ears as the propeller revved to life.
Okay, I don't expect you to come with me, Slanik.
Marcel released a forceful exhale and set me back on my paws.
But getting to my family can't wait. I have to know.
So you're hitching a ride with the child-eating predators? What will Nulia think if she's alive? I spat. You just said you have nightmares about those things devouring her.
Using the Arxa will get me there quickest. I'm sorry. There's no line I won't cross. I have nothing to live for without them.
What about me? I care about you. After what we've been through together.
Don't make this about you, buddy. I get why Sovlin losing his family broke him now. If they're dead, so am I.
Marcel, please.
Go home, Slanik. I hope you succeed in all your future aspirations. Thank you for giving a predator like me a chance.
The red-haired human shouldered his rifle and duffel bag and limped over to the waiting helicopter. Those hazel eyes never so much as glanced back. His slender fingers were curled into a fist. Recollections of my predator, starving and beaten, darted through my mind. I could see those same hands pressed up against the glass as he reached out with the last of his strength. Marcel tried to protect me in his final moments too, through unimaginable pain. I can't let him throw his life away. I remembered how helpless I felt, watching the vegetarian held at gunpoint. The pain in his eyes had been like glass shards in my heart. The thought of never speaking to him again, and learning that the Arxa chopped him up into little pieces. It filled me with the same despair. How did my Terran friend expect me to abandon him to a senseless fate? Riding along on this suicide misadventure was out of the question, though. Marcel wasn't engaged in proper thinking right now. He needed someone to drill some sense into him. Humans were significantly weaker than the Arxa, so he'd be helpless when they ambushed him. Damn you! I scampered after the hobbling human who was only a few paces from the chopper. I nursed you back from death's door, went with you to a Gajit war zone, and stayed here when we all thought your Earth was going to be glassed to the core. Marcel clambered up into the chopper.
You've done enough. Go away, Slanik. Get lost.
And go home like none of this happened. I'm telling you as your friend not to do this. I need you safe and alive. And I don't care if that's making this about me. I bounded the last several steps and held myself at the human's leg in desperation. My hind legs scrabbled for traction on the floor. I struggled with all my might to pull the bulky predator off the helicopter. Marcel panted and shook me off with a grunt. The Arxa passengers watched with amusement. The human set his supplies on an empty seat adjacent to the cockpit. Chief Hunter Isif was ordering the Terran pilot he'd borrowed to take off. I had to get my friend out of here now. With panicked desperation, I yanked at his injured arm. Marcel could forgive me for the pain that caused later. It was the only way to mitigate his superior strength and save him from his own recklessness.
Shit!
He cursed.
Get the fuck off me!
The vegetarian's eyes dilated with frustration, and his cheeks turned that flushed shade of red that unnerved me, his teeth bared with obvious hostility. That was no human smile causing his jaw to tremble. I wasn't about to be scared away by growling, even if it made my throat go dry. He was never going to hurt me. Marcel pried my claws off him with predatory strength. His typical gentleness was gone. I mewed in protest, but the human clenched his fingers into my scruff. He carried me toward the exit in cold silence and seemed ready to toss me outside. My legs flailed about in desperation, but the struggling didn't have much effect. The helicopter rose the first few feet off the ground. Chief Hunter Isif retreated from the cockpit and darted between Marcel and the exit. The Arxa commander slid the door shut, sealing off the escape route for both of us. Its eyes widened in confusion as it noticed me dangling like a pup from the human's hands.
Take a seat. There's room for you and the animal.
It snarled.
Per the map overlay, this should be a short ride.
The aircraft was ascending rapidly, now above the mast in altitude. My heart sank in my chest, compounded by sheer panic. Jumping from this height would be suicide, though it might be better than being turned into cattle. Not only had I failed to get Marcel away from these monsters, but I had ended up escapeless with him. The red-haired human adjusted his grip, bringing me into the normal carrying position. I burrowed my head against his shirt, and he patted me with a sigh. Isif watched with keen interest as the Terran settled into his chosen seat. The vegetarian placed my shaking body on his lap and turned my chin toward the window with a delicate push. I was certain the other Arxa were gaping at us and salivating at the flesh on my skeleton. My hope was that my presence would stop the Greys from eating Marcel. Venlil were a juicier target after all. That didn't lessen the dread in my heart. There was nothing worse than being trapped hundreds of feet above the ground with feral carnivores. Memory transcription subject: Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 18th, 2136. The tension was palpable as the Arxa occupants studied Marcel in silence. I gathered that the human didn't want to engage with them either. The predatory savagery from the cradle plagued my recollection, and the chilling screams of the unfortunate Gajeeds echoed on loop. It would be all too easy for the Greys to gut either of us with a swipe of their fangs. Chief Hunter Isif dropped into the seat right next to us. The monster was inches away from me. It disregarded the shift in Marcel's body language. The human had leaned away, though there wasn't anywhere to go in a helicopter cabin. I got the impression his concern was for me rather than himself. After the attack on Earth, it's like he doesn't care what happens to him. If I wasn't about to be carved up, I'd insist he seek help. Isif bared his teeth ferociously.
Well, I've introduced myself. What's your name, Venlil?
Its voice was a discordant snarl, amplifying humanity's typical rumble by 1,000-fold. A pathetic squeak escaped my throat, and I sobbed into Marcel's shirt. The vegetarian stroked my ear with patience, unfazed by the salty wetness soaking the fabric. I didn't know how even a persistence predator could be so calm in the face of such an eyesore. That scaly demon was sensory hell. I'd rather be hunted by Marcel's kind for hours than look at Isif for another second.
Okay. That was the response I expected.
The Arxa sighed.
What are you called, human?
My human stiffened.
Marcel Fraser. But just Marcel is fine. The Venlil here, his name is Slanik.
I knew you hadn't lost your voice, Marcel. Slanik is here on Tava's behalf, yes?
My ears perked up in alarm. How did Isif even know that name? That must mean the Arxa were targeting the governor, or had other nefarious plans for her. I refused to believe the humans would betray us by turning over intel on the Republic. Marcel offered a curt headshake.
Slanik is a fighter pilot. We're training him to be a proper soldier.
Ha! Good one. As if this specimen could fight.
Isif's eyes glittered with decadent mirth before the expression dissolved.
Oh, Prophet. You're serious, aren't you?
The red-haired human glared at the floor, not answering the reptile. It was clear my friend had little interest in the conversation. I think he only entertained the first question to get the commander to leave me alone. The monstrous predator gave up and turned its focus to the window. Our helicopter drifted above a sea of rubble, which stretched to the horizon. Building husks lingered as statues to a fallen world, and fires were splashed across the landscape. The ground was covered in a thick coating of soot. This looked like the aftermath of an Arxa raid. My heart sank in my chest as I realized how dire the outlook was for Marcel's family. The human pilot guided our craft toward the designated neighborhood. Chief Hunter Isif craned its neck and narrowed its disgusting eyes with solemnness. I didn't understand what game it was playing, trying to make nice with the humans. It must have some dastardly plan at work. The Arxa commander maintained the brooding expression as we touched down. It ordered the other Greys to sweep the area for survivors and accrue intel for their government. Marcel rose to his feet to follow them, but Isif blocked the human's path. The scaly monster gestured to the devastation behind it.
What do you think of what the Federation did, Slanik?
The Chief Hunter growled. My ears laid flat against my skull. I think it looks a lot like what you do. A sharp glint flashed in its eyes.
Ah, that's a good answer. You think our species is an instrument of evil, yet you admit your friends are no different.
The Federation are monsters, not friends. But they don't eat people.
Because they don't have to. You all want my kind wiped from existence. Hell, you probably wish I'd drop dead right now. Do you even see us as people?
After everything you've done, you'll never be people to anyone. My sudden outburst took me by surprise. Marcel's fingers tensed around my scruff, and his stance shifted to a defensive posture. That commentary placed my human in a precarious situation. My money wasn't on the wounded, squishy primate if this turned physical. I should have never boarded this aircraft to begin with. The Oxa raised the ridges above its eyes and turned around with a sigh. Scifi somehow restrained its aggression. The pointed hoof emanated disappointment. It drew its sidearm before shuffling into the ruins of New York. Marcel followed with a bit of hesitancy.
I'm sorry for what Slanik said, Chief Hunter. Any sapient is a person, no matter what they've done.
Is that so, human?
The reptile grumbled.
Look, our race has become a shell of itself over the centuries. I wish it wasn't like this.
My eyes widened in surprise. Polite concessions lamenting their current status wasn't what I expected it to say. For an emotionless predator, it was doing an excellent job of emulating regret. The fear eased enough for me to wonder what it had to gain from this act. The Oxa never attempted to converse with prey as a rule. Why are you so cruel and merciless? The words spewed from my mouth in a rumbling fervor. Why did you kill my brother and bomb my planet and eat people alive while they were running? Its nostrils flared.
Ah, yes. It's well documented that I did all those things personally. I'm a busy guy. I get around.
Your species... Don't mock me, demon. There's no good reason your breed are that cruel and morally deficient.
The Federation are the reason we're starving. Cruelty was and is a defense mechanism in my view. I'm not excusing it. I'm answering your insults.
Defense mechanism? How so?
It was needed as a way to cope with what we had to do to survive. We're also fighting a war of extinction while vastly outnumbered, so it serves psychological purposes to encourage recorded sadism. The Federation loses because they're afraid.
The Oxa crested a mountain of rubble, and Marcel escorted us atop the debris too. One human was crawling through the street with serious burns across her extremities. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, and the sight of peeling flesh made me wince. 2 Xerilian medics had arrived on the scene already. The Americans must have directed them to a separate landing site from the Greys. A young volunteer rushed to the burn victim's side, repeating soothing words. The other quadruped kept a wide berth from the aggrieved human and trembled in terror.
Wylan, I need a dose of painkillers and antiseptics now.
The youthful Xerilian chimed in. Wylan flicked his ears in skepticism.
We know nothing about these predators other than the Oxa like them. Our government has gone mad, Fraser. I can't get close to this thing.
Scifi's scowl intensified. The hunter gripped its sidearm with malicious intent. Rich hunger danced in its gaze, and it shared an enraged glance with Marcel. For once, I agreed with the monster. We couldn't let the medics dilly-dally with an agonized human. Fraser rounded on her partner.
What we know is the humans haven't done anything wrong. They sought peace and were brutally attacked for it. Also, the Venlil and our ambassador adore them.
But they're predators. I'm here for the Venlil.
No! We don't play God and pick and choose who we help. We save lives indiscriminately. Get with that, or get the fuck out of my sight.
The injured human watched with glassy eyes. Wylan lowered his head before crouching at Fraser's side. He began applying wet dressings and antiseptics while his partner tended to the pain. The Xerilians then prepped a transport to their hospital ship. Scifi lowered its gun and watched as the quadruped strained to lift the human. The Oxa marched down to the site, swishing its tail in a display of dominance. The Xerilians dropped the patient when they saw the grey skulking toward them. I was worried the abomination had regained its appetite too. Maybe it likes charred flesh like Tyler did. It could see the Terran burn victim as the perfect meal. Oh, stars! The chief hunter lifted the primate onto the gurney and fastened the straps in seconds. It backed away and growled to get the medic's attention. Fraser was wielding a syringe in her mouth, pointing it as if a shot of painkillers would stop the murderous demon.
Stay back!
The female Xerilian quivered and seemed aghast at the sight of my human behind the grey.
Human! And Venlil! Please! Help us! It's kidnapping my patient!
I'm not kidnapping the human. I put her on the stretcher so you can move her for evac.
Scifi growled.
If I was hostile, trust me, you would know. I'm subtle as a sledgehammer.
Marcel trundled up beside the Oxa.
The last Federation physician I met wanted me dissected. Our doctors pledged to do no harm. It's a relief to see someone mirror the sentiment of the Hippocratic Oath.
Wylan squinted at the vegetarian.
You're that human named Marcel from Noah's video. I recognize you.
Shit.
Fraser squeaked.
I'm sorry for what they did to you. Your treatment went against every, ethical principle that we stand for.
The chief hunter inspected the red-haired human with confused eyes. The demonic predator mouthed the name Noah to itself and noted something on its holopad. I think it wanted to ask what happened to my friend. Obviously, a feral animal that loathed weakness would mock his traumatic experience. Marcel pointed a hand to the stretcher. The Zerulean sidled up to the patient hesitantly. Isif slunk beside them, moving the brunt of the weight. The medics shuffled in a terrified stupor, and our oddball group traversed the ruins. It was sad to see Earth like this, having witnessed this city in its sprawling glory days ago. It took several minutes to reach the Zerulean hospital ship, which was hovering over a decimated roadway. We glimpsed rows of beds in its loading bay, and my human's eyes widened with hope. Panicked shouts echoed from the ship's occupants at the reptile sighting. The chief hunter ducked its head, perhaps to seem less threatening. The Arxa pulled away, and more Zerulean medics hurried over to lug the patient on board. Fraser and Wylan bore delirious eyes, which suggested the fear was overstimulating them. That little excursion must have been psychological torment to them.
Have you rescued a Gajid child? Hopefully with the human female.
My human growled. Wylan blinked.
What?
A Gajid. You know, spiky, brown-furred, big claws. Where is she?
The Zeruleans cowered at Marcel's roar, and their hackle fur stood on end. I swatted my tail at his chin, warning him to calm down. His desperation was something I recognized, but these medics didn't understand humans yet. They probably thought he was about to go on a rampage. Mars is very upset, and loud. But he's harmless, I hissed. Please, just tell us if you've seen a Gajid. Fraser drew a shaky breath.
No. Only humans here.
I can check with our groups in the other cities.
Wylan added hurriedly.
Maybe Berlin, Toronto, Bangkok and Manila. Big predator dwellings there.
Marcel slumped his shoulders in defeat.
No. They were here.
They? Oh. I see.
Understanding flashed in Isif's pupils.
Why don't we search for your packmates at their last location? These Zeruleans could help us look around.
The human nodded, blinking away tears. The Arxa focused on his watery eyes and gave him a rough tail slap on the arm. If I didn't know better, I would think it was a poor attempt at comfort. A species devoid of empathy was mimicking the trait, of course. Isif was clearly awkward and unpracticed at that falsified aspect. Fraser's gaze softened and she shared a glance with her partner.
We'll help you search.
But I'd prepare for the likeliest possibility. As a predator, you should be logical about the situation.
Wylan said.
Wylan, he clearly grasps the extent of the dead. There's nothing logical about this. Where are we going, Marcel?
The red-haired primate browsed his holopad and searched for a location via GPS. The local terrain was unrecognizable, so I doubted he could distinguish Newley's bunker from any other scrap heap. The device pinpointed a location a quarter-mile from the hospital ship. All I could see there was a thick hill of concrete. Anything living must be crushed beneath that. It's likely the bunker collapsed from the pressure. Marcel could barely put pressure on his injured leg, but he staggered ahead for the minutes-long trek. I could feel the human's grief expanding with every step. My predator was cracking right alongside the buildings of New York. It hurt to see my friend, who I believed could withstand any emotion, crumbling. His distress frightened me as much as the hideous Arxa flanking us. Marcel reached the selected debris mound, and I dismounted onto my own paws. This must be the fallout shelter his family relocated to. The human hurled himself on all fours, flinging the smallest rocks behind him in a frenzy. An animalistic grunt reverberated from his chest as he strained against his arm injury to tug a massive rock chunk. Chief Hunter Isif pressed it shoulder against the debris and moved it enough to leave a tiny gap. Marcel pawed at the scraps below, trying to catch a glimpse of the shelter. He dug furiously with his flimsy fingers. Blood streamed from his dust-caked nails, but that only quickened his scrabbling.
Lucy! Nelia!
He wailed in the highest-pitched voice I'd ever heard him use. There was no reply from beneath the ruins. Through choking sobs, my friend returned to passing rocks with his hands. His fingers were drenched in crimson fluid. Sympathy clasped my heart with a vice-like grip, and I tackled him in a desperate hug. "Mars, stop it! You're hurting yourself," I pleaded. Fraser placed a cautious paw on his neck.
That's enough. We'll excavate the bodies and make sure they get a proper burial by your customs. I promise.
The human collapsed atop the wreckage and pressed an eye against the opening. He screamed incoherently, punching the rubble in outrage. I watched the life leave his sweet countenance. Even the gushing tears dried up. My friend was unresponsive to any prodding. Wyland dabbed at his eyes, affected by the extent of the predator's raw emotions. I recognized that realization as he decided humans were sapient. Anyone who saw this display as a performance had to be heartless. There must be countless others across Earth in such a state. I nuzzled his leg. "Step aside and rest. Please. Let the doctors disinfect your wounds."
Why?
My human croaked.
They've taken everything. Oh, Slonic, put me out of my
Mousel!
A childish voice cried, faintly audible.
Where have you been? It's really dark down here, and I don't like the dark.
Marcel's head snapped up.
You're alive. I'm coming, darling. Just hold on. We're working as fast as we can.
But I want to go somewhere safe now. Somewhere monsters won't find me or pick on your eyes. Don't leave me here, Mousy.
Never. I'm right here.
A chorus of human growls joined Nulia as they realized rescuers were above. Relief coursed through my veins. Against all odds, some of the bunker withstood the blast. Chief Hunter Isif radioed to send heavy machinery to our coordinates and withdrew with a fierce snarl. Untrustworthy as it was, I couldn't deny it had been helpful so far. Amidst the chaos and devastation on Earth, it was a relief to save a few human lives from the ashes.
Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 20th, 2136. The United Nations had only scratched the surface of species in the Federation, having meaningful interactions with a small percentage. The Crocodile and Farsul received the most fanfare in the Anti-Predator Coalition, for 24 total species had participated in Earth's attack. Of those, 17 committed only a minority of their forces. One of those was the Harchin, a reptile species famed for their natural camouflage. The waddling prey bipeds were half a human's height and could morph their skin into a multitude of alluring colours. Their species was a stellar average in most fields, notable for a few media franchises and software startups. Thus, all they had in common with the Arxa was animal class. My decision to wander into Harchin territory looked dicey though, in an obvious Venlil ship. Given their hostile relations with Earth, I doubted they'd welcome us with open arms. That was why I weaponized the human stealth tactics to remain hidden. Their cunning strategies deployed against Gajid border outposts long ago had become useful in ironic fashion. Our ship leapt between high-gravity spots until we lurked behind a satellite of the blissful modernity. It was a wealthy colony which housed media conglomerates and tech companies. Most importantly, it was the home of an investigative reporter I wanted to recruit. Her stories were hard-hitting, and she was steadfast to the facts, whatever they may be.
Why are we here, Sovlin?
The deaf Talpin demanded through his synthesizer.
You are escaping with the Harchin, a Terran enemy. You still want to kill the humans for being predators.
Berna, his sister, flicked her claws.
Countless people died on Earth, you monster. How can you turn your back on them?
I'm going to pick up a journalist named Selene if I trust in the shuttle, I replied. You're going to wait here where no one can see you. In and out. Then we head to Arthur.
This Selene must have an interest in protecting her planet. Her species is hostile to the humans.
The female Gajid returned.
There are other journalists in the galaxy. Hell, thousands on Arthur. We don't need an enemy.
The media figures who can be impartial to humans are few. Selene is the one who exposed the Civ kits for turning away millions of refugees a year and dissected their unsustainable colonizing practices. Though it was outing the Crocodile military for prolific extortion that got her famous.
How does any of that connect her to you?
Because I was the anonymous source for both stories. Gunboat diplomacy wouldn't retrieve intelligence, whatever my UN guards had thought. Berner and Talpin objected to my plan, but they were missing the big picture of our Kultian excursion. Mouthpieces were little good without the means to spread their message around. Besides, investigating the Federation was something that mandated professional assistance. Sensors indicated a large ship presence around the blissful modernity. Perhaps the Hatchin, anticipating a human counterattack, scanning for subspace readings or life signs wasn't an option in our precarious stealth mode. The situation would be clearer once I got a visual. The escape pod was cramped on the inside, but I wriggled through the emergency hatch nonetheless. My hope was that this Vendel-sized four-seater would escape detection. Here you go, Sovlin. Fly through a waiting armada. And then, you have to get back up here too. This was a remarkably bad idea. My surroundings became visible on the viewport as I coasted out from behind a solar station. The Hatchin colony glistened a dusty brown and lacked any signs of native vegetation. Hundreds of warships were centered around the planet, which set alarm bells off in my head. The prey reptiles never had this many heavy craft on standby for a minor colony. After fiddling with the buttons, I magnified an orbiting warship on screen. The breath was sucked from my lungs. That clunky, explosive-laden death machine was an Arxa bomber, and it was surrounded by many brethren. It wasn't being challenged by any Hatchin vessels, despite the fact that most of their fleet stayed at home. Had the Hatchin's involvement in the attack on Earth left their colonies vulnerable? Perhaps they had to ration their defenses to the most populated areas without complete numbers. It was also possible local coordination was too poor to resist a full-fledged assault. Regardless, something must have caught the Grey's eyes. The emergency channel crackled to life when I switched on the radio.
Requesting immediate assistance from any Hatchin vessels in the vicinity. Hatchin Command, do you copy? Our evacuation ships are being slaughtered.
There was a brief pause before a terse reply came through.
We can't divert assets from Foul. The Arxa are trying to lure us away from the homeworld since the head-on approach failed. I'm sorry.
But you can't just leave us here. Send a few ships to cover evacuation. Please.
Blissful modernity, you're not the priority. I suggest you broadcast the chant of remembrance planets-wide to secure your passage to the afterlife. Good luck.
The chant of remembrance was a traditional folk song that the Hatchin used as a last rite. That was one way of saying that the entire colony was going to be sacrificed. If I attempted to land on the surface, I might get blown out of the sky or gunned down on foot by the Arxa. Worse yet, I could be herded onto a cattle ship. Overall, this was becoming a worse idea by the second. Berner and Talpin could be spotted in the main ship at any moment, or be left without a pilot to complete the journey. The humans needed our testimony to reach the Federation. The fate of the galaxy hinged on the reception of my plea. But if I was ever a good captain, I had to try to rescue an old friend from the Arxa incursion. What kind of man stood idly by as innocent civilians were butchered? The Hatchin people didn't deserve this. However complicit their government was in Earth's bombing, I wondered if the Terrans still understood that. You just land by the Blissful Network's office, run in, rescue Selene, and take off, I told myself. This will be fine. Nobody will notice a tiny escape pod amidst an orbital bombardment. I plotted a descent course for the address. My shuttle snuck past the Greys as they focused on decimating the landmass. Arxa looked for visuals of escape craft from the surface, not suicidal rescuers. They probably relied on sensor data too. Our stealthy approach gave me a chance to land, but the return trip was another matter. The shuttle blazed into the thin atmosphere, rattling from the external force. Fiery missiles streaked down alongside me. They were a relentless barrage meant to inflict high casualties. The people on the ground knew that it was raining death, and their escape chances were close to none. Would the humans come to the rescue if they were here? I asked myself. Samantha spoke like she wanted this to happen, but I can't believe she truly meant that purge line. The Hatchin ground enlarged on the screen, with a smoky mist fogging the air. Precise explosions targeted a few city blocks, smiting residential areas and infrastructure. The Arxa wanted to flush any civilians from their homes, so the cattle collectors would have an easy time. It was a page out of a playbook we'd seen many times.
Landing complete. Initiating shutdown sequence.
My pod's computer announced. I scrambled out of the shuttle, gun in pause. The polluted oxygen sent me into a coughing fit, and my eyes watered. Mushroom clouds dotted the horizon like treetops. The sole relief was that there were no lanky Arxa silhouettes in the vicinity, although I could hear gruesome screams in the distance. The press building was still intact, and that was a positive sign in itself. Stampeding wasn't a viable instinct when bombs were going off in every corner. The runners were likely half-eaten corpses by now, but some people must have sheltered in place. I had to hope my reporter friend was one of them. Autopilot kicked in as I sprinted up the emergency stairwell. There were no signs of footsteps, electricity, or chatter. My prayer was that the AXA hadn't swept this building already. I doubled over once I stumbled onto the 3rd floor. The steep ascent left me winded. Terrified screams followed my entry.
Don't eat us! We're reptiles like... Oh.
Selene gasped.
Sovlin! What the hell are you doing here?
My gaze swept the room. There were 4 Harchin reporters hiding under desks, quivering in terror. One was holding a seat cushion over his throat, as if that would protect him from an axe's teeth. I relaxed my gun and gestured toward the stairwell door. No time. Come with me. I parked a shuttle outside. You can all fit in if you squeeze together, I growled. Selene blinked in confusion.
Not so fast. We've heard you're a human prisoner, and that you were mentally unstable before. Why and how are you here? I won't be a predator's test subject.
The humans sent me to Arthur as a messenger, and you can see I'm in good condition. I need your help. You'll have every opportunity to stay with the Kolshians.
Prove you're not re-educated, Sovlin. They could have turned you into a mindless minion, doing their bidding, advancing their agenda.
The other Harchin reporters watched with apprehension, though they inched toward the exit. I respected that Selene hadn't changed her skeptical ways, but these questions were wasting time. She was too inquisitive for her own good. From the tone of her rhetoric, I wondered if she had bought into the anti-human propaganda. Their sickening eyes made my spines bristle for days. I thought the humans would torture me and lay waste to any civilization they crossed paths with. I chewed my claws with impatience. I believed every empathetic act they did had an ulterior motive. I wanted them all dead, and I remember it all. Unlike a brainwashed individual. Selene climbed to her feet.
So why would we help humans send a message after what they did to us?
What they did to you? You attacked their home unprovoked. It's the AXA attacking you now. They're not affiliated.
This is a coordinated bombardment against every species in our coalition. At least those that we can make contact with. Someone had to tip the Greys off days ago. Are you sure about that unaffiliated claim, Sovlin?
Shock coursed through my veins. The other coalition members were under siege too. A specific attack against the races who targeted Earth led to some dark conclusions. If these raids weren't spontaneous acts of violence, then maybe the Gajid Cradle... No. The humans were kind to non-combatants on the Cradle, imperiling their own lives for our welfare. Terran rules of warfare disallowed attacks against civilians. Those soldiers fought tooth and nail to protect our cities and cared for our refugees with the utmost kindness. I couldn't believe that they would set such a plan in motion. But who else would have contacted the Greys? The humans were very interested in negotiating with the AXA during the last interrogation. It's possible they reached out, I decided. Protector help us if they jumped sides out of desperation. Selene shuddered.
You know the Terrans talk to the Greys. I can see it in your eyes.
The humans were pursuing diplomatic avenues, but they also despised what the AXA did to our world. It has to be an accident if they shared this, I sighed.
All I care about is the honest truth, and you might not like what that truth is. I can't help you spread human deceit, not even to save my life.
This isn't about humans, silly. I'm here because the Federation are killing each other over how they voted. It's going to doom us all. Just please, come with me now, and take a look at the facts. That's it. Fear shone in the female Harchin's eyes momentarily, and her skin morphed into the beige shades of the wolf. I took that as a sign that she was camouflaging to head out. The other staffers had no qualms scampering down the stairwell ahead of me. They'd take their chances with an unstable predator-tainted Gajid over an AXA slaughter fleet. Terrified shrieks echoed from the first Harchin staffers to exit the building. They turned back, tripping in their haste back up the stairwell. I gestured for them to quiet down and raised my gun. There must be an AXA cattle squad or an Eton Harchin in sight, which meant we needed to depart quickly. I peeked my head out the door. Horror brought my spines to full bristle as I saw 5 Greys leaning against the escape pod. The vicious predators were waiting for the prey to wander into their grasp. My stationary shuttle must have been sighted along their route. The hunters seemed delighted by the unexpected appearance of a Gajid. I suppose that was a rare meal, post-cradle. There was no way I could shoot all of them, especially with their superior reflexes. Running was impossible too, since my shuttle was our ticket off this rock, and I just brought the Harchin to their deaths. My brain froze in terror for a split second, sealing my fate. One Axer pounced from all fours and dragged me by the arm out into the open. Saliva coated my fur in a sticky dousing as its monstrous fangs pierced my skin. My initiative for the humans was going to end with me as a predator's meal. Memory transcription subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 20th, 2136. The feeling of teeth in my shoulder produced a sharp pain. The joint was about ripped from the socket as I was dragged across the asphalt. I wriggled in the predator's jaws, punching its snout to release its grip. The stabbing of my long claws drew blood, and it tossed me onto the ground with the shake of its head. My body slammed against our metallic shuttle. All I could see was stars. The pounding of my heart was a nauseating experience. This must be what my family felt as they were toyed with before being turned into a screaming meal. I couldn't give these Arxa cattle fiends the satisfaction of screaming or crying. Maybe it was worth some sort of plea to get them to spare the Harchin. The sole option that crossed my mind was to invoke the humans. They were the only ones the Greys had a remote respect for. If the primates had directed the Arxa Dominion to this vulnerable civilian populace, perhaps they would abandon anything the Terrans allegedly claimed. Stop! I squealed. I'm a human slave, on a mission to expose the Federation's lies. When they killed your cattle, like you say, they want to get the details for you. To my amazement, the Grey paused in its stalking position.
The humans did claim the Gajid homeworld, and we recognise their stake. I can smell them on your fur. But where are our fellow predators if you're their property? They wouldn't set you free.
They have my family, I sobbed with fake despondency. I'll do whatever they want, even if it's harmful to the Federation. Confusion flashed in Seleni's eyes. The Harchin reporter knew my family was long deceased, so that lie wouldn't fool her. I didn't understand why the prey reptiles hadn't made a run for it yet. There were no good options, but stalling the Arxa gave them a small window of escape. The bloodied predator flashed a snarl.
Clever. But why are you on this world, with those who attacked Earth?
These Harchin are priority assets for the humans. I don't ask questions, but I'm sure it's for a good reason. Let us leave. Please. The Greys conferred for a moment and inspected a smoking section of the shuttle hood. I couldn't believe they were listening to any of my bullshit. There was a brief flicker of hope that we might fall under Terran immunity. Plopping myself upright, I nursed the wounded arm with a ginger touch. Talking to them is revolting, but the Arxa just confirmed that this assault is retaliation for Earth. Selene was right. What have the humans done?
We'll let you leave as a token of good faith, slave. We mangled your engine though, so you'll need to find another way off-world.
The Arxa spokesmonster decided.
But the Archons stay. I think you are disobeying your orders to save our enemies.
The prey reptiles scampered back into the stairwell, only to find themselves blocked by a laughing Grey. A single beast must have landed on the roof, cutting off any escape. They intended to flush the Harchin out into the street, one way or another. My eyes widened in horror as the Greys herded them into a cage. Stop! The humans want these four as media tools. Really? I pleaded. The vicious predator snorted.
The humans want all of them dead. On that matter, it just so happens our interests align.
I wondered whether the Terrans would enjoy the sight of the panicked Harchin reporters sealed together in a degrading heap. My imprisoners would despise this raid, wouldn't they? The cage door slammed shut and the Arxa gestured for me to scurry off. It would be easy to save myself, but I couldn't watch cattle be hauled away. My gaze darted over to my gun, which had fallen into the dirt. Odds were, I could only get off a shot or two before the Greys mowed me down with prejudice. I had to try something to rescue these Harchin, no matter how suicidal. It was a matter of waiting for the Arxa to lose focus and accepting that I was about to die.
Is there a problem?
A throaty snarl echoed from my right. Carlos stomped across the road, clad head to toe in protective pelts. A flashlight was mounted to his helmet, and his binocular eyes hid behind a glass visor. A massive gun rested across his muscular forearm. I was never so elated to see a flesh-eating predator in my life. But what the hell is my guard doing here? I don't even know that he won't leave the Harchan to their fate. Or worse, laugh about it. The human stopped a few paces from the Ark's posse and crossed his arms in a formidable stance. The talkative Grey, who must have been the unit leader, sized up the omnivore. It narrowed its eyes with blazing ferocity, challenging Carlos's will. I didn't know how the UN soldier faced that stare. The reptilian predator bared its fangs.
Your slave wants to help these Archon escape. It is using its subjugation as a cover, claiming this is done on your orders.
Carlos's pupils flicked to the cramped cage.
You heard Sovlin and his true orders correctly. He's an obedient servant. We want to send a message to the Federation, and these are the right individuals for the job. Simple.
A relieved sigh escaped my lips. I was grateful that the human backed me up after I deviated our flight path to recruit Terran enemies. He might take these Harchan prisoner, or even execute them, but he wouldn't eat them. His kind wasn't like the Greys. At worst, I could reason with him and make sense of the questionable things he might do.
Why can't you find another pet?
The Grey hissed.
We did all the work, and we claimed this batch. These prey are of no particular importance. No different than thousands like them, with the same qualifications.
Carlos shuffled closer.
Our personnel selections are made off of data, simulations, and the best strategic minds on Earth. Are you questioning our judgment?
Yes, I am.
Say it again, you fucking coward.
I am questioning the judgment of weak, naive primitives. You haven't a clue what you're doing, or what it means to survive in this galaxy.
The human rose up on his toes and pressed his slender nose inches from the Arx's maw. The Grey straightened as Carlos tried to match its height. It breathed a deafening snarl at the UN soldier, but he wouldn't back down. Defiance glowed in the primate's eyes, despite being outclassed.
I could snap your puny neck with a single bite.
The Arx roared. Carlos jabbed his gun barrel into its stomach.
And I could blow your intestines apart with a single finger. But we're on the same side, so why don't we work this out another way?
A contest of strength. You fight me one-on-one, without those overcompensating weapons of yours. If you win, you can have these Archon.
I'm game if you agree not to bite. Unless you think you're too weak to fight without overcompensating fangs.
Oh, let's do this. I'm going to beat the snot out of you, human.
The Terran soldier backed away and tucked his rifle off to the side. He raised his clawless paws in front of his face, forming white-knuckled fists. What was to stop the Grey from executing him now that he was disarmed? Luckily for Carlos, it was itching to release its aggression. The Arxa lunged at the human with a blunt swipe, which was barely dodged. It lashed out with a tail sweep, knocking the guard off his feet. The monster whirled around with quick jabs, which the primate blocked with an elbow. Carlos rolled out of the way and scrambled back to a standing position. He looked slow and toothless compared to the reptilian, not managing a single swing of his own. Carlos scurried backward and tried to deflect the oncoming barrage. Sweat glistened on his olive skin. Tears showed in his artificial pelts. The Arxa aimed a jab at his abdomen, but the human danced away on nimble feet. While he was focused on the claws, it swung its snout at him with force. The truncated maw nailed the guard right in the chest and sent him flying backward. The poor guy is getting his ass handed to him. Why did he think this was a good idea to negotiate? Damn humans and their aggression. Carlos sucked in a wheezing breath, but hopped back to his paws. The Grey charged at him once more, and the human pummeled it in the nostrils. It shrugged off the punch with a snort. The UN guard attempted to deliver a kick, but the reptilian caught his frail leg. It snickered as the human flailed, hopping on one leg.
This isn't even a fight.
The Arxa tugged at the primate's ankle and knocked him onto his rump. It dragged him through the dirt for several paces.
We may treat you like equals, but you don't make demands of us. You don't intimidate anyone.
Carlos kicked its clasped paw with his other leg, wriggling free.
You haven't beaten...
Stay down, weakling. I've kicked the shit out of you. Now when to admit defeat. Basic humility would do you good.
The human began to rise, only to be nailed across the mouth by a tail lash. Crimson blood bubbled on his lip, and he spit the liquid into the dirt. He rolled onto his back, watching as the Arxa gloated in its victory. His hand darted to his head, wrenching the flashlight off his headgear. He shone it inches from its left pupil. The Arxa shrieked as the brightness flooded its gaze, blinking. Carlos popped back up on wobbly legs and staggered in grappling range. The human drove his knee into its stomach before tackling it with all of his weight. He rolled off to the side and wrapped an elbow around its neck. The grey struggled to break loose, but its oxygen supply was dwindling.
Game, set, and match. Tap out.
Carlos gurgled. The grey pounded the human's elbow with feeble swats, its hideous eyes bulging. Carlos released his grip with a toothy snarl. It coughed several times, caressing its throat. The creature struggled to get back to its feet, and the Terran helped it stand.
You cheated,
it sputtered.
No weapons.
The UN guard shrugged.
I didn't use a weapon, just an illumination device.
You broke the spirit of our sparring, which is cheating to my eyes. You show little respect to your eyes, and you're lucky I like your evidence. Take the damn arch in. It's a whopping 4 kettle.
The Arxa slunk off with narrowed gazes as their leader hobbled away. True to their word, the demons left the Harchin cage behind. The relief that flooded my veins was indescribable, though my hammering heart wouldn't pipe down. I raced over to the human and flung my arms around him with choking sobs. Carlos stiffened and pulled my paws off him.
Yeah. Don't do that, man.
Sorry. I'm just really grateful for your help, I muttered. What are you doing here?
Keeping an eye on you, obviously. We were concerned about your little pit stop, and I followed you down here. I would really appreciate if you'd not go around calling yourself a slave in future.
It was improvisation. Can't argue with results.
Speaking of improvisation, you put the whole mission at risk with this little stunt. The fuck were you thinking?
It was supposed to be a brief, easy trip. I wanted someone I knew. A friend on the team. I've dealt with enough people who hit me in recent weeks.
Whatever. Let's get your friends out of there. Hope they understand we're only the ride out. If they run off, I'm not going to stop the Greys from nabbing them next time.
The human unclasped the cage door and watched as the Harchin tumbled out. Selene inspected the predator with petrified eyes. Her comrades seemed repulsed by Carlos's lumbering form too, squealing as they returned his stare. The journalist's eyes darted to the side as though they wanted to run.
Did you tell the Arxa to attack us?
Selene blurted. Carlos narrowed his eyes.
I don't know. That's above my clearance level. If we did, it was likely to deter your forces from attacking us. The UN wouldn't want this to happen.
I slumped my shoulders. Not even people like Samantha. Wouldn't she want the Harchin to feel the same losses as Earth? An indignant cough came from an abandoned vehicle behind us. Upon closer inspection, the female human was stretched out behind cover. A thin rifle barrel with a glass ornament was propped on the ground. She must have been monitoring the interaction the entire time and watching Carlos's back in case his confrontation went awry.
I don't believe that people deserve to die for what they are. That's the Federation,
she growled.
If an individual renounces their government, I'm sure Earth would welcome them with open arms. Now the ones responsible, complicit, or indifferent.
Carlos cleared his throat.
We parked a few blocks away, somewhere we wouldn't be visible to the whole world, Sovlin. Stick close, guys, and follow us.
The human retraced his route with delicate bootsteps. His rifle was ready if any Arxa crawled out of the woodwork, and Samantha fell in at his side. The Predator guards forged the path for the Harchin journalists, ignoring their hesitance. It was remarkable to see the vengeful primates aiding a species that partook in the attack days prior.